The lights are off and away they go.
Extremely loose. He's managed to hold on and he missed the complete that. He's crazy.
Side Freitas is on the grass on the infield for 4. He slides through. He tags Richard.
With the Eastern Championship finally complete, the competitors of the DGFX Sports Car Series now turn their attention to the Western rounds. The point slate has been wiped clean, a new dawn rises, and everyone's championship hopes begin anew. But just as before, this series will test the endurance and versatility of the teams and their drivers. A grueling 6 hours at one of the most punishing circuits in racing awaits them. Who will find themselves rattled by the bumps of Sebring, and who can cruise under the Florida moonlight to victory? We'll find out soon as we get ready to watch round 1 of the Western leg of the DGFX WeatherTech Sports Car Series, and you're watching it live on the Global Sim Racing channel. Hi, I'm Joe Peak, and with me in the booth today are Ayrton Ellis and Adam Young. Behind the scenes is our hardy director, Amjad Yaman, and he's using cameras provided by Dougie Beard. Adam, a lot of race fans put importance on the age and roots of tracks that have been around for a while. But in this case, it seems to be more than just nostalgia that makes the age and origin of this track important. Tell us a little bit about this former airfield.
Well, this bumpy technical track started life way back in the early to mid-40s, and while its days of training B-17 crews and pilots during World War II are long behind it, there is still an active airport on the grounds. The current layout, having been used since 1999, uses a pretty good portion of the old airport, including an old runway. Its 3.7-mile layout boasts a little bit of everything, from hairpins to fast-sweeping corners, perhaps the most famous corner being the last turn on the circuit, turn 17, otherwise known as Sunset Bend. The only thing this track doesn't have are any real elevation changes, very flat terrain. So settle in for 6 hours at one of America's best endurance tracks, all at night, and that darkness will definitely be adding to the challenge. Now, earlier on today, we let Joe Peak out of the booth for a little bit, stuck him in a car, gave him some cameras, and Amjad decided he was going to go ahead and drive for him. And so they'll take you on a tour around Sebring International Raceway.
All right, we've got Amjad Yaman in the GSRC BMW, so let's do a lap around Sebring. Coming down the front stretch, turn 1 is a wake-up call right away. Very fast and bumpy, plus the inside wall makes it blind. With the way the track narrows on exit, it makes hitting your marks very difficult. From there, you're going to hold right to set up the car for turn 3. It's possible to sneak passes in here from time to time, so keep your head up. It's a late apex on this corner so that you can set up for 4 and 5. Once again, another late apex on 5, and it's going to be very important to get your car lined up and settled. Because once you're on the power, you shouldn't have to lift all the way around Big Bend until you finally hit the braking for the hairpin. This is probably your best place to attempt to pass around the circuit. It's a straight shot, and it's a long braking zone to give you a chance to slip past your opponent. Just watch out on the exit because of the way the track weaves. It can be easy to put a tire in the dirt and lose traction. From there, it's a matter of straightening out 8 and 9, but ultimately, you'll bring the car to the left to line up Cunningham. This is another spot where overtakes are likely to take place, but once again, the exit can be the trickiest bit to master with how narrow and bumpy Collier is. And worse, it also leads into the curved braking zone for Tower. It's not uncommon to see drivers slip a bit wide and lose it on entry here. At the apex, watch out for the tall curb on the inside, which can also unsettle the car. From there, it's going to be another long acceleration zone as we fly through the double apexer of Bishop. The key to this turn is setting yourself up for 15, which even though it has lots of paved runoff, it can cost you gobs of time if you lose it here. From there, hold left to give yourself the best entry into Le Mans. This dumps you onto the Ullman Straight, so failing to carry your speed is going to make you a sitting duck down into Sunset. Guys behind you with a run will be able to suck up into your draft and put you in the unenviable position of playing chicken into this frightening final corner. Trying to go too wide is putting your car at risk. You've got this scary fast kink just as you're braking, and then come the bumps. The car is going to be bouncing all over, and then on top of it, you got to line up your exit just right and dare to put the power down. If you manage to survive that, you finished a lap around Sebring. And as you could tell, that lap guide was during the daytime, so hopefully that should give you a little bit of a better visual idea of where the heck these drivers are going. It'll be a little bit harder to see here at night. One thing that is easy to see and that we already know for sure is the Eastern Championship, which wrapped up about a month or so ago. And let's go to Ayrton to talk about how the prototype points wound up. Who was on top on the podium positions at the end of that season?
Thanks, Joe. Well, there were 2 different championships, team championship and driver championship. In first place at the end of the East season, after 5 rounds, was 880 in the number 8 car. Odox Motorsports finished 2nd, and Speed Asylum Dragon finished 3rd. Out of the drivers, Arthur Hermont and Doljon Boldrin were in first place with Darwin Meintz and Justin Richardson in 2nd. Then Ruben Gutierrez and Francisco Gonzalez finished in 3rd.
And of course, there's 2 classes in this series. The GT Daytonas had their own championship as well. Adam, what did it look like over there?
Well, the team championship went to Team Hoist Sinkville in driving the 78 car. 49 Motorsports took home 2nd. Hammer Down Racing took home 3rd. On the driver's side of things, Henry Gross finished in 1st. Dexter Castro 2nd, and in 3rd place, Matt Quinn and Paul Darling.
So that was last season, and as we said, the championships are 2 separate championships, and then obviously they have a sort of Super Bowl, as they describe it, coming together at the end of this season at Atlanta to crown an overall championship. But right now, today, everybody's more worried about getting off the Western Championship to a good start. Everything is going to count with not too many races in each leg. So we got about 6 minutes left here in qualifying before these guys get going. Let's talk a little bit more about this track, Ayrton, and some of the places that maybe viewers want to keep an eye on. What are some of the spots these drivers are most likely to make a passes, like we're seeing on screen there?
Well, thankfully for the flat surface, it has the track is very fast and has a lot of long straights, which leads to some great passing zones. One of the best ones at the start of the race and on the restarts is going to be turn 1. Very easy to drive side by side, and there's a lot of runoff space on the exit, so you can really go for a dive. Also, the end of Big Bend, there's the hairpin, turn 7, which is really slowest corner on the track, but you can make some dives going into that corner as well. And also the final corner, Sunset Bend, is a great passing zone. You can get loose in some of these cars, but running side by side is really fun and great for some passing opportunities.
And not the widest of tracks, but I certainly expect to see plenty of door-to-door racing with these guys. And of course, Adams, there's plenty of places to watch out for. You mentioned the bumpy nature of this track. What are some of the spots that might throw people out, as we see one driver actually spin there in qualifying?
Yeah, you know, and as great of a passing zone as turn 1 is, it's also going to be a part that you're really going to have to watch out for because of the way the track narrows down. And then, of course, we go into the Collier corner and the Tower corner. Those are going to be especially difficult as we start the race. We're on cold tires. And Sunset, another corner that's a great passing zone, but also somewhere we're going to have to watch out for. Sunset, it's very easy to fit 3 cars, go 3 wide through that corner as it opens up. But it gets to be really hairy, especially since everybody's driving on a knife edge there pretty much anyway. So we're definitely going to be watching those areas here as we go through the night.
Yeah, that visibility, I'm sure you mentioned earlier, really going to challenge these guys. Going to have to make them focus extra hard on getting to the end of these 6 hours. And Ayrton, you and I I guess we first met, during endurance racing, so we both got plenty of experience in that. And what would your advice be to these guys to try and get to the end? What do they need to be thinking about and worried about?
I mean, one of the most difficult things to contain in a racing driver is the want to kind of race every driver around you and try to make those passes all the time. But it's a 6-hour race, so honestly, passes don't even matter in about the last hour. So these guys have to really just focus on setting a good rhythm and making sure that they don't make any mistakes or risky moves early on in the race.
Yeah, I would agree with that. It seems to be more of a risk versus reward weighing situation for these guys throughout the race. And as well, one of the things, Adams, that I love about these sorts of endurance racing is the driver swaps, because it adds a whole nother level of unpredictability, because even within a team you can have differing skill levels and differing speeds.
You really can, and I know of at least one team in particular that I'm going to be kind of having an eye on myself, just for personal reasons, Blue Line Motorsports, because I know some of the guys on there, they're driving just with 2 guys tonight, and they're really worried about fatigue being a factor with how tough of a track this is. And I know they're not going to be the only team out there trying it, so you're going to have some guys trying this with 2 to 4 guys, so you're going to have to worry about fatigue, and just the nighttime adds to the different, even though we're talking talking about sim racing here, driving at night here is a little bit hard on the eyes, and that just adds to the fatiguing nature of this facility.
Yeah, I've heard of guys having to actually turn their lights off in their room just so that they can see a little bit better and make it feel more like an actual night race so that they can tell what's going on. Such lengths that guys go for a little bit of realism and a little bit of a competitive edge here in sim racing. Now, those of you who are familiar with the real-world WeatherTech Sports Car Series, the DGFX Sports Car Series mimics that, not just with the tracks that they go to, the cars that they drive, but also with the rules. They do have full course cautions in this series. If you're not familiar with the DGFX Sports Car Series, they have two different kinds. They're going to have a standard length and a full-length caution. Just like the real world does. They have live marshals out there, and those live marshals will not only be waving yellow flags, but they could potentially be handing out penalties throughout the race, Eric.
Yeah, and there's also there's penalties as well as also no fast repairs, which we see in a lot of racing series in iRacing. So these guys, they have one car which they have for the entire race. And if it takes damage, they have to suck up and take the repairs during their pit stops, and it'll probably be slower later on in the race. So definitely taking care of these cars is going to be very important, and also not making risky moves and possibly getting a penalty, as you said.
I love the phrase that Bill Zahn, who's going to be taking over for us for the second half of this race. You break it, you buy it when it comes to free repairs and not having any. So, like you said, yeah, guys really going to have to be keeping the car hold, keep that competitive edge. Now, you might have seen on screen the flashing lights of one car behind another. Now, it's a little bit different, obviously, with this being qualifying, Adam, but for our viewers who aren't familiar with this mixed class racing, what are they trying to do when they're flashing their headlights there?
Well, it's two things. One, you're letting the driver know in front of you that there's a faster car coming up behind you. Hey, please let me by at your earliest chance, or just be aware that I'm here and getting ready to pass you. Another thing where you might see it is more of almost an intimidation factor. There might be times when you've got two pretty equally paced cars, and you got the car behind them flashing their headlights, just to kind of pull a little intimidating type move. But you'll see both those scenarios, I'm pretty sure, being used here tonight.
I'm sure of that, as they'll have plenty of opportunities to try and use it for one way or the other, as we've got about 20 seconds left in qualifying. Then drivers will be having to complete their hot laps, and the order will be set for the grid. Now, obviously, with it being a 6-hour race, the order of the qualifying really doesn't matter quite as much as you would see maybe in things like Formula One, where compared to this, it's more considered a sprint race, and you really want as much track position as possible. But interclass traffic will come into play, and there you can see the checkered flag is out. They've got about 2 minutes to try and complete their lap, as we watched Aiden Pike, currently qualified in 6th in the prototypes for that Speed Asylum Black C7. And then we will get racing here. Now, I know we were a little bit busy trying to prepare for this. I'm not sure how much time you guys had to try and pick out a favorite. Who have you got your eyes on for this race, Ayrton? I'll hand to you first. Anybody that you think is looking strong today?
It's hard to pick out, but I think I might pick out one of the VA Apex teams. They have 3 of them in the prototype class. I guess they have some fast drivers.
Adam, who would you put your money on?
Well, we got Blackadder Motorsports leading the way in qualifying so far. They've got 2 cars in the race. They've been strong in just about anything I've ever seen them racing in the prototype side. On the GTD side, I mentioned Blue Line Motorsports. I know they got a couple of fast guys. Blackadder has a car in there you'll have to watch out for. 49 Motorsports leading the way in their qualifying earlier on, and I think they're going to be pretty strong as we go through the evening.
Now, with this race being 6 hours, there will be pit stops coming to play as well. Now, each class has full fuel tanks. They are not limited fuel tanks, for those of you familiar with iRacing. So they're going to be going to as far as they could possibly go in those. Well, some of them will be, depending on strategy. And in these prototypes, Adam, how long are you thinking these guys will probably be able to make if they try to stretch it to a full tank?
they're not going to be able to go quite as long as what your GT Daytona cars are. They're going to be able to go about 45 to 50 minutes, and then they're going to have to come in, pit, and that also opens up the possibility, though, of drivers doing multiple stints. It's going to be a few minutes shorter, so you might see some guys try to pull off 2, and some of the guys with only 2 drivers on their team, maybe even 3 stints.
What about the GT Daytonas? I understand they've got a little bit more leeway on that, Eric.
Yeah, they've it's not quite double, actually. I can't do math very well, but yeah, they can go about 70 minutes on a stint. So that means actually less than 6 stops within the or 5 stops within the race. So I'm wondering how drivers will do that regarding driver swaps, if they'll try to go 2 stints, because that's a really long time to be driving for the whole time, with your only break being while you're taking those tires and fuel. So I imagine that those drivers will be switching probably every pit stop.
And actually, we saw one of our prototypes smoking the tires, trying to get it woed up for the pit entry after qualifying. But there goes the clock. So we have everything solidified in order as we see if we can wait for them to grid up. We're not sure if we're going to wait to see if we get everybody in the car and see if we can figure out who is stopping. We're going to get a full lap to call this. I believe iRacing still has a full pace lap around Sebring. Yes, it is. All right, so let's give them a moment so we can call out the starting drivers on who is going to kick this thing off. Now, there is going to be a split start. You see our GTD cars starting to line up on the grid. 3 of them out there, the Mercedes, the BMW, and the Audi out there today. Now, the drivers do have the ability to run in the roof, but there was nobody who signed up in the roof for this whole season, I believe. That could change if we get any more drivers or any more teams jumping in. We'll have to see. Used to be the car of choice, but it seems anymore the Mercedes is one of the most popular out there now, as it's a rather versatile car. As they line up on the grid, their headlights shining. Really, Ayrton, that seems to be one of the few bright spots on the track here on that front stretch.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. The rest of the track is mostly just lit up by car headlights, so when you're driving on your own, it gets quite dark and lonely, to be honest.
Oh, I don't think these guys will be very lonely. 24 cars, even out on the as long a track as this is. I'm sure they're going to run into traffic and keep busy throughout the race. So we've got a few more guys waiting to line up out there. And then we can get this thing going. To see a few spots open on the grid as they make their final changes, making sure they've got the right setup, making sure the right person is getting in the car, going over that last bit of strategy. And then we are off to the races for a whole 6 hours around this place. And that is no mean feat. 24-hour drivers might say, oh, that's nothing. But Sebring is known for making it difficult, even for its traditional 12-hour race. Its flagship event, as we're just waiting for our pole sitter, the Blackadder Motorsports number 68, to get out there on the grid, and then we can get going here. Actually, they might have... Oh, our pole sitter has missed it. Interesting. So, I'm not sure if maybe we missed a penalty that they took or what, but Blackadder Motorsports was our pole sitter, but they did not start on the grid. Let's go through the rest. Juan E. Lopez for Vendaval Sim Racing White will be starting on second, which is now the pole. V Apex Racing Blue will be starting in third with Russell Clayson in the car. Blackadder Motorsports number 69 has Christopher Heindrich starting in fourth, and it's V Apex Racing Group Green starting in fifth with David Jacques going to do the first stint in that car. Speed Asylum Black will be starting in the sixth position. They have Aiden Pike in the machine. V Apex Racing Group Yellow is in seventh with Chuck Chambliss starting off in that car. Club Ham team is starting at eighth with Sergio Dorelli starting off the race. Online Sim Racing.DEDP is in ninth with Jacob Lehman in that car. And then Speed Asylum Dragon is starting in 10th with Darwin Mites, Ayrton, starting the race. And I'm not sure if we lost Ayrton for a moment there.
Well, I'll go ahead and take it over for him. We got Club de Volte It's starting in 11th with Chuck Chambliss behind the wheel. Juan Lopez starting with the Court Racing team. And those are the last DP cars on the grid. And so for the pole sitters in the GTD category, Team Heisfeld, Engineering, starting in 13th spot. 49 Motorsports starting in 14th. Sweet Spot Racing 15th. Blue Line Motorsports starting in 16th. Bad Cactus Racing in the blue starting 17th. GAS Competition team starting in 18th. In 19th, Torque Check-In, I guess that's how they were going to say that, starting in the 19th slot, and in the 20th slot, online-simracing.de.
I guess I'll finish it out. 21st is Braxton Motorsports with Robert Cancian driving. Blackadder Motorsports number 66 in 22nd place. The Apex GT Racing team in 23rd place. And to finish out the grid is Work in Progress Racing driven by Bob Brandt.
All right, we got our demons figured out there. So, as we work our way through Bishop, now into Hindebind, I apologize if I screw that name up multiple times. I can never get this corner name right. It is just 15 and 16 to me. I hate calling corners by their numbers, but that one's a difficult one. I do know this one, though. Onto Le Mans, down the long back straightaway, and then we are able to take off. I don't know about you guys, but I am excited for what is going to be a long and difficult and challenging race for these drivers.
It's definitely going to be interesting, and especially since we have, the pole setter for the DP category starting in the pits. I mean, he's going to be having to charge up through the field. He might be getting released just as the GTD cars are coming by. So I think that's going to be interesting to start right off the bat.
Yes, I do believe he will be able to get out before the second class comes by. So, Juan Lopez is coming around Sunset Bend just behind the pace car. That golden Mustang peels off into the pits. Green is out, and Juan gets a fantastic jump on second place Clayson. Third place Heinrich just slots in the line as well. In fact, the first point that we get rows of two here is back with Chuck Chambliss all the way in 6. Oh, we got a little bit of contact. Wow, great save, though, by Darwin Meintz, and we got the green for the GTD class. Ayrton, what's going on there?
Well, Heisenfield Engineering leading the way, and side-by-side in second place, actually, Martin Heller and that Sweet Spot Racing team is making a pass past the 49 Motorsports team car, and he's still side-by-side as they're heading into third, and 49 Motorsports going to be able to get that position right back.
Great job by Yanis to try and be aggressive and get that track position. Meanwhile, did something happen to Russell Clayson? Oh, I believe so. This looks like this was down into the hairpin. We're going to look at the replay, and he just got into the back of Lopez and spun himself around. Now, thankfully, he spun off to the inside of the corner, was able to get it going before the next class came through. But he has gone from second place to almost last. Last place in that class is Sven Kamertz for Blackadder Motorsports, who came out behind the GTD class, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's one thing about these cars, these C7 Daytona prototypes, is, on cold tires, they are notoriously loose. I bet Russell probably could have saved it even after the contact there if those tires hadn't still been cold. But since he didn't, he looped it on around and is now going to have to try to make up ground.
Well, there's that old saying in endurance racing that if you're going to have a problem, you might as well have it early. Speaking of which, Bob Grant also had a problem, and I believe that was in Tower, it looks like. Oh, and actually, who did he run into? He ran into our pole sitter in the prototypes. A big shunt.
Yeah, and he's definitely tore up just a little bit there as we go to the replay, see what happens here.
Yeah, it looks like Collier maybe he got a little loose. Let's see, we're going to see it here. Very tricky braking zone. Oh, yeah, wheel off into the grass. He tried to stop it, and the grass on rubber, unfortunately, is not as grippy as on asphalt. And
Yeah, and
went.
Sven Kameritz in that 68 Blackadder car, he didn't even see it coming. He just got nailed from behind.
That is not the start I'm sure that they wanted. Thankfully, it looks like he's still able to get it back out. I have to imagine he's got some damage on that car, though. As we got another car off, let's see, this looks like that was going into 3. That was James Brown. Oh, and he got some help. I'm not sure if we can get a replay. Ryan Wallace gave him a little bit of a bump coming into 3. Oh, and he got clipped again, it looks like, Ayrton. There you can see just a little bit of a tap in that corner where it's already on the edge, and you've got that tall curb on the inside, and around it went.
That's one of the corners on the track that if you have any kind of contact at all, it's almost better just to try to throw it into the grass and loop it around, because otherwise, I mean, the track's not very wide there. You'll be blocking it for everybody, and probably end up coming up with some secondary contact that you don't want.
Well, meanwhile, we are looking at our overall leader, Lopez, and Vindeval's Sim Racing White coming to complete yet another lap. It has been a dream start for them, Adam. Already 3 seconds ahead of the next car behind them, and they started in 2nd place. Couldn't ask for much more.
Oh, no, not at all. And I've been watching them here pretty close. I mean, the car's on rails, and if you're starting on rails this early on in this Daytona prototype, you're going to be setting up for a good night. Now, granted, that can change once you get into lap traffic and everything else, but, you know, in endurance racing, you build that cushion early, that's going to help you as you go the next couple hours.
We switch back to 3rd, David Jacques for V-Apex Racing Green. Got a nice little battle between himself, Hendrick, and Chambliss, all very close together, within half a second of each other. As they work their way through some of the more technical sections here, up into Cunningham. Potential place to maybe sneak a pass in. Now through the narrow Collier. And that braking zone where we saw on lap 1, it went wrong for one driver. I'm sure it's going to go wrong for many others throughout this race. Still 5 hours and 54 minutes to go. We've barely passed the first 5 minutes of this long and grueling race.
And I just happened to catch James Brown in the Mercedes, not having a good start to his race so far. He just went around again.
And it looks like that was off into sunset. I wonder if he got maybe just a little bit of damage, and maybe that upset the car into that high-speed braking zone.
It's definitely possible. I mean, that's if you have any kind of suspension damage at all, if the weight tries to transfer weird right there, that's probably going to be the one place on the track it's going to show the most.
Now let's head back to Russell Clayson, who we know had problems on lap 1 coming into the hairpin. He has been trying to work his way back through the field, already caught up to 8th place, and I think he's going to make a move here.
Oh, they're tight.
He is giving him no room between those cars, but he's got it done. It looks like before the braking, Dorelli decided it was not his fight here today and let him have the position. So move Russell Clayson, the V-Apex Blue, up into 8th.
There'll be a classic example of why you want to have the problems early. I mean, he'll be able to make up for it, no problem at this point. Keeps going the rate he is.
Well, and we can't forget, there are cautions, full course cautions in this series. So it could come into play where he is right back into things. He could get back up there through pit strategy.
Absolutely, and you already have Jacob Lehman in front of him. It's running in 7th. That has a little bit of front end damage as well. So I mean, he's probably should have the. I guess at least it evens out as far as the aerodynamic advantage from the damage that Russell came up with earlier on in the race.
Let's go to Ryan Wallace, who is trying his hardest to get past Alguacil and the GAS Competition team. Those guys were side by side for a number of corners here, and he's going to get another chance.
Oh, he tries some late braking, closes up a lot in that going into that hairpin, but can't quite get alongside him.
Probably a wise move from how far back he was. Now they head through Fangio down into Cunningham. heavy braking of that right-hander. Once again, that curb on the inside, I don't know about you, Aaron, but that inside curb of Cunningham has caught me off guard many a time when I tried to get a little greedy on the inside.
Oh yeah, with how flat the track is, you can get really greedy with those curbs, and it can really mess you up going into some of the corners for sure.
And this is for that 5th position that these guys are fighting for, looking for a top 5.
Back up in the DPs, Jacob Lehman was just able to get around Darwin Mintz in the Speed Asylum Dragon car for 6th spot, and Darwin's already fallen back into the clutches of Russell Cleason.
Cleason continuing to make progress here as he heads around Big Bend. All of these 3 very close. He's looking for 7th now. Let's see what he can do. And I think I saw Russell blink a little bit there. Not uncommon, as I believe he works in Mexico, or near Mexico, if I'm not mistaken. His connection isn't always the greatest, but he's got a great run here on Mainz. Look to the inside, down into Cunningham, but thinks better of it. But look at the car behind him. Sergio Torelli gaining about a second in the braking zone. As we ride on board with Mainz, looking back at Clayson, smoking the tires, trying to get up to him.
All these guys right now are putting down lap times in the 1:56, 1:57 range. Right now, our leader, Juan Lopez, is putting down 1:54s, so he continues to run away at the front of this pack.
That is some incredible pace. He is not letting up for anybody. Try and work up the gap all he can, although that may go away if we get a caution. Meanwhile, we look back at this battle here. Christopher Heinrich working to hold off Chuck Chambliss. Chambliss not quite close enough this time as they come up to turn 1. In fact, Chambliss looks to be more under threat from Jacques there with V Apex Green. Those of you who are new to iRacing, seeing the smoke from those cars now, they don't have to worry about flat spots yet, but from what I understand, Adam, that could still overheat those.
Yeah, tire overheating, that's the side effect. That's kind of how that effect comes across right now. And the more you heat up those tires, of course, you overheat them, they're going to become slick. I mean, it'll become like driving on glass eventually. Probably still a little ways from that, but as we get closer to the end of the stint and those tires have a little bit of age on them, that'll really start to play more of a role.
Well, a little bit farther back, Clayson was able to get past Mainz, and he's already rocked up to the back of Lehman for online sim racing. As they work their way up into Tower, tries to get himself a good exit, but a lot of wheel slide there. It's a good job to hold on to that, actually.
And just want to note that so far we have 2 cars in the pits, kind of been there for a little bit. Bob Grant, the Work in Progress Racing, and the Torque Checking car, both kind of hanging out there right now after some early contact.
Sad to see. Now we haven't checked in on you in a while, Ayrton. What's been going on in the GTD class? Haven't really seen a whole lot of battles there yet.
No, not really. The closest battle is probably for that 5th place position between I can't even pronounce this, Competition team and Bad Cactus Racing. But the top 4 have been, they kind of spread out, but they're staying like contained within like a certain amount of seconds of each other. So 49 Motorsports about 2 seconds off the leaders of Heisenwald right now. So he's keeping him in the distance, but can't really catch up at this point.
Oh, let's go back to Russell Clayson because he is side by side. Oh, and now finally Lehman backs off, but he made the move down into 3, set it up, coming out, and it's still not over as Lehman makes a mistake, dips the wheel, coming out into Big Bend. Here comes David Mainz trying to get one more position back as he lost it to Clayson earlier. He's on the outside, down into the hairpin. Can he go deep enough on the brakes? He's got the position, gives him space. Nicely done for Darwin.
Jacob Lyman almost tried to pull an over-under move on Russell when he went by, and that's when he put the wheel off, and that cost him probably a good second for that lap, and gave Darwin Venus a chance to get around him. That was really close.
Under braking, Lehman almost got in the back of Mines once again, and that unfortunately gave a horrible exit to Lehman. Now Dorelli is on the back of him. Dorelli's been sitting in the popcorn position, just eyeing this battling going on. And it looks like he can't get himself a run to try and overtake into that 8th spot. He's going to have to wait for a better chance a little bit later down the line.
And back up the front of the pack, Juan Lopez is almost to the back bumper of Sven Kamertz, who was should have started on the pole, but for some reason starting in the pits here for this evening. And he might be the first car in the DP category to go a lap down if he can't find a little bit more pace in front of the leader. And before too long, we're going to have the GTD cars mixing in here.
You know, that to me tells me, Adam, that I think there's some definite damage on that car. It seems strange that the pole sitter would be going a lap down this early, even with the troubles that they had. There's got to be something that is slowing that car down significantly.
Well, with the contact and everything else, and I think he might have come into the pits at least at some point, whether it be for a change of tires or something. But for a while, his pace has actually been pretty close to Juan. He's been able to stay out in front of him, maintain a little bit of a gap. But the gap here in like the last 2 or 3 laps is finally starting to go away for Sven, and I think he's going to fall into the clutches of Juan within the next lap or two here.
Now, interestingly, we've got a penalty. Car number 95 has a drive-through. That is Ryan Wallace and Bad Cactus Blue. And they're saying it happened in lap 2, turn 3. I'm going to see if I can dig that up and figure out. And they have not appealed. They're coming in to serve it. Oh, and that was the incident we saw with James Brown, spinning him around. And Ayrton, you noticed something interesting about the pole here?
Well, during qualifying, Alex Ellis for Blackadder Motorsports was actually one who set down that qualifying lap that put them on the pole. But he has not actually driven the car this race, so it might be a problem on his end, maybe hardware or something like that, which was the reason why he couldn't start the race.
I'm trying to recall, we might have to dig up the rules here. I wonder if the reason they started from the pits was, as you mentioned, that maybe he had a hardware problem. Yes, we're getting confirmation the qualifier does have to start the race, so that's why they were not on the pole. Mystery solved. Sven Kamertz, in the meantime, goes down one more position, like those positions are on sale at Kmart.
Well, that tidies up an early race story right there.
Bit of a moment for Lopez, getting a little squirrely coming through 3. Now, I have been seeing a bit of dust kicked up. It's a little bit harder seeing it dragged onto the track into this darkness, but we should mention, Ayrton, although I guess, Ayrton, you haven't gotten to drive on as much as maybe Adam has, so maybe I should hand to Adam about the dirt being dragged onto the track. That's a factor now in iRacing.
Well, it really is, and it gets underneath the tires, and it makes the track very slick in that part until enough cars kind of ran through it and kicked it up. So you're talking almost a good lap or two, especially when we only have 24 cars on the track.
As we look at Christian Kvyt, our leader in the GTD class, has been holding things down, not as dominantly, Ayrton, but that's a tidy little gap that he's got.
Yeah, he broke away in the first lap when Jere Yanis was fighting for that second place position, and it's kind of just held there consistently, about 2 seconds. Actually, it's gained a little bit now, about 3 at this point in the race, so he's gradually getting away, but Jere Yanis for 49 Motorsport just needs to keep him kind of just in there in the distance. That's all really he has to worry about for now.
And I think it's safe to say you're pretty familiar with those 49 guys. What do you think is Jere and Dexter's strengths? I'm assuming it's Jere and Dexter out there driving today. What do you think they need to do to try and get up there with that Hussenfeld team?
Well, they're both very consistent drivers. I know Dex is a huge fan of pit stop strategy, so he's probably going to, later on in the closing moments of the race, trying to get some advantage in that point of the race for sure.
Dexter, one of the hardest thinkers out there in iRacing, works, as you said, works very hard, very analytical driver, trying to exploit every possible thing that he can out of the car, out of the track, out of the strategy, out of the rules.
And we have the first GTT car getting mixed up with the leaders of the prototype class now, as Richard McClure is the first car to get caught.
And now it starts to get interesting. I wonder if we should hop on board with Lopez and watch him try to scythe his way through these slower classes. Here we are sitting over his shoulder. Coming up to what looks like a BMW in front of him. That is Brett Kincaid. He's going to nicely move out of the way, let him through.
Now, one thing, just as a kind of a side note, that I didn't know about these cars until last year, these C7 prototypes, very easy. You find multiple different versions of them. You have a right-hand drive and a left-hand drive version of them. But the one that iRacing scanned was a right-hand drive, and that's the reason why we sit on the right-hand side of these cars.
Making all the Europeans happy, but not necessarily the Americans. Meanwhile, we've got a battle for second place. This is overall Heinrich and Jacques still together.
Yeah, Jacques actually got past the via Apex Racing Group Yellow a couple of laps ago.
Was there a contact there?
No, he not by much, but he missed the contact.
Wow, both drivers pushing very hard, going almost into the grass on the exit of Sunset. And Jacques is working very hard to get into that second place. Sorry to interrupt there, Ayrton.
Yeah, I was just saying he's been running through. He was sitting behind in 5th place only 2 laps ago and managed to get all the way up to 3rd at this point. Now pressuring.
Oh! Big mistake from Heinrich, and he just stays out of the tire barrier. Let's look at the replay. I thought for sure he was going to go and make damage to the front splitter there.
Oh.
Wow. Wow, it does not get closer than that.
You know, in the grand scheme of things, it kind of goes back to what I was talking about earlier. You can see him here. He wobbles, goes into the corner, and then it almost just decides that he's not going to catch the car. Might as well ditch it into the grass and just try my best to keep it out of the tires, because he knew that he wasn't going to save it. He tried to save it. It was going to come back out on the track. He was going to get hit and have a lot more damage than what he otherwise did.
So that loses him 7 positions. He's all the way down to 9th when he was in P2 before. He's got a lot of work to do. Meanwhile, we oh, blue line might have had a spin. Norton. What position were they in, Ayrton? Can't remember where exactly.
I think it might contact.
Oh yeah, we saw
Robert
the replay.
Yeah, Robert Kanchian went into the rear of him as he got loose.
Yeah, Shane Norton was already almost all the way going around by himself, and then Robert just had nowhere to go but right into that right rear quarter panel.
BMW isn't known for its top speed in the first place. I wonder how much damage it's got on the front of that Braxton Motorsports machine. Not seeing much, but the darkness might obscure it a little bit. That looks decent enough.
Well, that's one thing about the BMWs. They're built like tanks in this. So, I mean, yeah, he might have a little front end damage. It might slow him down a little bit, but he's got plenty of time to be able to let attrition take its toll in this race.
Meanwhile, we got a battle for 4th. Stefan Walden. Oh, excuse me, Valder. Coming up through. Very difficult to go side by side here through Collier. He's got the inside down into Towler. Dominique backs out of it, lets him have it. Let's see if he tries to back up the corner, get himself a run through Bishop, but it's not enough. And it looks like GAS Competition has to give up that 4th position.
Get ready to see just how big of a role the draft will play here. Maybe he can try to set up to get him back going into Sunset.
Absolutely. It's a very long straight on that Ullman straight. And look at the run he's got. I don't think he even needed that draft, Ayrton.
Yeah, Valder going super defensive right now. He doesn't want to let him get the inside. Going into Sunset Bend. August Schweel is going to go to the outside. Going to try to get a good run. Almost hitting those cones. And they're still side by side as they're entering or exiting the corner at this point. And not going to get the best run out of it. But doesn't have quite the draft. He might be able to make a move going into one. He doesn't decide to go defensive. Stuck on the outside as Dominique tries to go on the inside, might be able to get it. And they're still side by side as they exit turn 1, heading down over to turn 2. Oh, very close. And Dominique Augsburg still on this inside, sir. Oh my gosh.
Very, very difficult place to go side by side.
Wow. Oh, that is some driver talent right there from both drivers. Dominique doing a great job to get that spot back from Valder, but it isn't over yet. Here they go down to the hairpin, Ayrton.
Aquasil going defensive as Valder goes to the outside. It's very hard to pass on the outside on this wide turn, or tight turn rather. Can't quite get it. You can't get enough speed on the outside of that corner.
Teammates
both leaving each other just a lot of room and very, very good, gentlemanly type driving though going on at the same time.
Absolutely. Valder taking a peek to the inside of Cunningham once again. This is where we started to see it kick off about a lap ago, and it's still going on, and it's going to get broken up because our TP leader. Yeah.
Ooh.
Whoa! And Valder blows tower, and it looks like that is going to seal the deal for Dominique.
Looks like he missed his braking zone there. Maybe he got distracted by the prototype driver behind him.
I wouldn't doubt that maybe, gave him a little bit of hesitance. As they come back on the Ullman straight. Once again, it looks like Dominique just did not get a great run out of Le Mans. But I tell you what, Adam, I have to imagine that if they had crew chiefs, if not crew chief, their teammate was getting on the radio telling them, calm down, still got 5.5 hours to go.
Yeah, you can almost see that in the way that they were racing because, yeah, they're racing close. They're racing like they're having fun out there. But at the same time, they weren't racing like it was the last lap quite yet.
All right, so fourth goes back to the GAS competition team. Their BMW victorious in that little battle. It's not over yet. We've got to see if Valder and the online sim racing can come back up on them. All right, well, before we've got our first pit stops, and since things have calmed down a little bit, not too many close battles on screen, let's go through our field order. We got enough time, I think, to go through everybody. Let's start overall. Juan Lopez, he started on the unofficial pole. Took it away when there was a bit of a confusion for the pole-sitting team, not knowing that they needed to put their qualifying driver in there. So Lopez leads. David Jacques has been holding down second recently, but he's got Chuck Chambliss not far behind as they work their way through traffic. Fourth is held by Aiden Pike, and then rounding out the top five, Ayrton Russell Clayson, still making a steady climb since his lap 1 incident in the hairpin.
Yeah, great comeback drive from him. Do we want to do top 10 or onto GTD?
Just keep on going through the field. Let's give it some time.
We got Sergio went around for the Club Ham team.
All right, before we'll jump back to the order here as we watch the replay of Sergio. And the prototypes had a little bit of traffic here.
And just lock the rear tires up and around it went.
Whoa!
And a little bit of contact behind as well.
That looks like that was happening in Cunningham there. Well, they live to fight another day, and we live to try and continue through the field order. Let's go back to Ayrton through next 5 in the prototypes.
Yeah, 6th place is Darwin Mintz for Speed Asylum Dragon. Club Ham is not in 7th place anymore. I don't know what position he dropped back to, so I'm assuming he's in 9th. But that means in 7th place, Online Sim Racing, driven by Jacob Lehman. Blackadder Motorsports is behind him, driven by Christopher Heinrich. Rodrigo Improta da Silva is driving for Club de Volante in 10th place behind Club Ham, who's in 9th now, and then in 11th, final prototype on the lead lap is Accord Racing Team driven by John Eckert.
All right, and starting at the leader right now in the GTD series, we have, sorry, 1 second. We've got Christian Kywit running with Team Heiskveld Engineering. 49 Motorsports right now with Jared Jonas. They're running in 13th overall, but second in class. Sweet Spot Racing, third in class. Martin Heller behind the wheel. Dominic, excuse me if I mispronounced the name, Alguacil running in 15th overall, and he is running with the GAS Competition team. Also, the first car 1 lap down to the leader. Stefan Walder running in 16th position in the online-simracing.de car in Do-1. Blackadder Motorsports, excuse me, in the 68, they are running 17th overall, and that's actually one of the DPs. That's Sven Kamritz. He, of course, that was the pole sitter car that had the problem right there at the start. Robert Kansian running in 18th position for Blue Cactus Racing Team Blue, and in 19th position, Ryan Wallace right now running for, excuse me, that's the Bad Cactus Racing Blue team. And right behind them, the Blue Line Motorsports team, Shane Norton trying to recover from a little bit of an early problem, running in 20th overall. And Richard McClure running behind them for the V-Apex GT Racing team, 21st overall. 22nd overall going to Brett Kincaid, running with the Blackadder Motorsport number 66 car. Work in Progress Racing with Bob Grant behind the wheel, and also Torque Chicken. I'm going to call it Chicken. Chicken, Torque Chicken. I like that name. I really do like that name. And the 584 car, James Alex Brown, both them and Bob Grant, they were trying to get back from early problems, but they're running 7 and 8 laps down to the leader respectively, but they are back on track, and that's the important thing.
Just got to keep going, keep at it, put the laps in. It's a long race, and you don't know who can get it back. You did pretty good with Alguacil. I thought you pronounced that well. I will help you with one, because I know, because I've actually met him. Those 49 Motorsports guys. It's Jere Janis. Those Finn names are very difficult, but Jere is what I've been corrected in person.
Yeah, you know, it was Yari that he told me one time that the best way to pronounce Finn names is treat it like every third letter is almost like treat it like a different syllable almost. And
that sounds about right.
That you'll be doing pretty good.
Poor Yeri has heard us butcher his name for about all 3 years of GSRC's existence now. So I'm sure he's used to it.
Once upon a time, when I was back and working in real TV, I was substitute teaching, and I was always known as the substitute teacher that would butcher people's names. So I've got that going for me.
To continue the tradition. All right, we jump up to our first place driver in the GTD, Christian Kvyt in that Audi. And, you know, speaking of which, since we got a little bit of time, let's talk about the differences between these GTD cars, because that's a big thing that sets it apart from the C7 class, where it's all a single make, because each car's got a little bit of different strengths, although these cars are relatively similar compared to the other two that we're missing from the GT3s that are on iRacing.
Well, you know, right now in the GTD cars, the biggest one, the one that's the most different out of them all, is probably the Audi, and that's because with the four-wheel drive for it, it's full-time four-wheel drive, but I think you have a little bit more drive in the rears than the fronts. It definitely has different handling characteristics than the other three cars that we've got out there right now. The Mercedes, the BMW, they're actually, I personally, this is me personally, they feel like they drive the same, but the BMW, I think, is built more like I was talking about it earlier, more like a tank. I mean, the car can take a beating if you really wanted to. It's just perfect for these endurance racings. And the Mercedes, though, I think has a little bit more straight line speed, a little bit better aerodynamics. But yeah, all three of those cars in the GTD class are different. It really kind of comes down to what's going to be your driving style.
Real quick, I want to double check to make sure. Is the Audi 4-wheel drive? I thought for sure.
I was pretty sure it was 4-wheel drive in this series.
Oh, we'll have to look at that. Well, yeah, we'll check into that, see if we can get confirmation. I thought the GT3 version was specifically made as 2-wheel drive because of the rules of GT3 cars. But anyways, Martin Heller is in 3rd place right now as we watch him work his way around Sebring. It's been a bit of a quiet race for Martin, Aaron. We haven't really seen a whole lot of him, not battling or anything or have any dramatic moments, but podium spot right now, that's pretty solid, even though it's in the first hour still.
Yeah, he made that move in the first corner on Jere Yanis on the first lap, and they're side by side for quite a while on the first lap, and then kind of just drifted away into the distance in Jere's rearview mirror. So, I mean, he's still standing 3rd, pretty strong. Competition team has fallen pretty far back since they've been battling in.
Yeah, he got, front end damage, I think at least 3 times in this race he's made some contact with his front end. Most recent being, of course, when we had the spin just a few laps ago. He was the one that was kind of coming up right on top of it at a high rate of speed, and he got into the back of another car. I forget who that was at the moment. But he's had an eventful race, and he's just hoping right now just kind of keep the nose clean for the rest of the stint. And, of course, we're going to be coming up on pit stops here before too long for the DPs.
Meanwhile, I'm trying to see if we can get an interview with one of our teammates. It isn't out in the car right now. We're seeing if we can get the okay from Dexter Castro to pull him into the room, talk to him real briefly about that 49 Motorsports BMW that's currently sitting in 2nd place in the GTD class. Haven't heard back from him yet. I'm pretty sure Dexter will be ready to talk to us. He's always happy to talk to us here in the GSRC booth. Meanwhile, 3rd place under threat and the prototypes. Chuck Chambliss has the number 33 of Clayson closing in. Continued progress. Dealing with a little bit of traffic there.
Yeah, it's Martin Heller, that 3rd place position in GTD.
I tell you what, Adam, this is quite a run for Clayson. I mean, it's been less than an hour. It's what, 35 minutes? Actually, less than that because he spun a little bit way through lap 1.
Oh, we got some action right in front of him.
Whoa!
David Jacks, our 2nd place car, was off track right there. He kind of blew his braking point and had to work his way back on while trying to give people some room.
Had that runoff road on the exit of turn 7, the hairpin. Thankfully, he was able to rejoin without having to cut through too much grass.
But anyway, going back to Russell Clayson, no, he's had a fantastic drive tonight, and he's been able to make up all that ground for the most part, almost all the ground, without a pit stop so far, without any benefit of having a full course yellow. He's just done it by just pure driving at this point.
We'll have to keep watching, see if Clayson can go higher than 3rd, maybe even higher than 2nd, get himself into the lead. Meanwhile, we do have the teammate to our 2nd place driver in GTD up with us in the booth. Dexter, how you doing? Need Dexter to turn his mic on here real briefly. Well, while he tries to get mic'd up here, we're continuing to watch his teammate, Jere Yanis, the Finn, work his way around this famous Florida circuit. Sebring, one of the, I believe actually the oldest permanent road course in the United States and North America, if I'm not mistaken. Is that the right stat?
I'm actually not 100% sure on that. I don't think it is, because it's only been around since the early 50s as far as the permanent side of it. I do think there's at least one or two that might be older.
Let's try Dexter one more time. Dexter, you got us? Still not hearing Dexter, unfortunately. So, looks like we won't be able to talk to Dexter. We'll try and get him sorted out a little bit later. We'll let him back into our waiting room. Meanwhile, let's watch the action on track, because Chambliss, as we watch out his gearbox, has Russell Clayson really hounding him at this point.
Yeah, Clayson trying to get that third place position back. And I think even if once he gets past him, he might have to pace to catch up to that second place driver of David Jacks as well. David Jacks qualified behind him, so he might have to pace.
Yeah, I'm curious to look at the lap times to see what they are comparatively before Clayson pulled up to the back of Chambliss here. Looks like they're heading through 15, 16 now up to Le Mans. This is going to be a great place for him to try and do it. Goes just a little wide and he loses momentum, so Russell Clayson is not going to get a chance to try and sneak up the inside of Sunset.
And by the way, Joe, you were right. It is one of the oldest road courses in the U.S. as far as permanent road courses.
So all those years of being a racing nerd growing up are finally paying off.
That's right. There was a couple that opened up right around there, though. Willow Springs, I think, was within a year or two of it. And Road America, I think, was within a year or two of Sebring also.
Yeah, I think that's correct. Road America, definitely one of those old ones. And this course really does speak to that time. Even though it has changed quite a bit, this is definitely not the original layout by any stretch of the imagination. But it's still got that old school feel.
It does, you know, and one reason why is because the way that they used to, you know, particularly the old airfield parts of the track, when they were laying the concrete down originally, the way they did it back then was it had very wide seams. Like you look at concrete nowadays, there's not much gap between, between, I guess, panels of concrete. I don't know the exact terminology there. But back then, the seams were very wide, and that's kind of what adds to the bumpy nature, especially as you go onto the old runway.
Certainly. Chuck Chambliss has got himself a break as we've been watching them weave through traffic. He just got by Bob Grant. But because of that traffic, these guys have now come up to the back of David Jacques. And as Ayrton said, we could see Clayson move to second. What'd you see?
Clayson had to make evasive action in order not to hit Bob Grant. Ended up going to the dirt, entering towers, that is.
Ooh, yeah, actually. Not sure if we saw that on screen. Took out a number of cones. Here we go. We're going to look at on the replay.
Russell's around.
Oh,
and he gets hit
Bob
twice.
Grant as well as Yuri Yanis in that 49 Motorsports car.
Two GTD cars had to split him, and he got tagged in both the front and the rear. He's bent up pretty good.
We're going to look at this replay after we abandoned that old one. This one a lot more important. This was, let's see, I think this was coming into 15 out of Bishop. And there you can see that rear starts to come around once again, Adam.
Hey, the old tires at this point, I mean, they're getting really close to their pit stop. And, man, that he's going to have to do some more. Hopefully that this is just superficial here as far as, and I think he's going to be trying to come into the pits here.
Yep, here he goes. It looks like it's just going to be an early stop for him. We don't see it on screen as we're watching on board from Yanis. With a car to the outside and a car going completely perpendicular to the track, I think it's safe to say he had nowhere to go.
Not at all, and even Bob Grant didn't really have anywhere to go either. It was just a bad place for everybody concerned.
And there you can see Bob Grant is absolutely limping in. He is going very slowly around Sebring. So he must have significant damage, maybe potentially to one of the corners of the car suspension.
I wouldn't be surprised especially with the way that the rear of Clayson's car caught Bob. I wouldn't be surprised at all if there's at least a little bit of suspension damage back there. Particularly, I think it was on the right rear there. The way the wheel kind of sticks out, it's perfect for that car to kind of grab.
Well, this is a shame for a number of parties, especially for Clayson and that V Apex Blue after all the progress they had made from that early mistake. as well for Grant. Yanis, I was going to say, is a shame for him, but he's still in second place at 49 Motorsports. BMW is still going.
All three of those guys, he's the one that probably got away the best. And Russell, by the way, is back on track. It seemed like a normal pit stop time. They got the rear bodywork replaced, and he's back rolling. So hopefully it was just superficial damage.
It was also not the worst timing for him as well, because it's just around that pit window for the prototypes as well.
Yeah, I was just about to say they were 3 minutes shy of 45 exactly, so they had just a little bit of a short stop, I guess.
Yeah, that might actually work out in his favor as you go closer to the end of the road. He's not having to pit at the same time everybody else is. Things aren't crowded. And imagine if a full course yellow was to come out in the next minute or two.
Ooh, yeah, that could very much work in his favor. We'll see how the luck plays out, though. Our podium still Lopez, Jacques, Chambliss for our prototypes, and then over in the GTDs, it's still Kvyat, Yanis, and Heller. Has not changed on those. All right, I think it sounds like maybe we have Dexter Castro ready again. Says he's got it. Let's pull him into the booth and see if he's got everything worked up. Let's see if we got him mic'd up correctly. Dexter, you got us.
Hey guys, do I have
There we go.
There
All
we
right.
go. Sorry. I'm not sure what the deal was, but apparently closing it and reopening it fixed it. But so that's always the solution, eh?
There we go. Beautiful. All right. So tell us a little bit about what's going on with you, especially with that scary moment. You lose a few hairs on your head after that one?
Yeah. I was just trying to figure out my my push-to-talk problems or microphone problems or whatever it was, and then that happened. He says he didn't feel anything, so I guess we came out on the good end of the net code this time.
Yeah, we're looking at some close angles on the car, and it doesn't look like severe damage. There's just a little bit of a dent, it looks like. Now, other than that, do you guys have a plan? Do you think you can catch Christian Kvyat in the Huskenveld engineering car? Do you think you got the pace or strategy?
Well, I mean, it's a long race. There's, a decent chance of there being cautions, so it's real early to start worrying. I mean, even when we were just hanging behind them, we weren't really trying to close on them. Like, I'm sure I saw you guys notice that we fell back pretty quickly in the first couple laps. We just wanted to get out of their dirty air because the BMW just loses so much performance when you don't have the downforce on its nose.
Now, I know you guys were very close in the championship. You came in second in drivers and second in teams. Do you think you can redeem yourself in the western leg of the championship and move up one step?
Yeah. I mean, I think we had all the elements really to win that. It just didn't fall our way. I mean, we had some bad luck at Daytona, and then we had a few of our own just silly mistakes that cost us. But in the end, either without like one of our mistakes or without the bad luck at Daytona, there were a lot of places where we could have made up 7 points. So I feel very good about this season.
All right. Well, here's hoping and crossing fingers you guys maybe are able to improve and take that gold medal. Thanks for coming and talking to us, and good luck when you hop in the car.
Yeah, thank you very much, Joe.
That was Dexter Castro, teammate to second place driver in the GTD class here, Yanis, in 49 Motorsports. Now, while we weren't watching, Sven Kemarts actually had a bit of a spin. He was about to overtake John Eckert and finally move up from last place in the prototypes, and unfortunately lost about 10 seconds trying to get his car going again. So it looks like that Blackadder Motorsports is very much having a race to forget. Now, the fact that they've caught the field is at least encouraging, though, Adam.
It is. I mean, and he's, we were talking about earlier when Juan Lopez was getting ready to catch him, that his pace, for the most part, is there. It's just that Juan has just been the the class of the field, bar none, here so far today. But Sven has been right there. If it hadn't been for just a couple of key mistakes, he might actually still be on the lead lap. Some, they're doing, some not they're doing. So it's going to be one of those ones. Still got over 5 hours to go. And what's going to happen over the next 5 hours? Can they maybe take advantage of some other people's mistakes and get back up in the mix of it?
I'm sure they would appreciate a caution as well to give them a chance to maybe strategize their way back onto the lead lap. And you talked about Lopez and his dominance as we look at him on screen now. Look at the gap between... Whoa! Who is that spinning behind him? That was McClure in the VA Apex GTD car. That's an Audi out there. Did they hit the wall? I couldn't quite see.
You've got significant front end and rear damage.
That looks like, was that coming out of Le Mans? There it is. That's why they have those tires there. Wow, that was a hard hit.
Yeah, just got a little bit of wheel spin on that exit and couldn't catch it.
And he's going to go ahead and come right into the pits.
Once again, a little bit early, as they're only 50 minutes into this race. As we said, could probably make about 70. Meanwhile, we got someone coming in behind GTD car, and that is P2 David Jacques.
Excuse me.
Jacques, yes, Jacques Cousteau. The Apex Green.
Get the feeling everybody's laughing at me.
Oh, we've all watched names plenty. You will get used to that on GSRC. So David comes into a stall, hits his marks, an important part of endurance racing with those pit stops, being nice and precise. We switch back to our leader, Lopez. We were saying before that gap was 26 seconds. That's still about where it is between himself and instead now Chambliss, who jumps his way into second since he hasn't stopped yet. Jacques has completed his stop, and he is back out. Now, this pit exit is interesting, Ayrton, as we'll see here on screen.
Yeah, you get put right on the racing line, or yeah, right next to the racing line on the exit of turn 1. So you have to be really careful of guys coming through turn 1 as well.
And it's very difficult because you can't see them in your mirrors really when you're coming out, because they're kind of coming up perpendicular to it. Now, thankfully, he didn't have any traffic approaching. Martin Heller was coming up, but since he was the slower class, he was not going to catch him.
And you can see how much that rear end is moving around on him as he's on the outlap, and that's those cold tires and those C7 Daytona prototypes. They do not handle cold tires well at all.
Looking like a giraffe on banana peels out there, but Jacques seems to start to be getting them up to temperature. And our leader is coming into the pits in the meantime. Just working his way past Richard McClure and Bob Grant, who are still getting repairs taken there, you can see on screen.
Missed his marks?
Ooh, by some margin.
The Apex Racing yellow in it as well, so it looks like this is the time for all those prototypes to head in.
However, Pike behind them, you can see, does not head into the pits, so I believe he's going to inherit the lead, rather.
Lopez
That'll
out.
be interesting. I can imagine him saving that much more fuel than the rest of the guys.
And I believe you can change fuel settings in these DPs. Is that correct?
Actually, honestly, do not have an answer for you on that one, Joe.
Now, I'm watching, coming out of turn 1, from some of the camera angles we're getting it looks like there is a lot of dust and dirt being kicked up coming out of that corner. I'm not sure if somebody dragged some onto the track or if maybe they were kicking it up and the wind was carrying it onto the track. Oh, Chambliss almost loses it coming out of the pits.
That might be a danger zone that we're going to have to watch for these prototypes as we go through the course of the race and the next couple of pit stops, because every single car, the Daytona prototypes that has come out there onto the track has almost lost it right in that very spot.
So maybe the dirt is starting to bother these prototypes as we've been watching. Chambliss having a number of problems. Oh, actually, we were on Lehman there for a moment. now we're on Chambliss. A little bit earlier, we did see him on screen, almost sliding out as he comes up to Cunningham one more time. Behind him, that is De Silva in the same class, but De Silva has yet to take his stop. In fact, our highest pitter at the moment is Lopez, it seems. Behind him, David Jacques, who came in out of second. They've got Jacob Lehman, who's yet to come in for his stop. Lehman, however, was a front runner
coming in
earlier on. Yes, there we can see.
And by the way, Richard McClure back on the track after that incident into the tire barriers.
Great to see him still going. Meanwhile, Lehman into the pits.
Now, I'm going to be interested to see how long Lehman actually stays in the pits here, if they're going to try to repair some of that damage that they incurred, through I think the 3 different times they've had contact during the first stint.
Oh, and got a driver swap going on. Ryan Smith comes into the Speed Asylum Black. He is taking over for...
And also Marcel Mersa coming in for Jacob, right behind him.
All right, so some drivers electing to get a fresh guy into there. And let's talk about that, Adam, because there's definitely a strategy, I would imagine, to how and when you do your driver swaps, based partly on the time lost and partly on freshness of the driver, familiarity with the course. What tended to be your influence as... Oh, there was a car that speared off. I'm sorry to interrupt myself almost. James Brown. Looks like he went straight into the tires. Almost like a brake failure. Except they don't have those in iRacing. Oh, it looks like he overcorrected. And there you can see.
Well, wasn't it one of the Corvettes that did almost something pretty similar to that in the real 12 Hours of Sebring earlier this year? I mean, that looked almost exactly like one of those vets.
Might have been those bumps just catching him out in that Mercedes. So back to what I was asking before. What in any endurance races with driver swaps that you've done, Adam, what influences how your team decides when to swap?
Well, I've only done a handful. The big one that we did with my team was the 24 Hours of Daytona, the iRacing 24 Hours of Daytona earlier on this year. And the biggest factor then with that long of a race was definitely fatigue, because we were trying to make sure everybody was able to match, get at least a little bit of sleep schedules, stuff like that. Here, though, being a sprint race, you might not see, as often as you would otherwise, because you have to factor in that time loss. I mean, 6 hours in the world of endurance racing, and that is pretty close to a sprint race in a lot of ways. So you might not see as much as you otherwise would, and fatigue isn't going to play that big of a role, with the exception of the fact that we're racing at night. The lights are dim. You don't have the normal braking markers that you otherwise would. You've got little dots of light lining the track telling you where to go, and all that puts a strain on the eyes. So that might be where fatigue plays a role here, but you're definitely going to have to factor in the time lost.
On screen, we're watching Russell Clayson in 8th place. He's trying to catch Christopher Heinrich. Now, there is a little bit of damage that we could see on the front of Clayson's V-Apex blue DP. Let's see what he can do coming down Big Bend up towards the hairpin. Not quite close enough for the draft. Definitely too far back to try and outbrake him. They're going to stay in line 8th and 7th. Clayson, we saw working his way through the field before he had a second problem, and is now trying to claw his way back. Wow, a lot of gains up through Cunningham. Oh, that was brave.
What a run.
Not often that you see an attempt coming out of Collier and into Tower. So hard to tell which line the driver ahead is going to take into that braking zone, but still Clayson's got the bit between his teeth. And I know Ayrton's familiar with this. Adam might be as familiar, but his nickname that he earned here on GSRC was Cannonball Clayson for his late break-in, and once again demonstrates why he earned that nickname. Very good in the slower zones.
I like that nickname. That's fun. And I look back to kind of see where he got his damage from. He was passing Stefan Walter in the GTT class BMW, and Stefan kind of got loose right beside him and just kind of clipped him just ever so slightly. So that front end damage, I think it looks worse than what it actually is.
Certainly didn't hinder him into that overtake. Meanwhile, David Jacques. Whoa, Jacques is off course. This is in the hairpin. And I think this is where we saw him go off before, and it's in the same fashion. Outbraked himself, except this time he was trying to overtake Christian Kvyat, which is he's the leader of the GTD class. Interesting, but Jacques did not lose a position. Still in second, although now it's down to a second between himself and Chambliss. And Ayrton, I know you and I both know that psychological effect of seeing the mistake and then being within visual range. Oh, as Chambliss almost gets his nose chopped off by Kincaid. Whew, coming through 16 there. But I was going to say, Ayrton, having that mental instigation of oh, I can see them up ahead.
Oh yeah, it's definitely very, I want to say, motivational, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, being able to see, like, when you have someone in your sight, you can see how much you're gaining and losing every corner, and that you can also like improve your line during the race when you're behind someone as well. So I think driving behind someone, the driver behind, like 90% of the time has a really good advantage, not considering like draft effects and stuff like that, but mentally.
As we watch Jacques try and overtake Kvyat, try and work his way through traffic.
Something else to think about too is during that pit stop cycle, David Jacques and the V-Apex Racing Group, they actually gained probably about 6 seconds on Lopez in the lead, and now we're right back to the time gap it was before the pit stop started.
Remember that Lopez missed his stall, had to back it up. Actually, I think didn't he back it up and then move it forward again?
Yep.
Yeah, so a lot of that probably explains the time loss. Meanwhile, we're hearing that Yeryanis has come in for his stop, and looks like Dexter Castro is in the process of being strapped in now.
Yeah, right behind them, in third place, Martin Heller just switched out for David Proel for Sweet Spot Racing as well.
Actually, I'm not seeing the number 49 car on track right now. Did they have an error? Oh, I wonder if they found an iRacing bug here. They're still not back out on track.
Oh, Dexter
no.
Dexter Castro lost connection to the server.
Oh.
Yari just jumped back in. He's going.
Oh, and that is a lot of time lost there. Oh, well, maybe not. We're getting information that it's actually a normal pit stop time. It seemed long. Maybe they did not lose anything.
Still, even if they didn't lose anything, very, very heads up to realize what had happened and jump back into the car real quick before you lost a lot of time.
Absolutely. As we see David Krull hop into the car for Sweet Spot Racing. Now, normally we attribute that to, if a driver loses connection, that's sort of like an electrical failure equivalent in the real world, things like that, as the GTD leader now heads in, Kvyat. But when you're doing a driver swap, I'm not sure how quite you would compare that. I guess a broken nail, other driver had to get in.
Yeah, and this also means, I don't know if they're going to come in and try to switch decks out, or if Yuri is just doing a whole nother stint on his own.
The smart thing to do would just have him do the whole nother stint.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, at this point, they're not going to lose anything. Yuri just might be a little bit more tired.
And meanwhile, in first place in the GTD class, Christian Kvyat came in. Henry Grob is going to take his place. Gross.
Gross, yes, that's an
Gross.
Esset. My 3 years of German in high school are coming back to me.
Got it.
Yeah.
It looks like a big B.
Awkward silence after I bring out the education there. Meanwhile, Dominique Alguacil in GAS has headed into his stall. And it looks like our leader, Gross, is out. So we're starting to see more and more of our GTD pit stops take place. Just about an hour in. Looks like even though these guys can go about 70 minutes, they're going to try and maybe split this up into 6 even ones. Is this actually, we're hearing this is a battle for the lead. Now, I believe these are 2 drivers that have not stopped, so they were going to hand the lead back over. That's Robert Canchin and Ryan Wallace, Bad Cactus and Braxton Motorsports. They're within about 1/10 of each other. Ooh, Bad Cactus car looking to the inside, down into Cunningham. He was given room by Robert, but nothing doing. So he backs off a little bit, gives him some room, tries to set up for another one, but it looks like Ryan is eager to take that position off of him. And now they've got traffic of Lopez, our leader, coming through. Can't, as we're on board with Wallace right now. Is he going to split this battle? Wallace is not going to be happy about that. Oh, but he's going to give him an opportunity. Maybe he will be happy as he sneaks to the inside through Sunset, and it's all for naught anyways, because here comes Canchin into the pits.
I don't know if he necessarily planned on doing that, but I figured he's just lost the spot. He might as well go ahead and come in and get 4 fresh tires.
You're going to lose time. Might as well lose all the time you can.
Just gained information from Dexter Castro. He was planning to get into the car, but his sim crashed right beforehand. So just bad timing for him.
Interesting. There we see Jared Yanis currently in 5th, but we are waiting for a few drivers to pit. Wallace has not come in. Gross is back out there. He should re-inherit the lead once Wallace comes in, and that actually bumps Yanis up to 3rd now. Oh, and John Eckert, last place car, and the prototypes had himself a little bit of spin. Let's see what happened to him. This was coming at a tower. Gets it back going, nothing hit, no damage, except maybe to his ego. Wonder if that's another spot.
Almost had another moment there coming out of Le Mans.
Seems to be struggling out there for that Court Racing team car. As we switch over to our leader of the GTDs, Ryan Wallace. And I wonder, Ayrton, if maybe some dirt is being dragged onto the course over out of Tower, because that's a spot where drivers often can dip a wheel off.
Yeah, a lot of these corners, there's runoff space, but as you said, there's it's very easy to get dirt off the exit of some of these corners. I think also the hairpin as well, it's easy to skim the dirt there. So definitely as the race goes on, that stuff will pile up.
All right, is Wallace coming in? Yes, he is. Here comes our leader and the GTDs. So Team Huskenveld has Henry Gross coming around the corner right now. Sunset Bend onto the front stretch, back into the lights, and back into the lead. We're going to let a few more stops cycle through, then we can try to run through the order once more. And actually, I believe Yes, this should be the last stop, as Wallace is handed over to Ed Varas, one of the series organizers. See if we can find ourselves a battle. I do see that Sergio Dorelli has caught up to Ryan Smith. This is Speed Asylum Black in a battle with Club Ham. Battle for a top 5 position in the prototypes.
I'm liking the diversity in names for some of these teams. You got Speed Asylum Black versus Club Ham.
Ryan Smith having a little bit of a moment right there.
Yeah, terrible exit coming out of the hairpin. This is going to give an opportunity to Sergio Dorelli. Oh, but look at the defensive line from Smith down into Cunningham. Covers him off, but can he get the exit out of here? Looks like he's going to be safe through Collier. So we ride on board with the Ham machine. Sergio not content to wallow down in 6th. Stays behind now as they head up through 15 and 16. Next best chance is going to be a good exit out of Le Mans, and they're going to have traffic potentially helping or hurting. That's Joshua Mertz and the Black Ladder Motorsport 66. Already Smith on the flashers, letting him know they are coming. Streaking by on the inside, and unfortunately for the Ham machine, Dorelli has to take a less than optimal line into the corner. See if he can square it off, get himself a run out of the corner, back onto the front stretch, and it's not enough.
Here's some news. David Crow for Sweet Spot Racing just disconnected. He was sitting in 3rd place, or 4th place in the GTD class. No, 3rd.
Oh, wow. So that is a significant development over in the GTD class as we continue to watch this battle for 5th place in the prototypes. It seems like Dorelli just can't quite get into the position to attack. Has to wait for a mistake. Closes under braking down into 7. Seems much stronger in that slower corner than the Speed Asylum Black machine as we look over the rear spoiler here. Yet again, not quite close enough for that Ham machine. Dorelli probably getting tired of looking at the back of Ryan Smith, getting glazed eyes. Our director just got that one. Took a while. He must have missed the wallow joke as well. We're getting a little bit of guff from our director behind the scenes here. Still 4 hours and 49 minutes left to go. Only just past the first hour mark. If you're just joining us, this is the DGF X Sports Car Series here live on the Global Sim Racing channel. We're watching round 1 at Sebring of the western leg of the championship. Big mistake from Smith. Did he glance the wall?
Yeah, he missed the wall, but man, almost gave up the spot to Sergio there.
Whew.
He still might ultimately lose the spot. I mean, he lost that much time.
He holds to the left briefly, comes back to the line when he sees that he can get back into the racing line. This is going to be a critical moment for Dorelli into the braking of 3, sometimes a passing spot, but he's not close enough again. Let's see if he can set himself up around Big Bend. Smith looking strong coming out of 5. Here comes Dorelli. He's got a bit of a draft. He's closing. It's going to be too little too late probably. Oh, he gets very close to the rear end though. Gets it stopped in time. And unfortunately, he was harder into the corner than he was able to come out of the corner, and he has lost a bunch of time once again.
This is the part of the race where everybody's just kind of clicking off laps, clicking off time, and this is really the battle on the racetrack right now, and it's been a pretty good one so far.
Yeah, I'm fine sticking with this one. This has been a decent amount of excitement between these two. I wonder if Sergio is being just a little bit patient on this, as you said. Not focusing too hard on trying to get that track position with how much time they have left. Especially if he knows he's got the pace. He's got the draft once again down the Ullman Straight. He peeks out. I don't think he's close enough to try to stick a nose in here. Over the huge bumps of Sunset Bend. Gets himself a very good run. He's closer now than before, coming up to turn 1. Takes a little bit of a peek to the inside, but it's a fast corner down into turn 1. Very hard to outbrake people, and he's going to have to wait a little bit longer.
They're going to be coming up on Yari here in just a minute or so. So they'll have a little lap traffic to contend with, slower class car.
Could give him an opportunity. It's Ayrton, as we like to call it in multi-class racing, could act as a pick. Oh,
Yeah,
he takes a
absolutely.
peek. Ooh. That was from a long way back.
Yeah, I don't think he was making that anytime.
We're talking about a pick.
Also, while they're fighting, even though they're fighting for position, they've been gaining time on fourth place. Darwin Mintz, they'll be catching him before too long, too.
So let's talk about what we mean by a pick, because I guess fans of ball sports, football and such might have heard that term before. But we've got an opportunity. Sorry, we'll go back to that in a moment. As Durelli tries to take a peek around the outside of Bishop, he's still close. He could try and sit an end in the 15, but he decides not to.
We might not need to explain what a pick is. People might be able to see here in a second.
That's Yair Yanis just ahead of him, right at the apex. He slows him up, and it creates that exact opportunity that we were describing, slowing him down. Staying to the inside, Ryan Smith claims that inside line. Here comes Durelli. Is he going to try and power around the outside? No, he gets on the brakes early. Looking for the over-under, maybe?
Not quite, but Sunset's definitely the one place in this track where you can make an outside line move work. I just don't think he was willing to chance it at this point in the race.
It's another great run coming down to 1. This is a very, very patient Durelli. Yeah, trying to that inside line. You can see them just kicking up loads of dirt every time through there. Oh, and this is, I think he's got him now. Great run coming out of 5. Here comes Durelli. Look at Smith hugging the inside. Takes the defensive line. Durelli looks to the outside. Tries to outbrake him. They're about dead even. But the corner means that Smith is going to hold on for now.
It's very hard to pass on the outside of that corner right there.
Let's see if he sends a dive bomb down into Cunningham. Nope. Oh, and we got a caution. See if we can figure out, is that and James Brown took a tow. Oh, he's got a smoking engine in the pits. Let me see if I can figure out what exactly happened. Oh, this is on the front stretch, maybe about 60 seconds ago. Oh, this is an unusual wreck, actually. And I can see why the marshals threw a full-course yellow. Here we go. Now, this is coming through Sunset here. Now, watch as he comes down the front stretch. He's going to hug the right side. This is the normal racing line there, and I've done this before, but watch as he gets close to the wall here. Watch what happens. Just hugs it too much, and the car grips it, and unfortunately, that kind of upset the car, and he spears across to the other side, and that's what blew his engine.
Almost made a visit to the pit lane, not the right way.
Yeah, really.
I've never actually seen someone do that. That's crazy.
I've done it before myself, and especially as we ride on board and watch it. Wow, that was a hard hit.
You know, because it slants to the side a little bit to the right, and it looks like he just turned in a little too early.
Yeah, he got a little greedy trying to take as wide a line as possible, I think, and those tires, they're grippy on concrete, but the walls are made of concrete too.
Well, that's a 35-second lead for Juan Lopez that's getting ready to disappear.
All right, well, that's going to make it more exciting for the viewers for sure. So while they sort this out, we're going to take a brief break. We'll be back after a moment. Stick around here on the Global Sim Racing channel as we watch round 1 of the Western leg for the DGFX Sports Car Series. Welcome back to Sebring International Raceway under the starry lights. We are here for round one of the DGFX Sports Car Series, and we are under our first caution an hour and a half into this 6-hour race. Pits have just opened up, so we are going to see if any takers are coming in. It might be a little early for some of our DPs, actually only just slightly early, so let's see if we get any of them coming in. Our leader seems to be coming in. John Eckert seems to be coming in. David Jacques, Chuck Chambliss. Our first driver to stay out is Alex Ellis in the Blackadder Motorsports number 68. Henry Gross follows him out. And I believe, actually, Henry Gross is our leader in the GTDs. So a number of our, in fact, almost all of our prototypes are in.
Also to note, the 49 Motorsports GTD car is pitting on I imagine that's to put Dex into the car now. Yep, he's just hopping into the car.
Curious to what Alex Ellis's and Blackadder Motorsports 68's, what their strategy is going to be here, you know, as far as not coming in, because they were starting to get within a few minutes of seeing a second round of pit stops if we'd stayed green, probably within the next 15 minutes or so.
Was Alex running before the pit stops? I'm curious to see.
He might have been
he was
just
a lap
down. Yeah. So okay, so it's probably just a move to try to get back on the lead lap in hopes that another caution will come out here pretty quick.
That makes sense. Well, you know, even if a caution doesn't come out, I mean, he could come in for a stop and still stay on the lead lap, because I believe the lap is long enough that you don't necessarily go a lap down.
It's entirely possible. I mean, this very well could work out in his favor.
Now, granted, he's going to be very close to the leader when he comes out, and he's going to have the pace to stay ahead of him. But, I mean, you gotta make a gamble. Now, what's interesting about this is Henry Grosser mentioned he's our leader in the GTD. He's our first car in line that's on the lead lap. We might see our GTD leader, the slower class, take the field to the green. That'll be interesting.
Oh boy.
Yeah, we're hearing from the marshals now. All right, so this is going to be a fun time. This is our, let's see. So wait, Gross is a lap down. So is he going to get his... So like we said, we heard from the marshals that he is going to lead on the line. That's interesting. I would have thought they would have waved him around. So this means that our prototypes are basically going to have to go through right at the green. At least Henry Gross. Is there any other? Let's see. Joshua Mertz also is a GTD ahead of them. Dominique Alguacil, Richard McClure, and John Eckert. Let's see. Chuck Chambliss is in the prototype. So actually, we should. This is interesting, Adam. This is something that we missed. I don't know if you'd seen it, and I'd just been rambling this whole time. Chambliss has overtaken the lead ahead of Lopez, so he had a better stop.
Absolutely, which is just going to add to the drama here. Is at the start with the 4 GTD cars in front of the prototypes, and then of course now it's like you're throwing the prototype field on its head with the fastest car right now sitting in third.
All right, so
third in line, anyway.
So here's where we need Bill to give us the odds on a caution coming out right at the start here, because we got our leader in third place, or a former leader in third place, who's clearly been the fastest car, so he's going to be on a charge, and we've got our prototypes having to charge the GTD cars. This is going to be exciting, I think, to put it lightly.
Alex Ellis getting his wave around.
And lights are off on the pace car. That means one more lap to green. We're an hour and a half in now, officially. And while we will get to rest our voices an hour and a half from now, these drivers will have to keep going for another 3 until they see the checkered flag in this event. So let's go through the order real quick. Our leader in the prototypes is Chuck Chambliss. He is still leader overall, even though he's not right behind the pace car. David Meitz is in second place. Juan Lopez is in third in the prototypes after leading the majority of the race. A pit stop has put him a little bit farther down the order. Sergio Dorelli is in fourth, and rounding out the top 5 in our prototypes, is Marcel Mursa and the online simracing.de. Ayrton, what's the top 5 in our GTD class looking like?
Well, leading the GTD class as well as the restart behind the pace car is Henry Gross for Heisenfeld, Team Heisenfeld. Gas Competition has Dominic Agusil. I am really bad at these names.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, Agusil. Who's still driving the car after the first stop. And then behind them is Braxton Motorsports' Robert Cancian. And then Dexter Castro now in that 49 Motorsports car in 4th. And in 5th is Bad Cactus Racing Blue Team with Ed Ferraz behind the wheel.
Boy, this worked out beautifully for 49 Motorsports. They didn't lose a whole lot of position. I believe they were 3rd before the caution came out? Second. All right, yeah, so they didn't lose a position the last stop. So they only lost 3 positions having to come in and make that switch. Meanwhile, we have a car that was out of line. That was Robert Cancian. Not sure what happened there. Oh, actually, Cancian got shoved off track by Jefferson Padovani in the Club de Volante. And you know what? I think Volante maybe lost connection. This happened about 40 seconds ago. Let's see if we can... Yeah, I think the Volante team lost connection here. Or at least we're not seeing things properly, because he almost drove into another car. Yeah, and Jefferson is not showing up on my screen, so I think they're having some connection issues. Meanwhile, we've got one more corner for the restart, first restart of the day. Chuck Chambliss is going to be leader in the prototypes. Henry Gross is going to be leader in the GTDs, and if you think that that's the order they're going to start this race, you're wrong, because it's the GTDs are going to get the green with Henry Gross coming around to the front stretch, waiting for that green to come out. Now he gets it, starts to accelerate away. Just behind him, though, a great jump from Dominique in the GS Competition. And here come the prototypes, making it 3 wide down into turn 1, almost 4 wide.
A little bit of contact.
And Dominique goes for the lead, but he goes wide into the corner. He loses more positions. It is chaos out of the first corner, but everybody manages to get through clean.
Oh.
Now we're into 3. A little bit of contact up ahead.
Darwin and Juan got into it.
Oh my goodness. I don't know how these guys kept it together through that. Beautiful job by everyone in all of that mess. And Chambliss is still our leader, but for how long? Because here comes Lopez looking on the inside, but he's trying to have to hold off Meitz. Meanwhile, Dorelli overtakes we have a couple cars going off. I'm trying to make out who that was that went off back there. There we go. A lot to keep track of here. Meanwhile, our lead 3 cars very close together as Lopez takes a peek in the Collier. And is that Meitz off? Meitz is off coming around Collier. He stays off the track, thankfully. He's trying to get the car going, but he's got to wait for the whole field to go by.
Significant front end damage in that car.
Oh, we talked about this being one of the danger spots. Here we go. I think he was caught off guard by Lopez, getting a little loose there.
My screen, it looks like... Oh, man. The Armco is what really ripped the front end off that car.
Yeah, it looks like he just clipped the tires. We're going to watch it from on board here. Look at how close he gets. It's a little unsighted. Yeah, see that? I think he was trying to take avoiding action going wide there. And then just clip the tires. Meanwhile, battle for the lead is on. Well, battle lead is off, I guess.
Yeah, Lopez got a great run out of the turn 15 to 16, going into Sunset Bend, and cleared him before the corner even started.
Lopez proving why he's led most of this race. Chambliss is not giving it up, though. He's holding him in check. Hasn't dropped back immediately. Let's see if he can ride the coattails of this Vin de Val Sim Racing white machine. And in all that craziness, Henry Gross and Team Husingfeld managed to hold on to the lead in the GTDs. Dominique Alcacil is up into second. I thought he was going to go all the way to the lead with that crazy dive into turn 1, but just a little bit too hot into the first corner. Meanwhile, look at this mess trying to work their way through just past Henry Gross. I believe that's a battle for position between those DPs. And Ryan Smith looking on the inside of Marcel Mercer. They're going to go side by side here through Collier. Are they going to get it sorted out by Tower? They're still side by side into the braking zone. Very difficult to do right here. And Mercer finally gives it up around the outside of Tower. He might lose yet another spot as Mikey Grems and V Apex Green is coming up behind him. Whoa, and our leader, Henry Gross, has to take off the racing line as Smith just sticks his nose in at the last second, goes wide around Le Mans. This is going to give him a horrible exit. And unfortunately for Marcel Mercer, he could not get the exit out of the corner that he wanted because Henry Gross was in the way. Wasn't doing anything wrong, just unfortunately that GTD car was there exactly when he wanted to put the power down.
Man, it must be so hard to be the slower class with like 5 or 6 of those prototypes tailing behind you, all trying to get by while racing each other.
Absolutely, and as the leader, I'm sure he doesn't want to give up any time if possible. He's got to be aggressive to hold on to that lead. Meanwhile, Mercer, as we were watching Henry Gross there, Mercer has Mikey Grems still on him. Mikey taking a little bit of a peek down into the hairpin. Can't quite make it, but here comes Mercer with a mistake. Lets him through, and Grimm says, thank you, I'll have another, and moves himself into P7. We got a car off ahead of them. That's Ryan Smith. Drew Cunningham going wide. Loses momentum, but Collier, as we saw, very difficult to try and make a pass, so Grimm's backs out of it. This restart has been nothing if not exciting. Grims is trying to make it just that little bit more exciting as he comes into Le Mans, exiting onto the Ulrich straight, just about even out of the corner. And fortunately, Adam, I don't think he's going to be close enough.
No, and I'm going back and looking also. We had actually a pretty big incident toward the middle part of the GTD field on lap 43 down the big straight. Shane Norton actually ended up on his roof and collected a few cars, and his day might be done.
We can find the replay. I also see Darwin Meintz in there. Oh, that's right. That's because he had that incident in through Collier. All right, we're going to look and see if we can find out what happened to Norton here. We're pulling up the replay, and I'm seeing if I can get it on my screen as well. That was him coming into the pits. Oh, and this was actually just before where we saw on that replay here. We're going to see it as he comes up through Le Mans. It happens at the end of the Ullman Straight. It looks like he had Richard McClure on his outside, And a car ahead just starting to weave. Caught them out, and he gets punted. Oh, and hit one more time for good measure. Who was that? Trying to make that out. Is that Wolfgang Wildenauer? Yeah, that's Wolfgang from the Online Sim Racing, who gave him a good thwack. And we're going to see it one more time from above. You can see he was weaving to try and avoid the car that was slowing ahead as they were too wide, and it just caught out the car behind, unfortunately.
Very significant contact for him.
That's putting it lightly. Well, they have some time to get repairs done in about 4 hours and 20 minutes to try and regain what they lost, but I'm sure that's not the kind of race they were hoping for. Meanwhile, back up in the lead, and GTD Gross has a gross lead already. 10 seconds over Dominique Alguacil. But credit to this GAS Competition team, Aaron. They've jumped into that second place and have not looked back since.
Yeah, and I mean, some really impressive driving as well. I was very impressed with his dive on the restart there. He didn't manage to pull it off, but it was some surprisingly aggressive driving early on in the race. But I mean, it didn't take anyone out, and it actually made a good impression. I think show he's ready to race.
Now, I don't know if we got the replay in time during the caution, but the number 08 has a penalty.
No, the car 111 does for causing that contact under the yellow with 08 and the 88 car. Or 80,
that's what it was. Excuse me. Thank you. They've got 5 minutes to appeal. Not sure if they're going to appeal that one or not.
I believe they lost connection to the server as well.
So it's basically like penalizing a car that's already behind the wall. Not much point there, but the rules are the rules. I'm sure they're already hurting. Doesn't give much consolation to the car that they ran into under caution. Well, third position has been the hot spot for much of the race. We've seen a lot of battles. Sergio Dorelli and Christopher Hendrick are the ones this time that are fighting for position. Dorelli taking a defensive line into Sunset.
And that 111 car is serving the penalty right now.
All right, so 111 is back in and having to take their medicine. Meanwhile, this battle for third is going to have some traffic. They've got Rodrigo da Silva. Club de Volante might be able to interrupt this battle. Cause a little bit of spice between these guys. Let's see what happens as they come around Big Bend. Is he going to just pull off to the side? Good awareness there from Rodrigo. Just lifts coming around the corner, lets them both through. Let's jump over to 6th place because looks like that's also
in 5th.
Oh yeah, three-way battle here. Kurt Gross, no relation to the other Gross.
Mikey's been on Ryan Smith's back bumper here for the last couple laps.
Now he's at his quarter panel there. Tries to outbrake him down into Cunningham.
Oh,
hits the
under.
apex.
Almost.
Oh, that'd be a hard ass coming through Collier. So it looks like that Smith is going to have to give that one up. He could still come back at him later. Grimm's defended on the inside of Tower. He obviously felt under threat. He hasn't lost any ground on Kurt Gross. Top 5 position within his grasp.
I will say that Mikey Grimm's has been faster than Ryan the last couple laps. It might be one of those ones where it's almost better just kind of let him go and let him burn up his equipment. But of course, granted, he's got to get around Kurt Gross now too.
Oh, look at this run that he's got. This might be a done deal. Gross does not defend. Looking to the inside. Here comes Mikey Grimm's. Very close into that corner. Managed to both make it through. Up around the second apex. Over those bumps. And very close moments behind as Gross almost has contact with Smith. Smith coming to the outside, coming down to turn 1. I don't think he's going to be able to get this as he does not have position. He slots back into line. Let's see if he has a go down to 3. Oh, and he taps him! Gross manages to stop it in time. Almost loses another position from Marcel Mirza, but let's look at the replay first here. And nice little shove there down into the braking zone of 3 meant that Kurt Gross just gets 2 wheels off into the grass and does a very nice job of slowing the car down.
Lucky that wasn't much worse than what it was. That could have been a very big incident right there.
Absolutely. Well, we saw before when I'm trying to remember who it was exactly that almost made his way into the tires in that very corner. And actually, that's correct. You're right. And Gross had to defend off of Mirza for about a lap after, 2 corners after that, I should say. They managed to hold him off. So that split up that battle pretty well, unfortunately. That means everybody in the prototypes are about half a second off or more. We were talking about Dominique and the GAS Competition team, how well they were doing. The commentator's curse seems to have caught them, or more accurately, Dexter Castro has caught them.
Yeah, Dexter Castro doing a great run. He closed in about 3 seconds in the past few laps and is right on the rear panel of Alguacil's car right now.
You're up into the braking of 15 and 16. It's going to be a great chance for Castro. Both of these drivers in BMWs. Big mistake coming out of the corner. 2 wheels into the dirt for Dominique.
Oh, Dexter, I think, is going to get him right here as we go into sunset.
Is he going to hold on? He's on the outside. They about stall out as they reach their top speed, still side by side. The GAS car, however, has the outside and is not able to hold on, but he gets a decent run.
Castro defending on the inside.
Let's see how hard Dexter fights this. He's got track position here with the inside. He's a little bit timid, though. But it looks like Dominique goes wide out into the dirt, holds on to it, but cannot get the run out of the corner, slots back into line. So that's going to give P2 to the 49 Motorsports machine. Meanwhile, we believe we have a blue line driver, Benjamin Fisher. We think it's a blue line driver.
Braxton Motorsports 84 car.
Ah, there we go. That is our 4th place driver at the moment, 4th place team rather, Robert Canchin in the car. Let's see if we can pull Benjamin in, see if we can get him mic'd up and see how their race is going. Benjamin, do you have a copy?
Yes, sir.
Benjamin, we're watching your teammate driving in 4th currently. The cars ahead of him started a little bit of battle, but that seems to be over, so unfortunately it doesn't look like you're going to catch those 6 seconds due to the battling. Do you think you can jump up onto the podium before this is said and done? I know there's a lot of race to go.
Yeah, you're right. There's still a lot of race to go, obviously, but we're extremely pleased with how the race has been going so far. And I mean, you know, anything can happen in such a long race. We had already a couple of real close calls, and I'm just glad that, you know, we didn't get into any more serious trouble there, that we were able to dodge the bad wrecks. And yeah, I just can't, I have to hand it to Rob. He's doing a hell of a job, and I think we have a chance. So we have to see, but chance is all you can ask for.
Absolutely. Just try your best and see where it all ends up as we watch a teammate come around sunset. How is the darkness, how does that feel out there? Is it causing any troubles between you guys in traffic, or is it pretty easy to handle at this point?
Yeah, I haven't been in the car yet. I'll take over from Rob after this stint, so probably gonna get into the car in less than an hour. But I think it is obviously different. But I know that Rob, he loves racing at nighttime, and I generally like it too. It does really help that you have those markers, those reflectors at the side of the track. That makes a huge difference. But it's a lot of fun racing the BMW at night. The car is great, and this track, obviously, you guys said that earlier in the broadcast, is a really great track with a lot of history. So it's always fun racing here, no matter if day or night.
All right, well, thanks for coming and talking to us, and best of luck when you hop in the car. Still 4 hours to go, so get your rest.
Thanks for having me, guys.
That was Benjamin Fisher, teammate to Robert Kanchan in the Braxton Motorsports BMW. They are in 4th position at the moment.
One thing I want to talk about, we were kind of broaching on there when we restarted the race. Alex Ellis, when he took that wave around, for a little while there, he was setting laps just as fast as what our leader was. Ended up having a big moment just as I decided I was going to bring him up. So I guess it was kind of like the commentator's curse, just thoughts from him, though.
Of course. Maybe there's something in the Ellis name in fast driving. Narraton?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
All right, let's go to Ed Verras and Wolfgang Waldenauer, and this is for 5th and 6th position in the GTD class. These guys pretty close to each other as they come through Sunset. In fact, it looks like Wolfgang might be looking for a spot. Doesn't quite get the exit he wants, though. Peeks to the inside, down into one, a little bit too far back. Or is he? He comes from a long way back, up to the rear spoiler of Ed. He is putting the pressure on, not afraid to get close.
Yeah, I don't expect to see Ed cracking under this pressure. He's a really consistent driver.
Wolfgang's got a great run coming out of Big Bend here. Looks to the outside, and that looks like Verras simply lifted and let him through.
Ooh, Chambliss just had a big moment. Ended up losing the spot to Sergio when he was about sideways going through the S's there.
Yeah, Sergio was right on his tail when that happened. That was actually could have been a lot worse when the rear starts coming around in that turn 3. That wall on the left side is not far away. We are almost 2 hours into this race now. Lopez is back up into the lead. He's led 51 of the 54 laps that we have gotten on the books. Sergio Dorelli is about 15 seconds back at this point. He's led a single lap. Chuck Chambliss, he's led 2. After that mistake we just mentioned, he is in the final podium spot after being in 2nd for quite a while now. Meanwhile, even though 49 Motorsports has taken over 2nd place, Dominic hasn't really dropped back. He's within half a second.
The car right behind them is Martin Heller for Sweet Spot Racing. They had the disconnection issue prior.
And that's John Eckert coming back on. And that's in a prototype, so these guys really don't want to get mixed up with him, especially since he's farther down the order in the prototypes, causing them all kinds of frustration through the twisty bits.
And that incident with Kurt Gross a little while ago where Ryan Smith got into him, the Ryan Smith team, Speed Asylum Black, has received a warning for that contact, but no penalty.
Interesting. So they are on watch. These marshals obviously not afraid of handing out penalties when there are infractions. They keep these drivers on a tight leash. Trying to see what our closest battle on the track is at the moment, and I think it is still Verras and Waldenauer. I don't think that's actually much of a battle because Ed, as we know, pulled over, let him through. Let's go back to third place, excuse me, as Christopher Hendrick is within half a second of Chuck Chambliss. This is actually starting to be a battle as well.
Yeah, Chambliss just lost the second place position to Dorelli a couple laps ago as well.
Let's see what Hendrick has for him. Mentioned earlier, Hendrick had a mistake early on, trying to keep himself out of the tire barrier in turn 3. Now trying to make up for that. Finally caught up to the podium. Down into turn 1. Chambliss taking a much wider entry into that corner.
They're going to have some lap traffic getting involved in this battle here, too.
And the plot thickens. That's Josh Mertz just ahead of him. He's going to be able to get out of the way easily.
And then A.J. Allen will be coming up on him here before too long, too. Or rather, the other way around. They'll be coming up on A.J. Allen.
Down into the hairpin they go. Both drivers able to get by Mertz. And I think they're going to catch Allen at the absolute worst moment here because it's going to be coming down to Cunningham, and here's where it gets very tight. Ooh, bit of a look there from Hendrick. Trying to see what he can do around the outside of Chambliss. Oh, I thought they were going to split him for a moment. I don't think you can go 3 wide through there. But thankfully, nice heads up from Allen. He lifts coming into tower, lets them both through. That was a beautiful job by Ellen to be watching what's happening and finding just the right moment to get out of the way. All right, very close, but not a great exit from Christopher. The Black Adder Sports number 69 uses the draft to try and close in, but he runs out of road up into Sunset. Oh, but a bit wide there from Chambliss. Gets the exit critically. He is driving this defense perfectly. Just every time he's got a corner where he needs to get on the power soon, he does it just right. We're right on board with Hendrick.
Alex Ellis finally making that stop.
So, Ellis in 9th, and it looks like, actually, I don't believe he's going to lose 9th. Should be able to.
He shouldn't be. He shouldn't. But you know, that was that part of that strategy from earlier. They were really hoping they'd see a caution come out after we saw the first one. They were hoping for that quickie second one to be able to take this stop in.
And they've got quite a bit of time before Lopez comes back around. So I think they're going to be able to get back out on the lead lap. Meanwhile, Ayrton, it sounds like something's happening for second place once again in the GTD class.
Yeah, Dominique Augusil has managed to stay on the back of Castro and is looking really aggressive. He closed up a lot going into Sunset Bend. Doesn't quite get the exit there, but Dexter Castro isn't pulling away by any means.
That's Martin Heller coming up behind them.
He's a few laps down.
He is, yes, obviously not in this battle. See if he attempts to try and get through. It looks like he might have the pace on these guys, which can always be frustrating when you're a lap down, but you're faster than those guys ahead.
And in third before his teammate lost connection.
Martin Heller, he's been setting some really quick laps since that restart. I mean, he'd be right up there fighting with these guys if he was on the same lap. I mean, he has just been that quick lately. He's caught these guys from seconds back.
We were just talking about the strategy that Alex Ellis employed to get back on the lead lap. I think that we're going to have to see Martin Heller try something similar if he wants to get back into the fight for this race. This is currently the closest battle we can find on track. Castro doing a good job holding off Alguacil.
And the Speed Asylum dragging car is back on the track, but they're running 6 laps now.
So one of the back markers having a day go from bad to worse, unfortunately. Just keeping an eye on this battle for second place. We saw Dominic can be very aggressive when he wants a spot. Just slightly off the apex of Le Mans, though.
Thing to note is that Dominic has also ran the whole race so far on his own. No teammates switch in for him at the moment, so he could be suffering from a little bit of fatigue at this point.
Yeah, he's been out there for more than 2 hours. We just crossed over that 2-hour mark, and you can see he's dropped off of Dexter significantly. I think Dexter saw him approach and realized he had to kick it up a notch there. So that battle's starting to die down as now they are over a second apart. Let's glance up a little bit further up the road. Hendrick, remember we were watching him before, trying to get himself onto the podium. The number 999 of the V Apex Yellow machine, which has Chuck Chambliss in the car. He's been holding on to that third place beautifully with few mistakes, commentator's curse notwithstanding. And as I say that, I think he locked it up into 3. And here comes Christopher with an opportunity. Just a little bit too far back down into the hairpin, unfortunately.
A little bit of lockup there.
Yeah, I think Chambliss is pushing. Just as a small aside, can I say what a great racing name that is? Chuck Chambliss. Sounds like an old NASCAR driver.
I agree.
Almost every hard braking zone, it seems like that right front is smoking. Right on board, the Chambliss just looking over the rear of the car. That number 3 lit up on the side, telling the world its class position. And you know, we almost take for granted those lights now as we've got a really good run coming from Hendrick. This is onto the Ullman Straight. They're coming up to Richard McClure, who's a lapped car. He just pulls off to the side to let them through. Oh, but not enough for Hendrick as now they hit Sunset Bend. Tries to take a wide line. I think he was trying to square off the corner, but didn't quite go how he'd hoped, and he loses some time.
Yeah, also to note, most of the prototype drivers have not actually done a driver swap because they didn't swap after that first pit stop, and then they had an early pit stop with that caution. So probably next pit stop, these guys will be swapping out. But these guys, as I mentioned with the Dominique, they're probably suffering from fatigue as well.
Undoubtedly. As we continue to watch this battle, what I was getting at before is we almost take for granted how awesome in real life these lit up position lights are. Because I remember when they were first introduced, I was actually at the 24 Hours of Daytona watching them run. And they are apparently only a few millimeters thick. These little LED lights. That's impressive what technology can achieve. Well, we got some traffic. This is going to spice things up nicely. That is Robert Canchin just ahead. He holds to the left, trying to let him through. Oh, but he runs out of room. Gets back onto the track. They're going to be side by side into the braking zone. Canchin stays wide, tries to let Hendrick through, but just can't quite get through at the apex. Now he can accelerate away. Got a little bit more traffic ahead of him coming into play. John Eckert just ahead. Same class as them. Oh, but he's drifts wide. So does Chambliss. Gets into the back of him. Here comes Hendrick. They're now side by side.
If anybody was wondering, that's a pick.
Really? Eckert trying to let them through, but can't quite find a way with them both being too wide. Chambliss smokes them once again, coming into the corner. Eckert stays off to the side. He's able to let him through now, and still nothing doing for Hendrick.
While all that's going on, Mikey Grims is starting to catch up to these two. He might make it a three-way battle before too long.
Oh, and I think Hendrick is not too happy with Eckert coming across the line, and Eckert flashes his lights right back at him. Almost gets in the back of him, coming into 3. Whew, that would have been some fisticuffs. And Grims has now got to work his way past this back marker. I think he's just going to hold to the right here. Now it comes, oh, there we go. Now he lifts and let Grims through. And Hendrick is pushing as he has a little bit of an off course coming out of 7. So some interesting info we've got on the driver swaps for the DP. Sounds like it's 24 to 25 seconds if they don't do the driver swap, which, for those of you not familiar, driver swaps in iRacing take a total of 30 seconds from the start of the stop, no matter what. As long as you click the button, the driver swap will end 30 seconds after your car comes to a standstill in your pit stall. Meanwhile, Hendrick has Mikey Grims now on the back of him. We could see Mikey Grims get into 4th place. He's looking to the inside. This is down into Sunset. Hendrick gave him room at the first apex, chops him off at the second one. Goes way wide on the exit, compromises his run out of the corner, and makes it easy for that V Apex Racing green machine.
Man, that corner is so crazy, because you don't know if someone's actually gotten the spot until the very end of it.
That was a wonderful job by Mikey Grims to just see it coming, hug the inside, and get himself the best traction possible off those bumps. Well, since we're just about 70 minutes since most of the last stops in GTD happened, I do believe we should be seeing the GT3 cars coming in once more. Oh, excuse me. We saw a lot of them pit during the yellow, so some, not as many as we thought, might be coming in.
Might be already starting to think about trying to play the race backwards from the end of the race till now.
That's a good point. Which could be thrown for a loop a little bit with the caution, though. We're hearing the only drivers that did not pit in the GTD class during the caution was 1st and 3rd place. That would be Henry Gross. I know it was 1st. I'm not sure who 3rd place was, unless it's 3rd place now that we mean.
That's Dominic.
Yes, it is. It is, yeah, it's GAS. All right, well, Mikey Grims is on a tear. He's dispatched with Hendrick, left him a second behind. He is already within 3/10 of Chambliss. Make that 2/10, 1/10, closing in. They're going to go 3 wide down the front stretch. Just not enough of a run, and he's on the outside as the GAS Competition machine gets. Oh, and Chambliss lifts. Chambliss lets him through. Oh, but he gets in front of the GAS who has to take evasive action through turn 1. Doesn't hit anything, but might have stopped the heart of Dominique for just a moment.
And those guys are V Apex Racing teammates, so they're probably thinking about just keeping the guy faster ahead at this point.
That's a good catch. I didn't check that, and I think that might actually be what's going on between those two. Good call, Ayrton. Now, where did Grems qualify? Or it might have been his teammate actually that qualified it. The V Apex green car qualified in 5th. They're in 4th currently, and they're only 5 seconds back from Sergio Dorelli.
Which, by the way, Mikey, what last lap was over a second faster than Sergio.
And Sergio just got held up quite a bit by Richard McClure coming through Bishop, stuck his nose in, and it got chopped off almost to the point of wrecking. Now he's able to get by. So that's going to slow him up even more. Yeah, the gap is now down to 4.3. I'd say Grems is the man to beat right now, other than our leader, Juan Lopez. So then we have Juan in P1. No appreciation for the jokes today, I guess.
I laughed. I just
Not at
didn't
all.
press push to talk.
You can laugh at yourself, it'll make you feel better.
Okay, well, then maybe I'll just do that. Wow, Dorelli is being reeled in. It's 3.6 now.
I'm just going by a lap car right now, GTT car, Richard McClure, who happens to be his V Apex teammate in the other class.
And I'm pretty sure at this point, Dorelli can start to see the taillights. Or excuse me, Grems can start to see the taillights of Dorelli up ahead of him. Watching as the drivers work their way around. Once again, you are watching the DGFX Sports Car Series, round 1 at Sebring of the western leg of the championship. 65 laps in, 2 hours and 15 minutes into this race now.
Has it been that long already?
It has, in fact. We get a break in another 45 minutes. Then we get to hand it over to the wonderful team of Bill Zahn, along with Sean Ambrose and Jason Fleischle. Mikey Grems.
Just as long as I give Jason a hard time during that race. I need him, kind of down a little bit because I have to race him tomorrow night.
In a completely different car from here.
Yeah, pack majors at the Brickyard. Let me tell you, that's tough in just Gen 6 cars.
Absolutely. Good thing I didn't team you guys together, since I'm the one in charge of deciding who's with who here today. I'll have to remember that at some point, maybe put some fireworks on there.
Well, I'll tell you, it's a little preview for our GSRC fans for tomorrow night. Jason Fleischle and some of his teammates, they have the cars to beat, so watch those guys.
Absolutely. So, Mikey Grems, for a while there, it's gone back up as they come around the corner. It fluctuates a little bit here on our time and scoring, but for a while, it was down to 3 seconds. So in 2 laps, 2 or 3 laps here, he has cut 3 seconds off of Sergio's lead.
Yeah, he is just that much faster right now. I mean, his line is perfect. Everything else, let's see. Last lap he ran a 54.85. I think Juan, he was over a second faster than Juan Lopez. Granted, I think Juan had a little bit of lap traffic to worry about, but I mean, he's the fastest car on the track right now.
You know, I feel like Lopez is just taking it easy in traffic, not making any risks, especially with a 24-second lead. You have to imagine he's just kind of cruising, hitting his marks, making sure that everything is going to plan.
Absolutely, but you have to wonder if you know, if we were to get like another quick caution or something right now, Mikey, that gap disappears. What would happen? I mean, he could very well be the first serious threat to Juan all day.
Now, this is an open setup series, and I'm starting to wonder if Chambliss, who might lose another spot right now, Hendrick looking on the inside of Sunset. I wonder if Chambliss has a setup that is not good in the long run, because it just seems like he just keeps dropping back during this stint. Meanwhile, GTD leader's in.
This would be interesting here. You see, you know, are they going to try to switch drivers again? I mean, Henry Gross has been, he's been running away with the top end of that GTT field here the last little bit.
GAS is in as well.
Looks like they're going to go ahead and switch drivers. Christian
Get back in.
Back in.
Let's see if the GAS team switches out.
I'll go seal back in. Now, will they switch drivers?
They haven't yet. I think this is Dominique doing a full 3 hours. Oh, all right, all right. Jorge Servillon. I'm going to take the wild American stab at that name. Might just have to call that the GAS car for the next 45 minutes here.
That leaves the 49 Motorsports car in the lead in the GTD class.
Yeah, they've stayed out. So, wow. Mikey Grems, he's on the podium, but he's looking at P2 with very hungry eyes. 1.4, the gap between himself and the number 44 of Club Ham's machine. They work their way through the S's of 3, 4, and 5. Difficult set of corners. Not much passing to be done there. Critical late apex of 5 now around Big Bend. Gap down to 1.1.
Had that spin right in front of Chuck Chambliss there. Jorge and Servillon went around and they get GAS Competición team.
Which is interesting because they do have tire warmers on the GT3 cars, so shouldn't have been on cold tires.
It was his first lap in the car.
This is true. This is true. Has to acclimate.
Yeah, Hendrick right behind Chambliss at this point.
There you see it on screen as they work their way through Collier. Oh, he is right on top of him now. Not brave enough to try it in the tower. But he gets a great exit out of tower. You can go too wide through Bishop, although it's a little hairy. Chambliss holds on to it down into 15 and 16. Gets right up on those curves, not being afraid of being aggressive with his line. Here comes the important corner, though. Who's going to get the good exit? And it's Chambliss starting to streak away. Beautiful job. Just ahead of them, the battle is on for that second position. And actually, Grems gets himself a fantastic run coming out of the final corner. Closes inch by inch. He peeks to the inside down into 1, but he's given room.
He made the move.
And at the same time, Heinrich has a spin. This is in Sunset. He was on the very wrong side of the wall there. Oh, and it looks...
had a little bit of contact.
Yeah, he was already lost it by that point since he didn't have the tires getting pulled up before he got into Chambliss.
And funnily enough, Chambliss took it straight into the pits from there. And has handed the car over to Gary Hickman now.
Heinrich heads into the pits as well.
That's going to be a lot of time lost for that Blackadder number 69, unfortunately. So the order is changed up all over in the top 5 of the prototypes, including the significance of Mikey Grimm's the Apex green car into second place and now 24 seconds back from Lopez. Now, we were talking about the differences in lap times between those a little bit earlier, Adam. Is he been faster?
Yeah, Mikey, 154.581 last lap, even while trying to make that pass. And Juan still running 2 seconds slower than that, but he also had lap traffic. Like you were bringing up, I mean, he's going to be taking it easy through lap traffic right now. But, you know, that lead will disappear in a hurry if they're able to set that pace. And then also with the pit stops coming up, I mean, we're going to have to keep a close eye on that between time lost.
So we'll have to keep an eye on that, as you said. And, you know, I almost feel like Lopez probably has the capacity to turn it up from what we've seen in laps he can put in before, in case it does start to get a little tight. If he sees it get within 10 seconds, I'm sure they could turn up the wick.
Well, I just one thing with Juan, his fastest lap of the day has been a 154.189. So that his lap times or his best lap times are not very far off what Mikey Grimm's is capable of doing right now.
Grimm's, however, being held up by lap traffic as he tries to go around the outside of the hairpin. That's AJ Allen that he's getting by, dragging a lot of dirt back onto the track as he goes. Just ahead of him, it's going to be Christian Kvyat, who should re-inherit the lead in our GTD class. Also, apologies for a little bit earlier if we were having just a slight audio issue with our commentary voices. Should be good now. Meanwhile, Pike has come in and out for his stop. Speed Asylum Black Machine taking their 3rd stop of the day.
Yeah, I think it was Ryan Smith handed the car back over to Aiden there.
All right, overall leader strolls into his stall.
Will he give up the car?
That's a good point. He's been in there this whole time, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Adi Kiriosa, forgive me if I'm pronouncing the name wrong, is his teammate, and it looks like there will be a driver change.
Yep, he has gotten into the car. I think you were close. I think Katasoha? Yes is first, I think there. Katasoha? I might be saying it completely wrong as well. In fact, let's see, Matty is from Finland.
Katasoya?
Katasoya,
Yeah, I think so.
actually, yeah,
He's
you're
finished.
right. He's finished. All right. Well, that is not a good sign for the rest of the drivers if they're putting a Finn in a car that is already dominating this race. He gets back out in 3rd.
So when will Mikey and when will Sergio come in?
I have to imagine that they're coming in fairly soon, since pretty much everybody came in at the same time for that caution flag, our first and only so far.
Marcel Merza in 4th place for Online Sim Racing came in. He's going to switch out for Marcel Unger.
Looks like they are going to come out as far down as actually 9th place. All right, finally accelerates away. Now I'm trying to remember, there was which driver was it? It was Ellis, wasn't it, that we were watching to see if he was going to go a lap down? Actually, was Ellis just off track? Oh no, he made contact with lap traffic. Martin Heller up through the hairpin.
Mikey Grims is in.
The lightest of taps.
Along with Sergio.
Current leader hands it over. So does P2. That's going to give it to Matty Carisoya. Going to get used to that name now.
Man, I believe the VA Apex team, they switched drivers on their last stop, and that's what got Mikey in the car. So will they switch and save that time?
Yeah, of all times to try and take that driver swap, I think the caution would be a good one. And it looks like, nope, Mikey's going to stay in the car.
Mikey's in, and looks like Oscar Ferreira got in for Sergio.
And you can see the time difference there. As now Oscar accelerates away, back onto track. Now, interestingly, because of the alternate strategy for the number 68, Alex Ellis is coming around into 4th place. So what we thought may have be them putting themselves in an awful position is right now, at least, working out very well, especially if they get a caution. So before we start going through pit stops through GTD in about another 40 minutes, I believe, why don't we go through our GTD order real quick. Dexter Castro is still leading. In fact, they haven't stopped yet, have they?
They stopped in the caution.
That's right. So they've still got, actually, not 40 minutes. They've got more about 20 minutes to go, I suppose. If I'm doing my math right since the last stop. Robert Canchin, anyways, is going to be in 2nd place in that class. We're going to jump over Andrew Hess, even though he is in position overall behind them. He is not in that class. So 3rd goes to Wolfgang Wildenauer, holding down the final podium spot in our GTDs. Behind them in 4th, Christian Gavit. Remember, he has taken his next stop. So he's waiting for these guys to cycle through. He's been leading most of the race in the Team Husingfeld engineering car.
Mikey Grimm's going around Clark Archer in the Blue Line Motorsports car, and that Audi is back on the track even after rumbling, tumbling, fumbling. They're down the stretch there a couple laps back. They got that thing back in the race.
Yeah, just a little bit of a bent wing. I'm not seeing much other damage on it. That's that must be that Audi interchangeable parts deal.
That's right. But good to see Clark at least have a chance to drive today. He's one of our Texas guys. So any chance any chance I get to see Clark, it's a good day.
Lone Star State representing here out on track. Now, apparently we had a battle for 4th. Was that Harry Hickman overtaking Oscar Ferreira? Now, Alex Ellis, I said he was in 4th. Well, he's in 3rd now. This is getting very interesting indeed.
Well, how'd that happen?
Now, they're definitely the ones that they have any kind of pitch strategy that they can pull. Now's the time to do it. Plan on maybe not having a caution the rest of the race.
Meanwhile, we got a battle on screen. Hendrick and Ferreira fighting for that top 5 position. He's got a great run coming through Fangio. A little bit of a defensive line from Ferreira, but he goes right back to the racing line. That was a little late. Henrik really hassling him. Oh, takes a peek down into tower. Not a serious look, though. just showing himself in his mirrors.
Got a lap car ahead of them.
30 more minutes before we hit the halfway point in this race. That lap car is Jorge Cervillon. Don't think he's going to come into the mix because now they come onto the Almond Straight and he should be able to pull out of the way. But look at the run that Hendrick has, the Blackadder number 69. But I think he lifts. I don't think he's, no, maybe not. Takes a little bit of a peek. Oh, and they got a car coming up behind them. Who is this?
Kurt Gross.
That's Kurt Gross. This is for position around the outside. Hendrick, what a move. Oh my goodness, I didn't think that it was intended to be a move at first, and then suddenly he found himself getting the grip around that outside line, overtakes Oscar Ferreira for 5th. Meanwhile, Herrera under threat down into 3. He breaks early, lets Kurt Gross through. So, in the matter of about 4 corners, Kurt Gross goes down 2 positions.
Ferreira.
Excuse me, thank you. All right. Now, remember we were watching out for Mikey Grims?
He's
I don't know.
Still setting really fast times.
14 seconds between them now. Wasn't it 26 about 5 laps ago or so?
Yeah, well, he gained a lot of time on the pit stop, and he is still going 2 seconds a lap faster in some places than the Vendaval Sim Racing white team car. In fact, the last lap, Matty was only able to set a 1:58, so I mean, he's going to be on him in a hurry here.
Well, I can say as far as the setup goes, I'm pretty sure Mikey likes it. The New Yorker has just been reeling in the fin, hand over fist. It is now 13 seconds. At what point does the Vendaval Sim Racing white team start to put the afterburners in, start to try to pick up the pace? So, we are watching that second place driver who we have seen take multiple positions here in the last hour of this race, and seeing if he can even take P1. In the meantime, sounds like we might have a little bit of a chat with another one of the organizers of this league. Sounds like we're going to have Kyle Burney join us in just a moment. Known for creating beautiful spotter guides for various series in iRacing, and also helping organize here the DGFX Sports Car Series. I have to imagine, Kyle, you must be very proud starting the second leg for the season.
Yeah, we are. You know, we've done a lot of work, and we did a little bit of tweaks between the East and the West season to just make it that much better for the guys that are racing, and we're happy to get the second leg going. And in all honesty, as the organizers, we're slowly starting to think about what we're going to do next year.
Always thinking ahead. And talking about those tweaks, one of the things that I noticed is you guys seem to really value the input of the drivers and the teams and what they think will help the series. What kind of things have you guys talked about and discussed and changing recently?
Some of the big things, it's smaller items. You know, if anybody's raced with us in the past, we had acronyms for each team name and then just the last name for the drivers. We asked them if they wanted that. If they had any issues, comments, concerns. A lot of what we've been doing, especially last season into this season, was tweaking the race or the caution period to try to make it as fair as possible for all the cars, but also make it as short as possible, because the drivers love it, but at the same time they hate it because of how slow it is. But a lot of what everything is, though, it's, you know, they're the ones that are competing in the series. They're the ones that want everything. So, you know, as long as we try to keep them happy and do what they want within reason, and try to make that, you know, happy medium ground of what we want in the series versus what they want to see as competitors, then we'll keep the guys for the long run.
Well, the cautions have definitely made it more interesting for the viewers as the strategy gets mixed up. And speaking of which, we saw on screen our leader in the GTD class, Dexter Castro, bring the car in. He's handed over to Gerd Yanis already. Now, Kyle, we've got Road Atlanta coming up for the Super Bowl. And real quickly, do you want to explain to our viewers how that is going to work in deciding the overall champion?
Yeah, so what we decided to do, as anyone knows who's done long races in iRacing, participation falls off over the course of an entire calendar year. So we took what we have in America for the Supercross series, what they do for the Supercross Lights, and they split the season into two. We did an East and West championship, and then what they do in Supercross, they come together for a season finale at Las Vegas, and our series finale is at Road Atlanta. So we have an East and West championship. Teams can run in both. And even if you wanted to, between the East and the West, you could even switch cars or switch classes too, if you wanted. But the points reset at the start of the West Championship, and then we take the top teams from both the East and the West Series, and then they take whichever points they choose. More often than not, they're probably going to choose their higher points, and they go bring those into Road Atlanta and score the points on in that race for their championship points for their overall series. So it's kind of a East-West showdown. We felt it would give teams that might have a slow start or a struggled start kind of a new life halfway through. That way they don't just fall off and stop racing. But then it also allows people to, you know, have a little bit of vacation time or summer. If they can't make races, then it's not a huge deal, and it keeps everything fresh and alive, which was what we liked.
And it sounds like a very cool format. We look forward to getting to call some more races in the season. Thanks for coming and talking to us. And I guess good luck in the race tomorrow night, because I understand you're doing pack majors as well this season?
Yeah, I was. Unfortunately, real life gets in the way, and it kept me from doing some things I needed to do for this series today, and kept me from not only completing laps, but also things did come up, and I'm not going to be able to do the race tomorrow night. So
awesome.
It's unfortunate, but as long as I got enough points to race at Spa, then I'll be happy there.
All right. Again, this was Kyle Burney, one of the organizers of the DGFX Sports Car Series, which you are watching live on the Global Sim Racing channel here at Sebring. Meanwhile, on screen, Benjamin Fisher is getting into the Braxton Motorsports car, but we did see a great battle happening between Hendrick and Hickman. I was keeping an eye on, ready to break in if there was a pass made there, which we might see right now as they head onto the Ullman Straight. Great run coming from Hendrick and his Black Adder number 69. Not quite close enough, though. Seeing some moves happen when it didn't look like they started in this corner, though. Coming off the corner, just a little bit off into the dirt for Hendrick, using every inch of the track. We're now 2 hours and 40 minutes into this race.
And by the way, while all that's going on there, Mikey Grims, you know, we were saying that they might want to kick up the heat in the lead. If they got that lead, got under 10 seconds. Last time around, it was 10.855.
It is probably getting a little hot under the collar in that Vendaval team car.
Normally, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. 10-second lead, that's a lot of time. But considering the fact that they've knocked off nearly 12 seconds here in what the last probably about 12 laps or so, it can get this thing is going to get tight in a hurry.
There we see Cadisoya out there coming around to complete another lap under the bridge. An eye on this battle for fourth place, excuse me, in the prototypes. Hickman actually went defensive down into turn 3 last time by. Christopher giving him something to think about. Let's see what he can do coming out of Le Mans. Gets a decent run. He's close behind, but we saw him this close last time by, and he still didn't try something. He peaks. Oh, is he actually going to stick his nose in? No, he backs out by the time they hit the braking zone. Goes a little bit wide, squares off the corner. Can he get the over-under? So tough to do around this corner, Eric.
Yeah, absolutely. I find that corner really difficult just because there's so many ways to drive it. You can't tell what kind of exit someone's going to get as they leave it. As Hickman loses a little bit of time on the entry to turn 1 there. Going defensive into turn 3.
We saw him do that last time. It's interesting that that's the corner he keeps deciding to defend on. I wonder if he knows something that we don't about Hendrick. Still not close enough down into the hairpin. Although Hickman once again drifts a little bit. Oh, he's terrible on the exit, but there's no place for Christopher to go. And unfortunately can't carry the speed around the corner to try and swing on by. He's close down into Cunningham. Hickman doesn't defend. Closing into the braking zone. Christopher keeping an eye on that rear spoiler. Poking and prodding, trying to find an opening in the armor.
It's interesting. Braxton Motorsports GTT car, they pitted 1 or 2 laps ago, but they're back in the pits now for some reason.
Wonder if they maybe sped in the pits?
It says, yeah, Benjamin Fisher just got in the car last pit. He might be having some difficulties.
Here we continue to watch 4th place. Oh, and this time I think it's on. Hendrick got a great run onto the Ullman straight. He's down to the inside this time. I don't think Hickman has an answer in for him unless he tries to hold on around the outside. No, he breaks early. Could be trying the over-under. But I don't think that's happening. That looks like a sealed deal for the Black Adder number 69 into P4.
Just to follow up on the Braxton Motorsports car, Robert Kension just got back in the car. I was watching some of Brandon's lap there on his out lap, and he never was able to get up to speed. And he just disconnected from the server. So I wonder if he was having some sort of connection or hardware issue.
That's sad to see after those guys were having a pretty decent run there. Meanwhile, we're watching Robert Cancian in 6th place, who has taken over the car again. Looks like a nice little traditional BMW livery on that machine, actually.
Yeah, it looks very nice.
Now, something that could come into play as we go into the second half of the race, if Brendan was having some sort of problem in that car, Benjamin was having some sort of problem in that car as far as laps, the GTD drivers are only allowed 125 laps for the race. And Robert's already at 73. So if for some reason Benjamin can't come back, he might go over that limit by the end of the race. Almost for sure he'll go over that limit, actually.
Those guys have got to get that worked out soon. That's got to be frustrating. That is, and you almost have to think that you have to be someone who is very good mentally in those situations, that Robert has to be calm, can't worry about what's going on outside of the car because he can't control it, and just focus on what he can do right now out on track. So, let's take a peek at the lead. Let's look at the difference in those lap times. 54s, 55s for Mikey Grims. Kaitasoya, 56, 55. I see nothing in the 54s for Matty.
Chipping away at it lap after lap.
Making me start to think that this is genuine. I think that this is as fast as the Vendaval guys can go. We've got about 15 more minutes left, and then we will hand over the reins. And I'm not sure if it's going to be enough time for us to see the lead change here.
We're just going to tell Soup and them to hold off a few minutes.
Yeah, really. Give us some fun here. No, we'll hand over to them at the scheduled time, and we look forward to getting to hear Soup and Crackers, as we've come to call him and Sean. We need to give a nickname for Fleischman. I guess there's a fly in the soup then.
Wow.
There we go. I'm here all night, ladies and gentlemen. So, Graham's down to 7 seconds behind our leader. And remember, when we about the top of the hour, that was 24 seconds or so, I believe, if my memory is correct.
I think after that the first lap, once they had done their out laps after that last pit stop, I think it was 18 seconds. I think that was the gap. And that was after the time they gained on pit road and everything else there.
That is not only impressive pace, but amazing consistency. Grims has just been on a tear, and as I say that, he almost loses it out of Cunningham. I think he is pushing this car to the limit. He is trying to go as hard as he can.
Blood's in the water.
So our order, real quick. Matty Kaitasoya leading the way in the prototypes. Mikey Grims hunting him down. He's in second. Alex Ellis on an alternate strategy, currently in third. We'll see if that will fluctuate once he comes in for his next stop. Christopher Hendrick, he's moved up to fourth after a spirited battle with Gary Hickman, who is slotted back down to P5, and that's our top five in the prototypes. Ayrton, what's the top five looking like now that our former leader in the GTD has come in for their stop?
Well, Christian Kavit for Heisenfeld is now back into the lead. 49 Motorsports driver Yuri Yanis in second place. GAS driver Jorge, Curvagon is in third place. Online sim racing driver Stefan Valdir, who started off the races, back in. He's in fourth place, and then Bad Cactus Racing Ryan Wallace is in fifth.
There's our order after 2 hours and 50 minutes of racing. Not quite 50 minutes of racing. Still got 12 minutes left until we hit the next hour.
Lead down to 6.6 seconds.
This New Yorker is schooling the field right now. He has been in, let's see, since lap 43 is when he hopped into the car. We're on 82 right now. Which means, let's see, he had his pit stop recently too, didn't he?
Yeah.
So
lap 71, we're working 83.
So he's going to be in there for another while. 2 full stints, unless something happens. We're watching our overall leader, Kaitasoya, weaving his way through traffic, and you get that previous camera shot, you got a good idea of the reflectors on this racetrack. We'll see it once the camera turns and follows the car from behind. And man, that angle, you can really see the bumps that they go over on this track.
.285 seconds at the line. He is now close enough that they're now close enough that they're sharing the same front straightaway now.
Maddie's 156.1 compared to Mikey's 154.8. That is a huge chunk. Once again, if you're just joining us, this is the DGFX Sports Car Series, Round 1 at Sebring of the Western leg of the championship, second half of their overall 2016 season. You're watching it all live here on the Global Sim Racing channel. Very proud to bring you the DGFX Series here this year. Going to be on for all 3 of the 6-hour races here in the latter half of the year. And unfortunately, most of the battles are starting to spread apart. However, Oscar Ferreira is behind Marcel Unger by about half a second. This is about our closest battle on track at the moment. This is for 8th position overall. Seeing Oscar getting passed a little bit earlier, going down 2 positions in a lap. Haven't got to see a whole lot of him. Same thing with Marcel Unger. We saw him get in the car and then we kind of left him alone. All right. Coming down to his stall.
Now, Mikey pitted last. That team pitted last in lap 43. Excuse me, that's when they swapped drivers, and then they were last in 72, so this is an early stop.
Maybe they're starting to think towards the end, trying to time everything to get in there. David Jacques jumps in.
I wonder if this could be strategy as far as drivers as well. I mean, David Jacques was by no means slow, but he definitely wasn't putting down the lap times that Mikey Grims was. Ooh. Get David back in the car, make sure he hits the minimum laps, and then get Mikey back in it for the latter part of the race.
Well, and here's the significant thing. Alex Ellis of Black Adder number 68 is in on the same lap. Remember, he was in 3rd place. So, and these were the guys that are running an alternate strategy. I wonder if this is both these teams thinking about a reverse pit strategy. There. Oh, and who is that spinning on screen? Was that Hickman?
David Jacques kind of came down on Kurt Gross a little bit.
We're going to go to replay. This was, I want to say, in turn 3. Yeah, it looked like Gross was just on the inside of David Jacques. Just taking a peek. He started to lose the rear, but then also he went across the curb, which hurt him more as well. I'm not sure if that was a legitimate attempt or he was just trying to keep from getting into the back of the car ahead. So now that Alex Ellis is out of the car, or not out of the car, out of the pits rather, he has come back out in 7th place. Remember, this is the car that was a lap down earlier. So their strategy is not doing too bad for them.
Oscar Ferreira's round.
Ooh. Let's take a look at the replay. Is that in Collier? No, that was actually a similar spot to before.
Yeah, his back end just decided it wanted to go ahead and take a little trip, and the front end didn't want to come along.
That was coming out of 3 once more. And that was actually in front of the leader. Our overall leader, I believe. Yeah, Caddy Soya just snuck by. No real harm, though. No danger. Three hours and 6 minutes to go. Almost that halfway mark.
Well, the guys coming in, you remember that if at the end of this race, if Mikey Grims and them wins it on a driver change strategy and pit stop strategy, just remember who called it.
Oh, and GAS has Jorge off track. Let's look at the replay here.
Same thing. It looks like the back end wanted to just come around on corner entry.
Ooh. very close to being hit by a DP. Now, he was in second place from what his lights are showing. Oh, excuse me, no, that's iRacing, not quite showing things accurately.
Yeah,
what
he's
you see
running third in class right now.
Actually, fourth, I'm seeing. Servignon, yes, Servignon is in fourth. You can see on your screen there. That second place, that is because iRacing is counting each of the cars, each of the makes of the cars as their own class. Unfortunately, and private hosted racing, we're still not able to put different cars into a class and then have a single car be its own class. So I know iRacing is working hard on it, but just some encouragement, guys. Amjad's going to send you guys 12 pizzas if you get that done this build. You heard it here. Oh,
somebody screwed up.
Whoa!
They got thinking about Amjad's pizzas there. It's Heinrich.
Oh, one of our major players. He's lost a number of positions too. What was he in before this spin?
He was running second.
Oh,
got
and
nosed
he
into the tires.
Clouded the wall too.
Damage doesn't look too awfully bad, but the hard part was trying to get himself turned back around. That's where he lost a lot of time.
And that lost him track position. He is now in 5th place. Ooh, the Blackadder number 69 gonna have to claw their way back up through the field.
Noticing that out of both classes of cars right now is a lot of them are getting tail happy here as we get later on in the race. The track's getting dirtier. Yeah, I think that's going to continue on in the next 3 hours.
It'll be very interesting to see who starts to pay attention to that, maybe adjust their strategy, maybe tries to drive a little bit easier on their tires to keep them together towards the end. Matty Carisoya might be one of those, as he's been running slower than Alex Ellis was. Or excuse me, not Ellis, it was Grems who was in the car before, who was catching him. Let's check and see what Ellis's laps are, though, actually. Ran a 1:55.1 last time by.
He was running consistent low 55s.
So might be holding just about even pace with Carisoya. There we see Ellis there in 7th, switching back to our leader, though, in the Vendaval white team. Meanwhile, for those wondering, because, man, sorry, Ayrton, we just haven't really checked in on it a lot. Christian Kvyt, he's still leading. He's got about a 30-second lead. Looking very strong over there.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been running a great race so far. Took the ropes as soon as Henry Gross came in, and hasn't really made many mistakes at all. Yuri Yanis from 49 Motorsports have had a little bit of trouble every time I've checked over. He's had a little instant with a lap car. Not an instant, but almost near instant.
The good news for them is they've got 1 minute and 48 seconds over 3rd place, Stefan Valder. So I think the 49 machine is in pretty good shape unless something catastrophic happens. Although they will be brought back together when I should say if the caution comes out. We don't know what the next 3 hours will hold. However, what we do know that the next 3 hours will hold is a change for us here at the Global Sim Racing channel. That means our second team is going to come in and take over for the next 3 hours, including the lead for that team, Mr. Bill Zahn. Bill, can you come in here with us?
Make room for me. Up. Give me a seat.
All right, I'm going to squeeze over. You can. There you go.
All right. Oh, this is cozy. Nice job, Joe.
Thank you. Well, how much have you been watching this? Because, man, we had some real excitement there at the start and as well at the restart with our one caution.
Yeah, I saw the one caution, and then you had the pole sitter didn't start for you either. That was a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, there was apparently a penalty there where they They didn't realize that they needed to have the driver who put the qualifying lap in start the race, and so unfortunately they were stripped of their pole. Had to start from the pit lane, but they've been making good on it. Alex Ellis is in 7th right now, and we're looking forward to have you and Crackers, and now I guess the Fly as well in the soup.
Well, thanks for turning the broadcast over nice and clean. We'll try to keep it on the track and off the wall and see if we can bring it home for you in the final 3 hours.
I have no doubt that you guys will. And with that, just hitting the 3-hour mark now, Matty Cadisoja is leading in the prototypes. Christian Kvyt is leading in the GTD class. We are going to take a short break as our team gets settled in, and then we'll come back for the last half of round 1 here at Sebring on the Global Sim Racing channel of the DGFX Sports Car Series.
watching the Global Sim Racing Channel's coverage of the GGFX Sports Car Series. We're on the back nine, the final 3 hours of this 6-hour endurance race. It's the B team stepping in. Let's give Joe, Adam, and Ayrton a big thanks for turning this race over to us in good shape. We'll try to see if we can bring it home nice and clean. Joining me in the booth is Crackers, aka Sean Ambrose. He's going to be covering the prototypes. Sean, how you doing?
Man, I'm doing great. Love being here this evening at Sebring, and always enjoy watching the C7 Chevrolet Corvette get around a great race course, and this is a classic one indeed. Tell you what, David Jock out there on the track right now, the number 99, is trying to make up some ground on our leader in the DP class, Matty Katasoya. Closing the gap, though, was about 55 seconds a little earlier. He's cut it down to about 47 now. A lot of distance between him. What we do know is that Katasoya is going to need to come in pretty soon. His window for a pit stop is closing.
And then stepping out from behind his familiar director's mixing board to cover the GTDs, we're going to let him do it. Get behind the microphone is Jason Fleischle. Jason, welcome to the booth.
Thanks, Bill. I'm excited to be joining you guys on the comms today and calling the GTD race. And I've been following the action, since the drop of the green flag, and it's pretty much a one-team show in Team Huissinkveld there, and Christian Kiewit at the helm right now, and he's the one who started the race as well.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think the real battle to see if 49 Motorsports can hold off Bad Cactus Racing, currently running its second and third in class right now. They've worked an hour. They've worked 3 hours, so we're starting the back half. We have several cars on different pit strategies right now. If we look at the prototypes, the cars that have come in recently, if I'm looking at my timing and scoring correct, it looks like our last pit stop, of course, Court Racing came in just a few minutes ago, but it looks like the guys up front, V Apex Racing Group, they've been out there running for about 9 laps right now since we've come in since the last stop, and Blackadder also on the same strategy. Your leader right now, though, has been out there for 23 laps, Sean.
Yes, he has, and that, well, we know the window's about 45 minutes, so if you do the math on the lap times that we're turning today, he is closing in on that window, so we expect to see Katasoya come in. We do have to remember that in the prototype class, one driver can't exceed 135 laps. Now, Katasoya doesn't have close to that in yet, but certainly something we'll be keeping track on through the day. Jacques, as I said, that window's been closing from second to first, and certainly with the pit stop, there's going to be a driver change. We know that's at least 30 seconds in the pit for the driver change itself. So look for Jacques to close the gap as they can stay out on the track, obviously, a lot longer at this point.
Yeah, and along those lines on the GTD side, there is definitely separate strategies going on here as well. You've got Team Huissinkveld in their third stint right now, and they're about 26 laps into that, so they've only got about 5 or 6 laps, maybe 7 left on that stint. They went 30 laps their first stint, a little bit of a short fill to get a little of an advantage on the first one, and they went 33 on their second stint, so I'm expecting they'll go 33 now on this third stint, given the lead that they have over second place 49 Motorsports is a little over 30 seconds right now. Now, 49 Motorsports with Yuri Janis at the helm right now is only sitting on lap 17. They're about to turn lap 18 right now, so they're just about halfway through their stint.
We've got a couple of DP cars in now. Blackadder Motorsports and Vapex Racing Group Yellow are both in. Hickman back out in the car, the 999. Christopher Hendrick stepping in for Blackadder Motorsports. So a couple of more pit stops going on here in the DPs now. Oscar Ferrara is in the Club Ham team Corvette, number 44.
And just coming out is Vapex Racing Group has just pulled out of the pits. They're going to pull out 5th position overall. Gary Hickman behind the wheel.
Boy, and you know what? Watching the car of Oscar Ferrara come down the pit lane, that DP got an awful lot of damage. Didn't exactly see what happened. The right front is torn up pretty bad. They are definitely going to have some repair. Now, the question is, was the car still handling? We don't know. If it was handling, you can sacrifice the damage and get back out. I'm watching them closely now as they're in the pit, and see if they get back here, back out on the track. It's been in there for a bit. They may have to take that repair.
Well, I've got a battle going on GTD right now with the number 5 car of GAS Competición and Braxton Motorsports. GAS just passed Braxton, and looks like for that 5th spot.
Yes, it would be 15th overall.
Yeah, we got Robert Cancian. Is it Cancane or Cancian in that Braxton car right now?
And then Jorge Cervic up in front. Yeah, absolutely.
There's contact here.
That's Braxton Motorsports behind. Up ahead, there is Gas Concepcion from Spain, I believe. That's a battle for... As it gets to the inside now, he's going to get that pass made. So Braxton takes over what I believe to be 5th position in class.
Okay, Catasoya is coming in. Vendaval Sim Racing coming into the pits.
That's from the lead spot, so let's see if we can pick up the 2nd place driver. They're about 45 seconds behind. That's V-Apex Racing Group, the green team. David Jockson there. Go ahead, Sean.
I was just going to say, they're making their way down Ullman Straight, heading down into Sunset now. Juan Lopez stepping in the car. Juan Lopez back in the number 13 Vendaval Sim Racing white machine. Oh, really close for Jacques. Getting through Sunset, the exit there, really tricky. You had a little GTT traffic to fight through there. And goes by as Lopez is just getting out of the pit. So Vapex Racing Group Green going to go ahead and take the lead.
So a new leader, but it's all about the pit stops right now. Also coming into the pits is the driver racing in 4th position. That team is Speed Asylum Black have come in.
Right, that's Aiden Pike. They are now in for what will be their 4th pit stop.
So it's about an 8-second lead, V-Apex Racing, with David Jocks in the machine. About 8 seconds ahead now of the team that was leading, Vendaval Sim Racing White. Matty Catasoya racing for that machine. Alex Ellis holding down 3rd for Blackadder Motorsports. It's been 12 laps since they've been in last, so they're kind of on a different strategy. We talked about 4th place going to Vapex Racing Group Yellow. Gary Hickman, who has put in a lot of time in that machine. And then 5th is Aiden Pike racing for Speed Asylum Black. The last car still on the lead lap. Maybe we can give it a little attention. Running in 6th, Online Sim Racing. Marcel Unger behind the wheel right now.
Yeah, and actually, I'm showing the Blackadder Motorsports entry, the number 69 at Hendrick they are still on the lead lap. Maybe not for long. It's getting close, but yeah, they're still on the lead lap. Update real quick on the Club Ham team. Ferreira still in the pits. Obviously, heavy damage on that machine, and they are going to probably be in for a little bit. Now sitting 4 laps down.
Now remember, Blackadder Motorsports currently running in 3rd. They were the pole sitter that we talked about earlier, where their driver, let's see who that was, I can tell you real quick, that set the that set the pole. What I believe happened, he set the qualifying time, and then they couldn't actually qualify, so they had to start from the pits. They've moved it back up to third.
Well, and just to recap on GTD today, just a little bit, we had 12 teams take the green flag at start today, and we still got 12 running. There's been some problems, and mainly with the Torque Chicken team, with James Brown at the helms, had quite a bit of troubles today. I'm sure he's had a night that he'd like to forget. And as well as Bad Cactus Racing with Ryan Wallace at the helm, took a early penalty on lap 2 as when he got into Torque Chicken there.
Yeah, actually, Torque Chicken it was on lap 20 that Alex Brown had some trouble in turn 1. Then he followed that up on lap 30, where he had some trouble putting it in the wall on the main straight. So it has been eventful for James, but James Brown gonna get on up and see what he can do.
Hey, Bill, I know we just got in here, but, I think we've got some drivers maybe want to come in and chat with us here real quick now that we've kind of passed the window here for most of the DPs.
There we go. Sean's got somebody. Who do you got, Sean?
Let's see. I think...
Chase him down. You ran away from him.
Yeah, there he is. Okay, Ryan Smith. Caught up with Ryan Smith from Speed Asylum Black.
Oh, can you hear me?
In the 08 entry. Aiden Pike in the car right now, sitting there in 5th. How's your day been so far, Ryan?
Mixed. Obviously, we qualified quite well, considering there were some fast guys in the session. We managed to get up. I think, I'm not sure where we're running at the moment. Is it P5?
Yes, sir. You're in 5th right now.
Yeah, so we're running well. I think the car is a little bit damaged from some excursions we had early on, but apart from that, I think the race has gone quite well. Managed to keep us running, which is the main thing in these big endurances. So we're doing well.
How does the setup feel on the car? I mean, does the car start to fall off as you get deeper into an endurance race like this, or I know you're dealing with a little bit of damage and probably don't get much option to repair it, but does it hold up well throughout the run?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if it's just the damage, but the tyres seem to fall off a little bit quicker when I'm driving. I'm not sure if that's just driving style or if it is the damage that's causing it, because I think I had to defend quite hard early on in my first stint with one of the Vapex car? I can't remember. But I was struggling early on with either tyre temp or tyre grip. So, but no, I mean, the Aiden's managed to extract most of the potential out of the car, so he's running quite well.
Yeah, he is. He's having a good run out there right now. Hey, thanks a lot for coming in for just a moment. How long before you get back in the car?
I'm looking to get in for the final hour, so I'm just going to give myself a little bit of a break and let Aiden run a few laps, and I'll be back in for the final hour.
All right, but we look forward to having you back then. That was Ryan Smith, Speed Asylum Black. Aiden Pike out there in the car wheeling it right now, holding down 5th and doing a pretty good job. He's clear behind and clear in front, but he's got a little bit of work to do to get to the 999 machine of Gary Hickman and Vapex Racing Yellow. So, Bill, anything else developing out there right now while we've been away talking about that?
Well, let's look at 10th place in the, I guess it's 2nd place overall in class there, and that's Yuri Yanis. This is kind of interesting. Right now, he's got the number 111 behind him. That's a pass for class. And there was also a nice little battle back there is Ryan Wallace. He's running in 3rd in class, I believe, but he is a lap down, and Yuri just got around him, racing for Bad Cactus Racing Blue Team.
Yeah, that's well. He's 3rd in class right now because the pit stop cycles have started.
Right.
Yeah, and so we just during that interview we had Team Hessingveld come in for their pit stop, and that cycled 49 Motorsports to the lead temporarily here, and they'll be 49 should be in about 9 or 10 laps or so, and will relinquish the lead back to Hessingveld. And but Henry Gross got in the car, so we saw a driver change. Yep.
Now, there was a full course yellow earlier, which was very interesting. It brought everybody back together. In fact, it was kind of a unique situation when by the time everything settled down, the actual car that led them off for the first lap to the green was the GTD leader, which was really unique. This kind of a solar eclipse happened there, and everything kind of fell into place. That made for some exciting racing about an hour and a half into it, but everything worked out okay.
You say exciting, I say mayhem. That restart was crazy. They were 4 wide going down into turn 1.
Yeah, that happened because when that caution came out, Hessenfeld was only 10 laps into their stint. They had just stopped, so it just didn't make any sense for them to stop. In fact, it was at the time them and 49 Motorsport. No, 49 did pit during the caution, but it was them and the third place team running at the time, which was Sweet Spot Racing with Martin Heller in the car at the time, and those were the only 2 that stayed out for that. So from the DGFX rules, if you don't pit, you cycle up to the front behind the pace car and you don't get a wave around. And how they run the cautions, right, is pretty much IMSA style. They'll bring the prototypes in first and then bring the GTDs in second, and then any cars caught between their class leader get the wave around for that, and then they'll go back to green.
Hey guys, the battle is on. Juan Lopez is wheeling it now. Vendaval Sim Racing looking to take the lead back. He is cut about 2 seconds off what was that lead David Jacques had. Now Jacques having a pretty clean run, not having to really deal with any traffic right now, but Lopez really on it and closing it slowly, but it's happening out here, and I got a feeling they may show up on the track next to each other here soon.
David Jacques just making his way right now, the leader, getting around Ryan Wallace. We just talked about him earlier. That's Bad Cactus Racing, and Wallace gets right up. Boy, that car really closes, really brakes amazingly well. Now, it says first position for Wallace on his little windshield, but I don't believe that's right. I think he's running in third right now in class. So if we go back and we follow the car that's chasing him, Wallace is next on the hit list, Sean, for Vanderval Sim Racing white team there. Matty Katasoya needs to come up. It won't be long before he gets up to Wallace as well.
Yeah, he said. Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, there's Yuri Yanis. We talked about that. We know that Yanis was in there as well. That's the leader in, well, actually second place in the GTDs. We talked about that battle earlier. Oh, he's our leader now, I guess?
Yeah, because of the off cycle. Yuri's in the lead right now until they come in for the pit. Yeah, it looks like Ryan Wallace with Bad Cactus. I'm trying to see the laps completed count here. I'm trying to find it. Yeah, they're just 1 lap down right now.
That's correct. Yeah, they've got they're coming around. Wallace coming around for their 97th lap now.
The 49 Motorsport. Yeah, the 49 Motorsports out there, just going across the start finish line right now. Just working on their 25th lap on this stint, so shouldn't be too long.
Now our second place Corvette is coming up fast, and he's going to get into that mix with those two. In fact, yeah, Lopez has found the rear bumper of Ryan Wallace now.
Sorry, Sean, I was just going to bring that up. On the timing of the scoring, I was looking at second place prototype, getting on him.
Gets by him clean as they head down to the hairpin. Certainly a good place to get by there going through Big Bend.
Distance now down to 6.3 seconds. When we last gave you that time, it was 7.2, so he's knocked the entire second off. That's Lopez off of Jacques.
Hey guys, we've got Chuck Chambliss down there from Vapex Racing Yellow, the 999 machine. Let's bring him up and talk with him for just a second. Chuck, Sean here. How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, pretty good, man. How are you doing?
Great, great. Hey, you guys having a pretty solid run right now. Only just a little under a minute down from the leaders. Looking pretty good here, pretty solid throughout the run. How you feeling about it?
You know, I feel confident because the car's in one piece. We haven't bended.
Yeah, well, certainly that's the key to one of these 6-hour races is taking care of your equipment. Gary out there doing a really fine job right now, fighting through the traffic and getting around pretty clean. How's the car been handling for most of the day?
You know, very consistent. I think we got a very good setup, and really all we can ask for is some consistency in the driving. So, yeah, pretty good.
And the setup, did you guys, did you agree on something fairly neutral, or did you go pretty aggressive on it?
You know, it's a bit on the free side. I wouldn't say it's super aggressive because neither of us are up to the speed of some of these other guys up front. But we just need to make sure we had something that we can hang on to for 6 hours.
Right, and again, that goes back to the whole key to this endurance piece, and that is keeping your equipment in really good shape. Gary coming around to complete another lap here, and will you be getting in at the next stop?
Yeah, sure will. Do another 2, maybe 3 stints. I'm not sure yet.
Okay, so now you guys will be okay on laps, though. Laps run, nobody's going to run over. You guys keeping track of that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right. Well, hey, Chuck, thanks a lot for coming in. Anybody want to give a shout-out to you real quick?
You know, just the whole VAPEX racing group, man. We got 4 cars in the race, and just it's been a lot of fun so far, and you guys are doing a great job, man. Keep at it.
Yeah, you got a car in the lead right now.
Hey, Chuck,
Right on.
it's Soup here. How many stops, pit stops, do you see yourself making before the end of the race?
You know what? I'm going to tell you, our strategy is I don't really have a strategy. Some of these guys are real good at this. I'm just going to go and fill up the car when it's time to fill it up. You know, I have no idea.
It's the seat of the pants.
Yeah.
Seat of the pants strategy, Bill.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Good luck to you the rest of the way.
Yeah, guys, thanks.
Yeah, Sean, I'm just trying to figure out here. We were thinking that the prototypes, the pit run about 45 minutes. Is that what you were thinking?
Yeah, that's about it. Yeah, about 45 minutes, give or take just a couple of minutes there, but you can't run her. Hey, these Corvettes are hungry beasts, okay? Lots of horsepower, and they really they suck that fuel down pretty quick. You know, we've got the over 3.5 mile circuit, and they do burn it up. I've got a lot of experience in this car, and again, the torque and the horsepower that this car produces just makes it a hungry beast. And yeah, 45 is just about all you can go. These smaller, underpowered GTD cars, yeah, they're good for about 70-75 minutes, but no sir, not the Corvette.
Well, I'm looking here, then I'm looking at our leader, David Jocks, out there for VAPEX Racing Group. Now, there's 2:28 left to race, 2 hours and 28 minutes. If you think a 45-minute stop, and I'm going to get in trouble here when I start doing math, 45 once, 45 twice is an hour and a half. Am I correct? Yeah. Then you put another 45 in there. That gets you to 2 hours and 15 minutes. So I would think if this car, we're looking at 2:28 right now, if this car could run another 13 minutes, in theory, he could get home with 2 more stops from here.
I think your abacus is working right. That sounds about right.
And that's going to be, and I put that because he's on a different strategy. See, he's on a different strategy than the team behind him, because while Vendaval Racing, they also may need to make 2 stops because they pitted just about 8 laps ago. I think there's 2 more stops for them. So how far Apex Racing can run this leg right here might make a difference whether they're going to end up in the lead when all the pit stops are done, or whether they're going to be like 50 seconds behind.
Yeah, that is interesting, Bill, looking at the 1 and 2 spots in prototype, that they both pit 4 times, and you know, VAPEX is got on 21 laps on their current stint with Vendaval only at 9. You don't often see that, huh?
Yeah, it's a question. They probably have it planned out, but it would be a shame if you had to come in if that lead car would run out of fuel and have to make this stop just outside the pit window, and they'd be forced to splash and go at the end.
Now, as these races go, okay, especially at Sebring, anything could still happen at this point. So you still have to get around the traffic. You still have to turn good laps, and you got to have a little bit of luck. So we'll hope, if that all holds to form, then yeah, we're talking about something interesting maybe unfolding. And Juan continues to really keep the hammer down on his Corvette, and has now closed his gap just under 6 seconds.
Yeah, Sean, a long way to go. I mean, 2.5 hours to go around Sebring at night. This track is bumpy. It plays tricks with your eyes when you're in the car, especially this late into it. These guys are, 3.5 hours in now, and that stuff's going to start happening. So we're going to start seeing driver fatigue. Even though they're team racing and they're swapping them in and out, a lot of these guys are on their third stint.
Sean and I both watch Game of Thrones, and if we've learned anything from that, and that is the night is dark and full of terrors. So 2.5 hours, who knows what? There could be a dragon out there by the time this race is over.
There could be hiding somewhere just outside that.
We have a spin, Ellis.
Yes,
we hear Ellis has spun for Blackadder Motorsports. Yeah, sure enough.
Yeah, coming up on the replay now, there he is on screen, the number 68, Blackadder Motorsports, and boy, that car just comes around. Looks like he might have gotten a little bit of curb.
A little bit of tank slap action there.
Yeah, let's look at it here from inside the car, see what happens. Yeah, you know what? Boy, those rumble strips aren't any good. Looks like maybe he got just a little bit off in the grass there, and no contact, so he's able to get back under power, but goodbye to third place. So
on cue for me, that's exactly what we were talking about. He ran out of track there and found there was no grip on the grass.
Yeah, I said goodbye to third place, but certainly any ground he was making up on Lopez lost. Now Hickman closes the gap, sitting back there in that V-Apex Racing yellow team. Just got finished talking to his teammate, and so that again, not bad for them. That closes the gap for them up to a podium spot.
I've got to do a shout out to Bad Cactus Racing Blue here in GTD with Ryan Welsel. Tell him, like I said, they're making a pretty good recovery drive here in the podium spot in that third position after having to serve a drive-through penalty early on in the race. So, props to that team.
Okay, Juan Lopez has closed it to a straightaway. Basically, Holman Straight was the distance between David Jacques and Juan Lopez. So it's the fight is on. Here comes Juan Lopez, having a really solid run here deep into the night.
Vanderbilt Sim Racing, they keep knocking off time. It's got it down to under 5 seconds. It will not be long.
Wow.
Now, see, I think back in the GTD division, I think we're kind of looking at the same situation there with 49 Motorsports leading the way. Again, in fact, they're coming in. Looks like are they in right now? Is 49 in from the pits?
Yeah, here they come. Going to come for their pit stop right now. Pushing by, and yeah, they're definitely going to come out, behind the GTD leaders, which is Hussinkveld, Henry Gross at the helm right now.
But with 2:22 to go, all they would need to run is maybe a 50-minute stint. 2 50-minute stints would probably get them there. They could probably come home with 2 from here. And again, I know we keep talking about there's a lot of stuff can happen between now and then. But yeah. I'm not sure if Court Racing can actually do it in 2.
Well, the GTDs at the front of the field here, they've been running over an hour, almost an hour and 5 minutes. Yep, almost an hour and 5 minutes on their stints. So, you know, either they took the fuel out of the tank on the first stint, or they're planning on short stop for the second, or split in the last two. And we'll just have to wait and see. No way to tell.
Meanwhile, the gap up in the prototypes from V-Apex Racing back to Van de Waal Racing is about 5 seconds. Sean, keep an eye on that one. We don't want that one to sneak up on us.
No, actually, you know what? Let me run down the DP class here real quick because we've still got 6 cars on the lead lap. About to be 5 as David Jacques is closing in. Right now, Jacques is your leader. V-Apex Racing Group. Van de Waal Sim Racing. White is in second with Juan Lopez. Alex Ellis for Blackadder Motorsports in third. Gary Hickman, the V-Apex Racing Yellow Team, in fourth. Aiden Pike holding down fifth in the Speed Asylum Black Machine. And in sixth, still in lead lap right now, Christopher Hendrick for Blackadder Motorsport. And then everybody else a lap down or more right now. Jacob Lehman in seventh. That's Online Sim Racing. And Rodrigo De Silva in Club do Volante in eighth. And Court Racing Team, Andrew Hess holding down ninth, 4 laps down right now.
Club do Volante sounds like somewhere you want to put on your dancing shoes if you're in Europe there. Where are you going? I'm going to Club do Volante.
Yeah, I had to take a second on that one to get that off the tongue.
Yeah, I mean, there's a real diverse geographical field in this series, so there's to be lots of challenging pronunciations for us. By the way, 49 Motorsports is rolling again, and Dexter Castro has gotten them back in the car, so driver change there, and they had a clean pit stop at 94 seconds.
Well, I'm here. Looks like they're talking about the race. Stewart's talking about red flagging. I'm not sure what that was about.
I didn't catch it because I was running my mouth at the same time.
Yeah, no,
so.
I don't see any reason why they would think about a red flag. That would
Okay,
that'd be everybody. Go ahead, Sean.
I've got an update here. Juan Lopez takes back over the lead. David Jacques is in the pit. V-Apex Green is in, gives up the lead. Lopez on the charge. Looks like Mikey Grimm's gonna get back in the car. Now Mikey was really running hot the last time he was in, and I'll tell you what, look for him to get back on it now. So the driver swap, we know it's another 30 seconds added on to the service, so that's going to be a little bit longer stop, but look for Mikey to get back on the throttle as soon as he gets out and start picking them off one by one. But Juan Lopez, again, your new leader, that moves Alex Ellis and Blackadder Motorsports up to second. Grems is out.
See, now, if I'm on the pit box for Mikey Grems with 2:18 to go, I'm saying we need you to save fuel for the next, 2 hours and 18 minutes. We're going to do this on 2 stops from here, and we're going to win this on fuel strategy. Everybody else is going to have to come in 3 times. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, Bill, I've got an update here from our race control here. Apparently, we're hearing there may be some DDoS attacks going on. The iRacing servers might be overloaded. There may be some disconnect issues. If there are, they're going to red flag the race until everyone else joins to get back in. So we're just going to look out for that possibly happening. Nothing happening yet, but that's the update.
Yeah, that's what that seems to be about. I haven't seen anybody drop from the server from my timing and scoring yet, so let's hope it stays stable and it's not a DDoS, and hopefully it's a false rumor. But that's really interesting that they would have policy in place to have a red flag for that situation, and I like that. That's good.
Does anyone want to attempt to explain what that situation is?
That means
for our viewers who have no clue.
What, the DDoS thing?
Yeah.
Well, so it's basically an denial of service is what that stands for. So it it means that somebody would be trying to attack iRacing servers with a flood of packets, so that the iRacing peer-to-peer packets couldn't get through, and that's when you have people start getting dropped, just because the connections are getting broken from it being overloaded, and that's what that means.
Let's give Jason credit, Sean, for calling it somebody attacking. Sean and I might use a more aggressive word to describe somebody being so idiotic to do such a... I don't understand the thought process behind that. I guess it's like climbing Mount Everest just because you can, but come on.
As we're watching Blackadder come out of the pits.
Some people have more time than sense, Bill.
I think we'll be okay. I'm just going to throw that out there right now. I think we'll be fine. We're not going to have a red flag for this race.
And you can take confidence in that prediction, because where do you work, Jason?
Hewlett Packard Enterprise.
There you go.
All right, so after that pit stop for VAPEX Racing Green, Mikey Grims gets back in the car. He is now just over 54 seconds down to Juan Lopez. We'll keep an eye on that and see if if he starts to close that time any. But he's got to watch out. He's got a little company right behind him. Is Gary Hickman in the VAPEX yellow car, a teammate obviously just behind him, a little less than 10 seconds, and then you've got Sven Kameritz, who got in for Blackadder Motorsports in a number 68. He's back there just a little bit further, but there's a race going on there to be had. Aiden Pike is starting to close just a bit on that fourth place car, the Blackadder Motorsports machine. So lots of cars still battling out here in the Corvettes for sure.
Car number 5, GTD, just went into the wall in Sunsets, coming into the pits. That would be the GAS Competición team with Jorge Cervigon at the wheel.
It's so bumpy around there. That corner has more bumps than Tony Montega's coffee table. He just he put it right into the wall too. That's going to be rough.
Yeah, and even rougher for that driver. They were in third place when he took the wheel, and just had a hard time of it tonight with the bumps at Sebring, or the setup of the car from the other drivers. Maybe something not compatible there, and he just not felt or looked comfortable in the car. At least he hasn't looked like he's felt comfortable in the car. Is pretty much what I was trying to say there.
And of course, that's I believe this is the team from Spain with Jorge Patron Cervillain and then Dominic Algusel.
Yeah, that's right. And they also have Victor Rivera on that team. I'm not sure if he's driving today. See if I can find that out.
Oh, we had trouble there with the Blackadder Motorsports number 69 coming up on the replay now. Yeah, and that's probably, I think, the second or third time Hendricks had a little trouble in Sunset. You know, we talked about that being really bumpy. The entry into Sunset is really where it can all start to go wrong for you if you don't get it just right, and you swing it out way too wide. You're never going to recover from it. You wind out tracking all the way out there. It's really hard to get back around, and Hendrick again having a little bit of trouble with that, and able to get the car back under power, but cost himself a lot of time there. Now Lehman just spun. That's the online sim racing team, the number 19. Bring that up on the replay.
As our director looks around, Hendricks had trouble. He got into it with Chuck Chambliss earlier about lap 69. He had some trouble too that moved him down the list. There we see it on the replay there with Linkman.
Yeah, and Lehman unfortunately makes contact, and that had to hurt just a bit. Trying to see the damage on the car now, but yeah, that's looks to be okay, but you never know. I mean, it's easy to knock something off in these things. It might look good, but if you do some suspension damage, trust me. Yeah, they're a bear to handle, and Sebring being the challenging track it is, you want a car that handles well.
well, you guys have done more endurance racing than I have. Is the iRacing repair a little more forgiving in an endurance race? Will they take longer and fix the more severe car damage than they would in like a sprint race?
No, it's the same, Bill. It's the same either way. And we got our third place car in GTD, Bad Cactus Racing, in pits for their fifth stop right now, and driver change. Ed Forrest is getting back in the car.
The one thing I've noticed with driver swaps racing is I think there's a different attitude though when you have a partner. You feel more. I think you are more forgiving if you only have yourself to blame, and you only have yourself to disappoint. I think when you got a partner with you, what I've noticed is drivers tend to be a lot more conservative because they don't want to, especially if they're starting the stint, they don't want to turn over a damaged car to their partner.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Bill, you hit the nail on the head there. You know, I love team racing and I hate it at the same time, just for that thing, because there's so much extra stress and added pressure on not messing up the car, you know, or just, you know, even any damage at all. You just want to turn the car back over to the next driver in a clean state, especially if you took over the car clean. You know, you don't, it's just a terrible feeling to you know, make a mistake and damage the car and then turn it back over to the next guy. And sometimes, you know, stuff happens, there's no fault of your own, and, you know, that's not as bad, but when it is your fault, that's terrible.
And you know, when we've done interviews as well, it almost seems like, I would bet that if you ask drivers, they get more satisfaction out of winning a team race than they do an individual race, because it's something they can share and they feel like they've been part of something. Would you kind of agree with that, Jay?
Even just a podium, Bill, I absolutely agree with that. Even just a podium, because the team racing, you're going up against the overall sum total talent of the team, and the bar is raised a little bit, you know, because it's not just head-to-head against one driver. And you're also going against, you know, their overall team engineering capabilities. You know, how good are they at field strategy? How good are they at, especially in a series like this where you have yellow flags? Well, yellow flags can screw up your scripted field strategy in a heartbeat, and you got to be able to think on the fly and adjust to give you the best possible chance for the best possible finish.
And Sean, you've spent a lot of time on top of the box for teams, haven't you?
I have, and having been part of a 24-hour victory, I got to tell you, there is not much better feeling than being part of a team effort in an endurance race, certainly a 24-hour one, because a lot of planning, a lot of scheduling, a lot of strategy goes into that. And even in these 6-hour races, trust me, it has to be thought out. Yeah, you can fly by the seat of your pants, but a well-laid plan is certainly a key to success in endurance racing. But like I said, that feeling is incredible, being part of the team, and yeah, even being on top of the box and managing everything, working the spreadsheet, working the fuel. It does kind of put you in the setting. And make no mistake, to these viewers out here today that are watching for the first time, this is in real time. There's nothing accelerated about this. This isn't a simulated, let's do 24 hours in 20 minutes. This is real time, and you know, you got to get your rest. You got to keep the fluids in you, and you've got to keep your focus. We talked about it a little while ago. Must be focused, and as this race wears on, as we hit just almost the 4-hour mark here coming pretty soon, the last 2 hours are going to be the most exciting 2 hours of the race to really observe here, because that's really when you see even the greatest drivers start to lose their focus, maybe start to lose their edge a bit, and that's what we're going to have to watch out for in the last couple hours today.
Absolutely, Sean, and you know, I'm really anxious to see what happens at the GTD field on that, because we do have the top 2 cars there on off-cycle strategies. Hussenfeld stayed out when that yellow came out, and 49 Motorsports came in, because partly for 2 reasons. They were only about 5 or 6 laps into that stint when they came in and pitted on that yellow, but they wanted to get Dexter Castro in the car, because on their first pit stop, when they tried to get Dexter in the car, Dexter's sim crashed on him, and Yuri had to jump back in the car after starting the race. So this was the first pit stop, talking about stint number 2 they were about to take. And Yuri was able to get back in the car. They were able to recover from that and not lose any time in the pits, even with that failed driver swap. You know, and that's partly because of iRacing's changes of having to do fuel and tires. Well, fuel first and tires separately is what I was trying to say there. So it's going to be real interesting to see here at the end what this off cycle is going to play.
As we ride on board with Dexter Castro, it really gives you an impression of how dark it is. I would say Sebring, maybe Spa is just as dark, but Sebring, man, it's a new moon tonight because it is black out there. I'd like them to have some type of moonshine out here to help out a little bit. And I mean moonshine as in real moonshine. I guess the moonshine might help in that way too.
You have to feel your way around this track at night because, you know, your lights aren't pointing at the apex, especially, you know, the hairpin turn, tower. You can't see them.
And there's at least this configuration. There's a shorter configuration that has a turn off into an unmarked side road that is just impossible to find. You really just have to almost count the seconds from your last turn and say, I think I turned in here now, and hope the road is still there.
Yeah, I honestly, I couldn't imagine trying. I know which road you're talking about. I couldn't imagine trying to find it here at night.
I love it, though. I love night races. Nothing better.
And we talk about endurance. You know, it's endurance for the drivers. It's endurance for the announcers. So let's talk about the Iron Man really today. And that's our director, Amjad Yaman, who is doing the entire stint, 6 hours. So if you're with us near the end of the race and the camera starts to get a little blurry, or I think it's understandable. If he starts focusing on, if we see too many shots of wives and girlfriends, I think we can understand why.
Cheese slides off the pizza onto the keyboard.
We're feeding him a steady diet of beef jerky and Monster energy drinks, and he is good to go, baby.
Maybe less caffeine next time on it.
Honestly, we're trying to look. We knew the B team knew we were going to be into this here. As we're looking for some strategy to talk about, but honestly, as we go through here, everyone kind of distance themselves a little bit. Nothing really to watch for other than cars working their way through traffic.
Yeah, and you know, Mikey Graham's is having a good run. He's been solid, but unfortunately, he's not really running much better times than his the car he's chasing, and that's Juan Lopez and the Vendaval Sim Racing White. That team spending a lot of time up there in front today. A little bit of chat coming on the radio now. I don't know, but there may be a couple of drivers experiencing some issues. We just had one come on and asked if everybody had lost everything.
They're definitely worried about it. I'm not sure where the rumors or information's coming from to race control there, because I haven't seen hint of anything.
Well, in Florida, I guess we would liken it. They would race in the rain. We'd liken it maybe to a hurricane coming, or a tornado, lightning, or something. Some type of event that would put a stop to the racing. Certainly it's a flat track here, though, boys. There's one thing about Sebring I'm not real crazy about. Not a lot of elevation change. Easy viewing for the fans, but man, it is flat, much like Florida.
Yeah, that's a testament to its age, right? That's how they were built back in the day, just flat and curvy, right? And then got a little bit camber in the modern courses that they build today, but not here. And just if that wasn't bad enough, we're going to give you some bumps that'll rattle your teeth off. Oh, and on top of that, we're going to give you pavement changes. You're going to go from pavement to cement, off cement, during the apex, back to pavement. There's quite a bit to handle here for a driver.
It is got to be one of the more bumpier routes around on iRacing. It really is. Sunset alone is frightening.
Yeah, Sunset's something else. I'll tell you, once you get it, I'll give it to you here, Sean. Once you get Sunset down, just know where not to drive, right? You just learn where not to drive. And there's only one way to get there, and that's drive it. And hit your bumps, hit the wrong spots, and get spun out and get put into the wall. And that's just really the only way to learn how to get through Sunset. Sean?
Once you've got through Sunset and up the front straight and around turn 1 there, the trip into turn 2 isn't any fun. That left-hander, that first left-hander there at turn 2 is pretty bumpy itself. If you don't get the car slowed down just right, you hit one of those bumps, you're flying off into the barrier. And again, the old characteristics of this track shine through every time we're here. No different today, but Juan Lopez doing a really, really great job up front right now, on board with Rodrigo in Port at the Silva here. That's Club do Volante. They are still running 8th. A little bit of front-end damage on the car, but they seem to be holding it together. Heading under the Budweiser Bridge.
I like that name, Volante. It just sounds fast. I like it. Well, listen, I have very little going on in GTD right now. The entire field is really spread out, but let's just go through the top 5 and the gaps for that. At the sharp end, number 1, Team Hussikveld. Henry Gross at the wheel right now, and they've got a 36-second lead over second place 49 Motorsports with Dexter Castro in the car right now. In third place be Glad Cactus Racing Blue with Ed Voris at the helm, and they're back a little 2.5 minutes there, and they've got over a minute lead over fourth place Online Sim Racing DE with Wolfgang Wildenauer at the wheel right now. And then your fifth place driver in GTD is Braxton Motorsports with Benjamin Fisher at the helm, and also sitting about. So the whole field top 5 is spread out about a minute and a half between them, except 1 and 2 at that 30-second mark. And Team Hussenveld has lapped everybody but second place.
Let's take a look up at the prototype, Sean. Why don't we run down? We still have, how many drivers we have on the lead? The top 5 are still on the lead lap, so maybe we'll run through those one more time.
Sure, yes. Our leader, Juan Lopez, just got by Joshua Mertz, who was off course there right in front of him. But Juan Lopez and Vanderval Sim Racing still holding down the top spot. Mikey Grimm's back there for V Apex Racing Green. In second, V Apex Racing Yellow, holding down third. Gary Hickman in the seat. Sven Kammertz for Blackadder Motorsports sitting in fourth. Aiden Pike, Speed Asylum Black in fifth. Those 5 cars still on the lead lap. Christopher Hendrick a lap down, sitting in sixth. That's Blackadder Motorsports. Jacob Lehman 2 laps down. He is sitting in seventh. And then we keep talking about Rodrigo da Silva. For Club do Volante, they are in 8th, and the back of the Corvette field there, Andrew Hess, Court Racing Team, they are 5 laps down and in 9th, and then we've got a couple other cars back there that are well off pace now, but still a strong battle there for the vets. We've got 5 cars on the lead lap still, and as we talked about before, anything could still happen, but Juan doing a really good job of keeping his distance from Mikey Grims. Mikey just not able to make up the ground he was able to earlier, and that still leaves him just over 55 seconds back. Now, we talked about them being on a little bit different strategy earlier, so we'll see how this continues to play out. But, we're in that point of the race now where we start back timing thing, and Bill, you did the math earlier. Like I said, we'll see how this shakes out here over the next just under 2 hours.
Let's talk about a couple hard chargers. The best I can find is some teams that have made up 6 positions. Let's look at Online Sim Racing right now, driven by Wolfgang Wildenauer. Oh, boy, I've been looking forward to saying that one. Started 20th up to 14th, that's 6th position. Now, running right behind them in 21st position overall is Braxton Motorsports. That's Benjamin Fisher out there right now, and they're 21st to 15th, so pretty much the same thing that Online Sim Racing has done. Then there's one more team I want to point out, and that's Blackadder Motorsports. That's the number 66 team. They started 23rd, and they are up. Well, they just fell back a spot. They were up to 18th. They just lost the spot there, I guess. That's only 5 spots. Right now, Blackadder, though, Joshua Mertz in that one.
Yeah, Josh Mertz, a long-time driver for Blackadder. And, you know, he's a dedicated driver. He never misses an event. He's there every single time, puts in the laps, every single race. And those guys run a lot of series, you know. They run a lot of races. I mean, he's just online all the time.
All right, guys, the 999 V Apex yellow car is in the pit. They just switched drivers. Chuck Chambliss is in. Time for him to get back to some racing. Getting ready to make his way off here. He is out. Good. Quick pit stop for those guys. Just under 30 seconds. Nice job.
It's a little bit like the Alliance race scheme that Toma ran in the Daytona 2.4 in the Pac Majors. I'm liking it.
Yeah, car a bit of black and a little bit of day glow, yellow, and the white. Pretty hot looking paint scheme for sure. All right, now we got Blackadder coming in. Hendrick bringing that Corvette down. The number 69 is making his way. We'll see if there'll be a driver change. That car is still looking good, pretty good shape. A little bit of damage on the right front. Hendrick had that problem earlier and nicked her up just a bit. Makes a clean entry in. I said the left front, the right front there, folks. Bill, I'm already, you know, we're only just over an hour in, and I'm already mixing up my directions. What did I say about focus? Focus, focus, focus. All right, there we go. Hendrick is out. Stays in the car. And that only cost him just about 18.5 seconds.
Now, I know they talked about it earlier in the broadcast because although I wasn't commentating, I was sitting in for the whole thing so that I didn't miss anything. But, you know, talk about that. They talked about the first lap in the C7 on cold tires, but how is it when you just made a pit stop? Is it just as bad, or is it, not too bad?
No, it is. Yeah, that, you know, and that's one of the unique characteristics of the C7. I don't know what it is about the tire model that they have on it, but yeah, outlaps in the C7, it doesn't matter what track you're at, are always sketchy. Plan to give up some time on that outlap because you've really got to be careful. You really do, especially on a flat track like this. I mean, you got to get some heat in them, and it'll take just about that whole outlap to get the sufficient heat in the tires to get a little bit of grip here.
That must be especially scary here if it's bumpy as it is.
Sean, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but does the same pit stop rules apply for the prototypes where it's not fuel and tires at the same time?
Yeah, no, same rules apply. Yeah.
There used to be 2 tire changers on it, though. Is it down to 1 on the C72, or is it still 2? Oh, I put you on the spot with that one, didn't I?
Boy, you did. Geez. Good question. I don't know. I'm trying to remember right now. I can't recall.
Well, sorry about that, buddy.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna just make it up. No, I have no clue. Somebody text in the chat. Tell us.
There you go. It says in the commentator's handbook here, when you don't know, just make it up. So
I failed. Oh, apparently I failed. Wonderful.
Being wrong is a lot less painful than not knowing. Sean can't tell a lie, though. So we're under 2 hours now, and we have some of those prototypes coming in, making that stop. Boy, I think there's still 2 left for them.
Well, our leader, Juan Lopez, has made his way to Aiden Pike. Oh, Lopez making a decision to come in, so here we go. Vendaval Sim Racing in the pit. Just as he was about to pass Aiden Pike, he was closing on him. But we've got Vendaval Sim Racing in the pit. Will Lopez stay in the car? He's been really good. He's been really solid.
You don't have to change to it, but I just realized that 49 Motorsports has started eating into Hussenfeld's lead a little bit with Henry Gross at the wheel and Dexter Castro at the wheel on 49. we're out almost to the 38, 39 second gap, and it's down to 35-30. And I wonder if Huskeveld had a little problem there. Might go back and take a look.
Okay, Bill, we got our update from race control. Yes, it is 2 tire changes. Sorry, guys. Yeah.
Boy, they know a lot.
All right, Lopez stays in the car. They're making their way back out. Vendaval, Sim Racing, White, and Mikey Grims is closing in quick. So Grims doing a good job of picking up the pace there while his opponent was in the pit. But good pit stop there for just under 26 seconds.
And if we go to the GTD leader, number 78 car, he just put another lap on the 4th place car of Online Sim Racing DE, and I'm not seeing any visible trouble there on it. So it might have just been a couple bad laps, but probably some traffic maybe. But that team has been looking really solid all day. Not to put the commentators' curse on them, but still looking solid. Just picking them off, nice smooth laps, getting all their marks.
Speed Asylum now in the pits. With 49 Motorsports as well.
Yeah, Dexter Castro and the gang bringing their car down. Aiden Pike and the Speed Asylum team bringing their car down.
Yeah, they're on that off cycle. Huskenbell's got 23.5 laps on their current stint, and so they're about 10 laps apart on their pit cycles. Yuri gets back in the car. I see.
I'm going to think that Castro and Yanis for 49 Motorsports, they're going to be able to go with one more stop from here with an hour 50 left.
Seemed like a pretty fast stop for 49 there.
Hey guys, Joshua Mertz just had trouble getting through Sunset. Oh, now making his way into the pit. Got out of shape really bad there in the Sunset. Seeing a lot of left front damage on the machine of the Blackadder Motorsports number 66. I think we're pulling it up on the replay now.
Yeah,
Trouble through Sunset.
It's so dark. I think he got into the outside wall there.
Just straight in. It just looked like the car didn't turn. I wonder if he missed the braking point, just locked them up, and just didn't have any turn left.
Well, I don't know if you've been watching the rotors on these GTD cars, but they are lighting up, and he might have just run out of brake.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that looked like a fatigue wreck right there. Lost his focus. Yeah.
It was funny. I'm watching from behind. He's working the brakes even through the corner, trying to. Boy, yeah, that was a tough one.
Yeah, it looked like there was no saving that.
I think he was getting off the brakes to try to get the car to turn, and every time he'd come off the brakes, it just put him closer to the wall. Well, that is a good place to hit the wall, though. I mean, he brought it right into the pits.
I was just going to say, I mean, if you're going to do it at Sebring, that's the spot, right? But listen, I got to update you on that stop on 49 Motorsports. It looks like they did a short film there, boys. That stop was about 35 seconds short of a full stop.
You know, I don't think it was so much a short fill as they came in before the tank was empty. And probably topped it off because it didn't seem like they had that long of a run.
That could be.
Dexter,
but on the way, we're seeing adjustments from 49 here.
I know Dexter likes to count back from figure out how far I can go and come in as soon as he can, because he doesn't like to be caught. We're talking about Dexter Castro of 49 Motorsports. He doesn't like to be caught out by a yellow flag. If he can get that pit stop in, he likes to get it in case there's a full court caution, although the way things are going, I don't think we're going to see one here today. It's pretty spread out.
Yeah, there is no doubt that they came in exactly when they wanted to. It's you know, even if they switch strategy with that yellow and the problems with Castro not being able to get the car on the first pit stop and that driver change, they know exactly what they're doing. Definitely know how to do racing engineering in that team.
Guys, I got to go back to our leader, Juan Lopez, who's having to work his way through some traffic. He had some trouble getting around De Silva there just a moment ago. Now he's got to navigate his way around Andrew Hess in the Court Racing team. They find themselves back in 9th place right now, and just off pace there by 4 laps. But our leader trying to put him another lap down, not able to make a way around. But track about to open up here on the back side as they get ready to head down Ullman Straight and look to pick that position up and put them another lap down. We'll see here. It's a fight, drag race down the backstretch. Surely going to pick up some draft.
Am I seeing a closing gap to second place via Apex of only 6 seconds there?
Yeah, actually, Mikey doing a good job, but you know, the outlap really cost Mikey and his team just a couple of seconds, and they're not closing right now. Lopez running just a little bit better right now. They just had to fight through some traffic, so Mikey able to close the gap a little bit, but Mikey's going to find that same traffic here in just a moment.
They know each other too. It's showing us both New York drivers on my timing scoring.
Possibly.
Yeah, Grims it's about 6 seconds between them, but he's got the 2 lap cars of De Silva in there, and then has to get around as well that are separating between him and Lopez.
Well, you know, it's always fun to try and chase down somebody from your club, right, that you race with a lot. It just raise the stakes a little bit more. At least does for me. Makes me bite down on the bed a little harder.
Hey, maybe we can put the cameras real quick on the car running 24th overall. He's 52 laps down. You know, my Back Marker United club, we like to do a little bit of this. James Alex Brown out there running for Torque Chicken has had a rough race, but James, good to see you got that car still out there partnering up with David Whammon.
Yeah, they had that team. They were, you know, up there pretty high in the start. I don't remember exactly where they gridded. They were up there pretty far, and then had, you know, they got turned by Bad Cactus Racing, completely accidental on lap 2 there, and so their day just went downhill from there.
Soldier on, boys. We'll get you. We'll save you a bear claw at the Back Markets United meeting there. Those are hard to come by.
Hey, I show up for the bear claws. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and props to them. You know, just keep it staying in, turning laps, maximizing points. It's all about just staying out there and getting as many points as you can. Think about big picture, and you know, more experience as well. You might as well stay out there, keep racing, multi-class. You cannot have enough multi-class experience. It takes so long and so many races, so many laps around traffic to master it. So good on them.
Well, I look at their possibilities. It looks like Gas Competition in 20th is out, and then Speed Asylum is also not racing, so they're only 32 laps down. Probably enough time to get there. Pick up a couple more spots.
Okay, Mikey Grimm starting to make just a little bit of progress. He got around the traffic. He's only got 1 car in front of him right now. That's the, let's see, who is that? That's Sergio Durelli and the Club Ham team. They're still out there fighting, sitting in 12th place overall right now. Not too bad. They're hanging in there. They're 8 laps down. Another one of those cars that just continues to fight, Bill. But Lopez still the leader in class. Mikey Grimm's back there wheeling it, trying to make his way to him, just under or just about 5.5 seconds right now, up to the leader for Mikey.
Graham's teamed up with David Jocks. Of course, Graham's just got in on this last stint, I believe, so he hasn't put in much time this time.
Yeah, that's correct. Jacques was in the car. But Mikey was in before that, so they did a flip-flop on the stints there, so one right after the other. So, yeah, Mikey back in the car, and we know they've got to put in a couple more pit stops to get it done. Be interested to see who gets in the car last for them. They both put down great times today. Lopez, though, really consistency. I think that's what we need to talk about with Lopez right now. He's been very, very consistent. Can he hang on and continue that pace? It's been really, really good. Mikey's starting to close the gap just a little bit more now, though.
Lopez teamed up with Matty Katasoya, and I think I wouldn't be surprised to see Lopez close out the show. Although maybe not with an hour 42. That's a pretty long stint. So maybe we'll see one more trip from Matty back end behind the wheel.
I think we've got a problem with the Blackadder Motorsports entry for Christopher Heinrich.
I show him.
Yeah,
I got him spinning on lap 126. Is that current?
Yeah, he was a couple of laps down, but has left the server.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that team connected right now. I hope we're not starting to see the situation.
Well, he looped it in Sunset and then took it into the pits. Now this is lap 126 for them, and they were a couple laps down already, so not sure how far long ago that was. It didn't feel like a disconnect. Because it happened while he was on pit road, so I'm going to assume that it was just something he decided to do.
Yeah, maybe maybe there was no relief for Christopher, and maybe that was just the end of the day for them. I guess we won't know. Maybe we'll get an update here at some point from Race Control on their exit. Maybe they'll come back. Who knows? But at this point, that's really going to hurt their effort today.
Well, Sean, your leaders have nobody between them now. Lopez and Grems. It is still Lopez in the car. That's right, Lopez and Grems. There's nobody between them right now. 5.3 seconds. And as I say that, Lopez gives the flashing lights to Alex Brown, who we just saw.
Good spot to make up time, though. Graham's really hustling down into the hairpin. Boy, he got a really nice trip through there, and he's going to have a great run up through Fangio because of it. Again, Lopez just a rock of consistency right now. Even working through traffic, he's been very consistent and making it really tough for Mikey Grems to catch up. Honestly, the Vendaval Sim Racing team seems to have a good plan in place, and they've done a great job taking care of the car because it's as clean as when they started, buddy.
Looking at this battle, 13th overall, it's Bad Cactus Racing in the GTDs. Looks like they got a chance to be run down. Vapex Racing. Am I reading this right? The Vapex is just...
Oh, yeah, that's
okay, there we go.
That's a C7 there, Bill.
That's why the gap is closing. iRacing.
That's okay, Bill.
There's the first one.
You are correct. There's a 2-second gap there.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, it is a pass for position overall, even though they're in different classes. They are on the same lap.
I believe I did mistake a Kia for a roof once. So based on the rear end damage of the vehicle. So, Bill, you're not alone. It's okay.
Wow.
Like a salesman to mistake one of those. That would really help.
I believe our director remembers that one, actually.
Well, it couldn't have been speed-wise, right? Difference between the roof and a Kia. It's pretty up there, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Okay, we can get off that now. It's okay.
Okay. All right there, buddy.
Not to mention sticker price, right?
Guys, I wish I could say Mikey Grims was catching Juan Lopez, but it's just really mere tenths every lap. That's it, and it keeps going back and forth by about two to 3 tenths of a second, back and forth. But they're both laying down a really good pace right now. I mean, they're running 154 and a half laps, so not a bad pace at all this deep in the race. The cars are obviously holding up very well for him. Setup is key, and on these flat, long road courses, setup is so important. As Mikey Grims makes his way through Sunset, you see that car just bump. Oh, and it gets a little wicked right there at the exit. You saw it right there live. That's a condition that you got to fight every lap here as he heads down into turn 1.
Yeah, and inside of 5 seconds right now, currently. But again, these two teams are on completely different pit cycles.
Grims ran the fastest lap of anybody last time with a 55 flat, about 0.8 of a second faster than the guy he's chasing.
Mikey Grims having a little trouble there with JC Arnold into 2. JC almost off course. Did a good job of controlling the car, though, and staying out of the way to let Mikey Grims get by. But just a bit of a moment there.
You got BAM 69 in the pits for their 6th stop, looks like. Oh, well, I just saw timing and scoring position flip, and then it's counting up on their pit stop right now. Yeah, you are correct. It's 7 minutes in there now.
They had exited out that team, we believe.
Well, apologies for that false report. Yeah, it could be. I didn't put the camera on him.
Yeah, we're thinking that the tow just ended on that one, as that's what's happened there. That's why it started to come in. Now I'm looking at Rodrigo and Del Silva coming in. His car does not look very healthy. This is for Club de Volte. It has no front end.
I don't see a De Silva in car right now. Which car number is that?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's not. It's his partner. It's a Club de Volte, though. It's Jefferson Podavani is coming in.
Yeah, Podavani's getting in the car now. We're trying to catch it on the replay here now. Yeah, here we go. Ooh.
Looked like a pretty big hit.
Yeah, I mean, on these prototypes, they're delicate. They're delicate, boys, so any hit's pretty big in those.
So the music has stopped for Club de Volante.
Yes, it has, and it might be paused for a while. Jefferson in the car, but yeah, they're going to need a little bit of work there to get back on track and to at least handle to get around here.
I couldn't tell what happened there. Can you guys call it out there?
It looked like it just hit hard right, and then I think it's last call for that team. They're going to be there for a while. That's too bad. They were running well.
The TCR Japan paint job on my screen there.
Yes, we have a few.
Yeah, 10-4.
Few cars coming out of the pits. Apex Racing is coming out in the pits right now.
Wow, the team leader just came out of the pits, and so we got 49 Motorsports in the temporary lead position now until they cycle around, and here we go. We're going to start seeing all this happen. So they're 8 laps apart now, with 49 Motorsports only 8 laps into their current stint. And Huskenfeld right now looks like, I was trying to see the gap there, and I can't see it. Hang on a second. Wow, just 4.5 behind 49 after the pit stop. So not sure if this would be closing up at the end here or not.
But is our leader right now? Is it 49 Motorsports out in front? Yeah, so I'm saying, as we saw before, I think they can do it on one more stop. And I believe this team that's behind them has to still make, with an hour and 32, they still need to make one more stop. So I think they're basically on the same pit cycle right now, and I think 49 Motorsports is out in front. I think it's legitimate.
Well, so 8 seconds less of fuel, but both having to make one more stop. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Bill. I'm not sure though. I mean, Huskenveld has quite a big lead for that pit cycle. We'll see. 49 Motorsports can reel it in on that strategy call, which would turn out to be just brilliant. You know, and we know they're good at it too. So I would expect nothing less.
Of course, the strategy only works if they're able to stay out in front right now, and I'm not sure that's going to happen. As I'm looking at the gap is starting to come down.
Yeah, we've got Christian Kivet back in the Huskenveld car. And he's the driver that started the race and just pulled out a nice huge lead for the team over the rest of the field.
Well, guys, proof that Juan Lopez is actually not perfect. Had a little bit of trouble in the hairpin just a moment ago. The car got a little bit wicked, and Mikey Grimm's able to close the second. Nice recovery for Juan Lopez as he now makes his way out of Sunset and up the front straight across the start-finish line down into one. Lopez, again, able to hang on to it, but Grimm's taking advantage of that by still running solid laps himself. That did cost Lopez about a second and a half. That little bit of trouble, and that's all it takes is, you start to have a rash of those, and then all of a sudden your competition is drawing close. Lopez now getting around Benjamin Fisher. Oh, contact! Oh, off! Oh, no! Oh, my. Lopez making contact with Fisher. Off into the wall. The caution flag is out.
Oh, my.
Oh, man.
Both cars.
Holy cow.
Bringing it to you live here on the Global Sim Racing Channel, boys. Wow. Our leader in the race, Juan Lopez. Oh, the car is destroyed. There's just nothing left of it.
Heartbreak.
I hate to question
what
backmark. We like to sit together, but Benjamin, there could be any reasons, but from this view, Benjamin looked like he just came across, drifted right into the prototype leader.
Which GTD car was that?
That was Benjamin Fisher. That was the Braxton Motorsports machine.
Was he?
I mean, they were.
Did he not see him? I don't understand. I'm hard pressed to come up to any reason. Sean, you have something you can think there to help Benjamin out?
I don't. I have nothing. My bag is empty as I'm watching Juan Lopez limp his way around now to an eventual pit stop. Didn't have to take the tow. Now listen, the Corvette is a mid-engine car. They're going to go in. They're obviously going to have a lot of repair. I don't know how much at this point. It's obviously going to take a while. But they took a serious front-end hit. There's damage pretty much on all four corners of the car. So I don't know. It's just going to be tough to imagine any type of recovery for Vendaval Sim Racing White at this point. And Lopez was running just such a great race.
To be honest, looking at it from the GTD in-car, it almost looks like a sim freeze or a crash or a disconnect of some kind. It just seemed to just go straight into it.
Let's hope for his sake. And in fact, if that would be the story I would stick with if I was Benjamin, because other than that, I can find no reason for it. So let's call it a mechanical error. What we're going to do right now, we're going to take a short break, catch our breath. They're going to go to yellow flag, and we'll come back and maybe go green from here with an hour and a half to go. You're watching the Global Sim Racing Channel. Don't go too far. Okay, get your head out of the refrigerator. Come back from the restroom because we have 1 hour and 22 minutes to go. You're watching the Global Sim Racing Channel's coverage of the DGFX Sports Car Series, and we have a battle ahead of us now as the yellow flag has bunched up our leaders. We just saw the lead team, a dominant team, get taken out. It was Vanderval Sim Racing White got taken out by a back marker. Juan Lopez still out there trying to limp that car around on the lead lap. But Sean, with 1 hour and 21 minutes to go here, I'm not sure if anybody has anything now for V Apex Racing, but there will be 4 cars on the lead lap.
Well, there will, and we know at this point now with the yellow flag, and that it's going to be a one-stop race from here out. So, we'll see. And I'm seeing Matty Katasoya back in the car for Vanderval Sim Racing. But they're going to have some time behind the wall, I've got to imagine. Alex Ellis in for Blackadder Motorsports. So we do have some driver changes going on. Looks like Mikey Grems is going to stay in the car for V Apex Racing Green. Chambliss. I'm sorry, go ahead.
If you're just joining us, it's where you're watching the DGFX Sports Car Series. I might have forgot to mention that. Now let's quickly, before we come back to Sean to see what else is going on there, let's take a look down there in the GDD class because, Jason, I think
it's difficult to say right now who has the upper hand in this yellow.
So the leader, the 49 Motorsports was out in front. They came in, but the leader did not come in. Is that what you're saying? My goodness, that's interesting.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting 49 to come in for that, and pit during that caution. They did, and they did a driver change, and Yuri's back in the car.
Well, here's the thing on this though. Now you'll have to come in for fuel. Let me make sure I'm thinking about this straight. It seems to me that if you didn't come in, you're going to need a little more fuel to go the distance. Obviously, 49 Motorsports is going to have a full tank. They will need to take less to fill up to go the rest of the way. So their pit stop will be a little slower. They'll be on fresher tires. They're going to be just one car behind. I'm not sure why you wouldn't want to come in and fill up right now, unless I'm missing something.
I'm thinking about 49 Motorsports. They coming in, then changing drivers, getting a full tank. They may be gambling on seeing one more caution because if they did that, a minute 20 or an hour and 20 to go, and if there was just one more caution, they'd make it. They'd have enough to get to the end, I think.
Yeah, but even unless the caution came at the very end where you could finish under yellow, I don't think you could afford to stay out on older tires if somebody came in and came on with fresh rubber. I don't know. We'll see how it plays out. I like what 49 Motorsports has done. I'm not quite sure I like what the team ahead of them there. Go ahead, say that name again there, Jason.
Wiesinkveld.
Wiesinkveld. That's very good. Sean, what do you like up there on in the prototypes? You think anybody's got anything for V Apex there?
Well, we're about to find out because we'll see if the teammate V Apex Yellow and Chuck Chambliss behind the wheel in the 999. That car has been good all day. Maybe they have a little something for their teammate.
Yeah, I like Chuck Chambliss. That would be my pick too. They're sitting back there in 4th position. Now, also still on the lead lap is the Vanderval Sim Racing, and they have the nose put back on the car. I don't know how long they'll have to stay there. If they're going to be able to get out and stay on the lead lap. It's going to be a little while as they're still doing wave buys right now. And actually, it looks like that car, as the leaders just go by, it looks like it has gone a lap down now.
It has, and that leaves 4 cars on the lead lap, and that'll be a fight that we'll run it down here for you real quick. That's Mikey Grems and V Apex Green in first, Chuck Chambliss in V Apex Racing Yellow in second, Alex Ellis up to third in the Blackadder Motorsports number 68, and Aiden Pike will be in fourth in the Speed Asylum Black. Now, Marcel Mersa is going to be the next car to pick up a lap on the Vanderval Sim Racing white car as it continues to sit behind the wall here. So that's going to be a good deal for Mersa to get another spot. Who knows what could happen? you know, a little bit of luck, Mercer could find himself fighting for that podium position today. So we'll see. You know, yeah, this race is winding down, but listen, folks, with one pit stop to go after this green flag comes out, at least here in the DP class, you know, you still got to take care of the car. You still got to get these laps in, and there's going to be a lot of traffic to get through here when we get restarted.
Well, I know it seems kind of vulture-like, but when you are the car that is right now, online sim racing is 2 laps down, but they're the cars that are leading all the cars that are laps down. They have no hope of catching up. You're out there for one reason only, and that's to pick up spots based on attrition, to kind of vulture those spots. So he's a happy guy right now because that's why he's racing.
I think we've gotten an update on what happened there with the Audi of Team Huskenfeld Engineering. There seems like that before sunset they had a spin there and hit the wall pretty hard. I guess we didn't pick that up, but yeah, that explains the trouble that they've experienced. Back out on the track now, but they definitely had trouble now.
Well, we completely missed that. Yeah, so damage on the car. I don't have any idea when that happened. I never even saw it blip on the timing and scoring. So usually when a car has problems on the track, you'll see a color change and watch them start dropping down the order. But yeah, we're so mixed up now in this long endurance race that didn't happen. So apologies, we missed it.
Well, the lights are out on the pace car, and I will tell you that Christian Cavett, he's got his work cut out for him. The front end severely damaged on that machine. Basically the front end wide open on it.
Well, this is looking more and more like 49 Motorsports race now, and I was just going to bring up the fact that they had 7 traffic cars in between them and Huskenfeld there. 4 of them GTDs, lap GTD cars, and 3 of them prototypes. 3 prototypes right ahead of them, right in front of them. But
sorry,
go back to green.
Yeah, sorry, Jason. Oh man, Mikey Grimm's already making a move all the way up to. Oh, just behind him, dicing through the field. Oh, 3 wide going down into 1. Oh, and now Mikey almost making contact there with the leader. With Christian. Christian stuck up there on the outside. Bill. Oh! Just off behind him.
That's Chuck Chambliss. He's got it going straight. He brings it back on off the fescue.
Chambliss able to get back up on track, but man, that cost him. And now he's working on Marcel Mercer, who we said was
49 drive straight through. That was 49. That was Yanis just missed the braking point completely and just drove straight into the apex.
Drove into Chuck Chambliss.
I don't know. He had Brett. Oh my goodness! He had Brett Kincaid. He shot by Mercer, and then went into Chambliss. That's the leader in the GTDs.
Chambliss with really bad damage on the right rear of that car. We're going to the replay here real quick. On board with Yanis
right now. And either his foot slipped off the gas pedal completely. Wow. It must have.
Yeah. We're thinking maybe cold tires coming off, but my goodness, the car just... Well, you know what happened? What makes it look worse is that he dodged it down into the right, and once he put the car on the grass, there was no stopping then. He moved to the right to avoid the car on the outside of him, got it into the grass, and then this T-boned Chambliss.
Just T-boned him hard.
Boy, what incredible fortune for Blackadder Motorsports. Now in the conversation for a win. Alex Ellis on it. He's in second, just a second and a half behind Mikey Grimm, who got off to a good, fast start, fighting through a lot of traffic to do it. But Alex, certainly, again, a fortunate one. Chuck Chambliss had that trouble and now finds himself almost 9 seconds back from our leader, Mikey Grimm's now.
Well, along those lines of changed fortunes, you know, I'm wondering about The Bad Cactus Racing car being piloted by Ryan Wallace right now, sitting in 3rd place in GTD. They're a lap down now, but I'm wondering if there's enough damage on both of the leaders' cars for them to be able to make it up. I mean, they've got an hour and 11 minutes, so it's possible. Just have to see how much those other GTD cars slow down up front.
I got to tell you, I'm a little worried about this VAPEX Racing yellow car here that Chuck Chambliss is wheeling. It just looks a little wicked right now. I just got to wonder if that right rear damage is making a little bit of difference on the handling of this machine and maybe affecting his grip a little bit. Still looking pretty racy, pretty competitive. Certainly losing time to the guys in front of him here.
So, Jason, just to review now in the GTD division, we think that the 2 cars out in front, well, we know certainly that Giannis has some damage from that hit we just saw on the screen. Then we think that the leader also has damage, right, from one that we missed.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, if we could just put the camera on 1st place and then 2nd place, and following that, let's take a look at the damage. Yeah, see, look at that damage on Yanis' car there, and then 49. We don't know how bad that car's hurt. But certainly it's got tons of front end damage. We don't know if there's toe, issues right there. But then if you drop back to the 3rd place car of Bad Cactus Racing with Ryan Wallace, there's not a mark on it, guys.
But he's a lap down, so we'll watch some lap times there. If he could make up the lap and then to get a timely yellow, he could be in the hunt to maybe battle for the win. So we'll keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, Sean, let's go ahead and how do things look up there in the prototypes? It looks like Grems has a bit of a lead.
He does, and everybody just now getting by Matty Katasoya, who's back in the car from Vendaval Sim Racing. They do have a front end back on the car, a little bit of damage. We have no idea how it's handling for Matty right now. That unfortunately has cycled them back to 6th place. They are 3 laps down currently and have a long fight ahead of them. Could still finish with a decent result today, but that incident there that brought out that last caution. What a terrible fate for that team today that had been so hooked up. But advantage to the rest of the guys that made it through that and race on. Mikey Grimm's still leading the field, but Alex Ellis keeping it close, just under a 1.5 seconds back. Chambliss now has seemed to settle in 3rd, not losing much ground now, but he's still about 11.5 seconds back from Mikey. Aiden Pike hanging in there in 4th. Those are the 4 cars on the lead lap now. Marcel Mersa, the next car, he is 2 laps down, rounding out the top 5. And of course, was able to get another lap up on Vendaval Sim Racing because of that time they spent in the pit.
Chambliss had an eventful first lap there when it went green. He put the car off onto the grass. Then he brought it back on. And then I think he caught a lucky break, as I think Giannis kind of center punched him right between the front and rear tire, got him right in the passenger door. And I think, well, I could actually be, I guess, the driver's side door in this car. Go ahead.
Bad news for Matty Katasoya and Vendaval Sim Racing. They are in the pit. I think they might have blown the motor. I've got the barbecue is out.
Yeah.
The ribs are on, and I think it's time to take the rest of the day off. That is a shame. So, apparently, it might have just been that damage.
That horrible front end damage. Maybe that might have overheated it. Maybe.
It very possibly. It is a mid-engine car. So it very well could have been a cooling issue, and they stayed out as long as they could, and obviously now on the pit lane, and the car is off.
So their bad news is going to be good news for those guys who are soldiering on, like Court Racing. Back there running in 7th position right now. All those other guys. Club Ham has a chance to move up.
Yeah, it is good news for them. Andrew Hess still out there for the Court Racing team, and Christian Cavett is still out there for Team Huskenveld, and that is more positions for them, and so we'll see here as the race continues to develop. But Mikey Grimm's now open up just a bit on Alex Ellis, picked up a full second, almost a 1.5 seconds on him.
Now, I've been keeping an eye on lap times at the front three for GTD guys, and you know what? Hossenfeld's, they're not lapping as fast as they were, certainly. They're not hurting that bad. Last lap, 2:02.680, so that's about 1 second off of where they had been lapping. 49 Motorsports with Yanis, however, his last lap was 2:05.2, and I don't think Bad Cactus Racing has the pace, unless if those front runners hold up, because they're lapping 2:03.
Yuri Yanis has got to be feeling horrible right now. He had those Dexter Castro and Yuri Yanis had that car just where they wanted it. It was looking good.
Well, they were right where they started the race, essentially. Second place on the podium.
So now their job is to limp that car around for the next point. It's going to be a long 65 minutes for 49 Motorsports.
Well, Bill, and you know, something we haven't brought up yet with Yanis and 49 is there's no doubt there's going to be a penalty for that. So I think they're going to lose the position third for the penalty, maybe.
Oh, it seems so bizarre. I would be claiming. In fact,
there's a turn.
Let me in. Go ahead.
There's a wreck in the hairpin. Oh, it was Ryan Wallace was involved too. Third place GTD.
If that's who we were thinking might have a chance to run it down, it looks like it's not going to happen now. I'm hearing a protest from Russell Clausen's teammate who would like to protest. Let's see if I can figure out. Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's talking about the incident that we got on screen right now. You know, it's just what I don't know. The stewards are going to have to review that. That looked a little bit 50-50 to me. The door was definitely closed, you know, by the C7, but you know, Ryan could have given him a little more room as well. So we'll see how they rule on this.
Well, so there's another car. So let me get this. So Ryan Wallace is on the same lap. He's going to be battling. Is that with Vapex Racing Group, right? They're on the same lap. So. Oh, I'm sorry. That's right.
Yeah, third place.
I'm sorry, I got it wrong. That's right. Third place in the GTD. That's right.
Yeah, it's kind of tough when you get because there's you know, multiple teams running both classes. Yeah. So I think we're looking at possible penalties coming up for 49 and now for Bad Cactus. But we have to wait to see how the stewards rule on that.
Well, Yuri, if you need some defense, I'll be happy to handle your defense. I watched the O.J. Simpson miniseries, and I got my Johnny Cochran's line down. I'm saying that it's a hardware issue there for you. That's what we're sticking with, okay? Either that and we were framed.
That one.
Don't believe your eyes, believe what I'm telling you. Well, you can believe right now that Mikey Grims is way out in front, having a nice run. He's opened it up to 3.1 seconds, Sean.
Yeah, he has, but I will, you know, Alex Ellis in Blackadder Motorsports, he's keeping him honest. Alex is still running some pretty good laps here. In fact, that time around a 154.5. So to Mikey Graham's 154.4. So, like I said, he's keeping him honest, and anything can happen. But these two cars right now, the class of the field, Chuck Chambliss back there in the VAPEX Racing yellow machine is now almost 20 seconds back and continues to drop off just a bit. That car not handling quite the way it was after it took a little bit of damage there in the right rear. So good news for Marcel Mersa. He is solid in fifth right now, and Ryan Smith and Speed of Silent Black are in the pit.
I'm watching that too. If this is a scheduled pit stop or if there was a problem with them. Oh, they were involved in that accident with Wallace, so yeah, they got into Clausen.
Yeah, they're 2.5 minutes on this pit count now.
So that's another car that Sean that was in the lead on the lead lap when we went green that may not be able to finish there.
Yeah, not a good day to be in the DP class and be on the lead lap and up there leading, because now that's going to leave only 3 cars on the lead lap. Mikey Grimm's, Alex Ellis, and Chuck Chambliss. That is your fight now, as Speed Asylum is sitting in the pits. But you know what? Good news for online sim racing. I mean, Marcel Mersa continues his charge, and that's going to slot him up to 4th. You know, we talked about that just a little while ago about, hey, it's about trying to, you know, you said it, Bill, vulturing it. You know, I mean, you got to have that mentality. Stay in the race. Keep fighting. Don't give up.
Well, Speed Asylum has brought the car back out. And it looks like they're still, are they going to be ahead? Yeah, it looks like they're still going to be ahead of online racing for now. But well, I think it's only 12 seconds if I'm looking at that right. Yeah, so we'll have to watch that.
Let's take a look.
Go ahead, Jake.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done there, Bill. But I was going to say, let's take a look at the GTD leader. Because I just cannot believe they're still holding up this speed. Look at that rear wing. I mean, it looks like spaghetti attached to the back of that car. And, you know, it's still lapping. Really good laps. Like, you know, 202s on the rest of the field. Nobody else is running that fast. Although, Yanis just, see, I mean, Yanis' last lap was a 205. And, you know, Bad Cactus, 3rd place, 203. And, you know, they're still lapping faster than the rest of the field. Like, it's unbelievable.
Ooh. And then, oh, I'm sorry. Well, I had a close moment. Alex Ellis, I looked like he made just a little bit of contact with John Eckert, trying to get around Eckert right there just before they got on to Ullman. Man, that was a close moment. Again, geez, it looked like contact, maybe just a little bit. He did just miss him. Oof, scary moment for Ellis, who's sitting solid in 2nd right now and who was keeping pace with Mikey Grimm's, but now finds himself 5 seconds back as a result of, you know, that little dust up there. But he's got the car back in good shape as Ellis makes his way through turn 1.
Okay, I got a battle that we're going to watch here for the next 58 minutes and see if it turns into something. Let's go to 12th pitch. Okay, go ahead.
Eckert is off and into the wall in turn 2, into the tire barrier. Court Racing back on it, back on the track. Ellis said that, of course, Ellis had just gotten by him, and then he went off and hit it pretty good, but car looks decent. I don't see any real heavy damage on it, so hitting that tire barrier can have its advantages. Soft wall, if you will.
I don't know, though.
Boy,
that was soft. It took a nice little spin, though.
And Eckert seems to be fighting it just a little bit. I see him in there working the wheel. He's got a handful of it now, and now he's got a little bit of added pressure behind him, closing in.
All right, guys, we got some race control updates here. So, stop and hold 30 seconds for the number 84 car. It's Ben Fisher piloting at the time. You can see the.
Yeah, that was the back marker that took out the HPD leader, the prototype leader.
Yeah, I was trying to Braxton Motorsports. That's right. That's what I was trying to find and pull up. Also, car 49 Motorsports has the stop and go for avoidable contact with the 999.
And I believe that is being served right now. So that moves him back a little bit closer to his challenger if they can get that lap back. Stop and go, probably not the worst thing to happen to them right now, as they had a lap on everybody else. The battle that I wanted to talk about, let's see if I can find it here again, was the battle for third position. Yeah. Oh, and it is coming down, I believe. Okay, let's look now. It's 11th overall. It's Bad Cactus Racing right now with Ryan Wallace behind the wheel. He's got a 22-second lead, but I think this is shrinking on Wolfgang Wildenauer. Wolfgang running back there for Online Sim Racing. So he has 56 minutes to see if he can close that gap. Well, now it's up to 23 seconds. Come on, Wolfgang. I'm pulling for you, Bubby.
It may be the case of traffic giveth and traffic taketh away.
We are kind of desperate looking for something to talk about here, as we thought we were going to have some good battles, and then attrition really played a factor. I did watch The Sound of Music the other night with my wife, so if we need to, I can break into some The Hills Are Alive and how do you handle a problem like Maria. So we have that in store if we need it.
I'm good for Edelweiss.
Edelweiss is there.
I'm good for that one,
okay.
Bubby. Oh, man. Jeez, I'm flooded with memories now. Stop.
I will not do I Am 16 going on 17, though. That's just
that's my break. That's my breaking point.
All right.
Sorry.
Okay, we have 55 minutes to fill, and we're going to find some good stuff to talk about here.
Hey, right now, we're looking at the GTD leader, still clicking off laps in the lead, and that Velt Racing.
The good news is, let's do a little shameless self-promotion here. If you'd like to see some real excitement, Sean and I are going to be back later tonight on the Global Sim Racing channel. We're doing the Bootleg Series, 100 laps of short track. That's going to be something to watch, Sean.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we get a little bit of break, and then we get to call some hot SK modified action for 100 laps this evening, and it's going to be a hot one. Don't miss that for sure.
No time for Do Re Mi in that one. That's jam-packed full of excitement. And we are going to be covering, as Joe Peak was able to tell you, we are going to be covering these 6-hour races, the other two that are left off in this west half of the season. We're going to fight, this B team's going to fight to open the show next time and put Joe Peak and the gang to close it out. We'll send in your cards and letters, please, to GSRC, care of Joe Peak.
Yeah, I have nothing to add there.
All right, I'll tell you what. I'd like to run down for everyone here real quickly. Let's get the top 5 here in the DP class. We've got Mikey Graham still holding down the lead, starting to open it up a little bit more on Alex Ellis now. Blackadder Motorsports sits in second. Chuck Chambliss hanging on to third. And that rounds out the 3 cars still on the lead lap. And then you've got Ryan Smith in now the car. He's in the car now for Speed of Silent Black, sitting in 4th. And Marcel Mersa up to 5th. Online Sim Racing, having a really, really good day after some early trouble. And they seem to have recovered well to round out the top 5. And right now, I think that's probably the best they can hope for. But who knows, man? They might have a little something for Speed of Silent Black. We'll see.
You know, one of the things that iRace is working on, and boy, it's going to really add something to endurance racing, is the progressive day-night transitions. That will be really something special when we can see the sun rise and set.
Oh, I can't wait for that.
Oh, we got a spin on the track. Oh, Ryan Smith having a little bit of trouble. Yeah, here on screen, there's the Speed of Silent Black machine. Just talked about him. Oh, got it. You know, honestly, right, you get a little too much of those rumble strip, those curbs, and it sends the car around pretty easy. And it looks exactly what happened. Not a bad recovery though, and he didn't hit anything, so they're back on it. But you know, Marcel Mersa able to close the gap just a little bit more.
That happened right in front of Yuri Yanis. Yanis was able to get around. That's got to be really scary at night when you get the iRacing will show you the yellow flag, but you don't really know what you're looking at, and it's dark out there.
You know, Bill, you talked about the day-night transitions. That is one of the real joys of this race at Sebring is that transition from day to night and then back to day here is, it's a magical thing to watch and see. And having never done it in person, certainly one of those things on my bucket list, my racing bucket list of items to get done.
It would be nice if they could actually set it up. Boy, I start to get picky now. You start to throw in typical iRacer. You're never satisfied, but they could throw in seasons as well. So, because what's interesting is, the some of the endurance races like Le Mans is held in the summertime where there's not as much nighttime there compared to like Daytona, the 24-hour Daytona held in February where it's mostly night.
Our leader, I'm sorry, Mikey Grimm's having just a really close moment there, getting around James Alex Brown in the Torque Chicken entry. That was close. Mikey having to make an aggressive, evasive move to get around him. Watching it on the replay here. Yeah, it's close.
Alex Brown certainly getting his allotment of excitement for this 6 hours. He's got 24 hours worth of excitement crammed into this 6.
And again, I said just a little while ago about how it wasn't a very good thing to be a leader in the DP class, and boy, Mikey having a close moment there. Thankfully gets through and still able to hang on to the lead. Alex Ellis able to close it just a little bit because of that, but Mikey's still in control, and now one begins to think about the end of this race. We've got just under 50 minutes to go. We know he's going to have to come back in, and we're going to have to get more fuel, tires definitely. But will there be a driver swap? What's going to be the call there? Is Mikey going to stay in the car, or are they going to switch it out? So we'll see. But everybody on the same strategy now because of that caution flag, at least in the DP class.
Ellis gets around Brown, and James Alex decides to bring it into the pits. Should be his final stop, as I believe everyone making this one last stop here, and then we'll be able to go the distance. Sean, we talk about it. We can't forget it, and it's really our fault for doing it. Grims is out there. He's got a 5-second lead. But one mistake, one off, and he gives that all up, and he'll be back in second place. And, boy, it's got to be rough when you're working 5 hours into an event.
Yeah, and Mikey still has work to do. He's working through traffic now. He's got to get around Ryan Wallace here, and he's able to pull that off. But, Ellis is there. He's in the mirror. He can see him back there. That's pressure, okay? When you're clean in front and clean behind, that's not really pressure. That's keeping focus. But, like I said, he can see Alex back there, and he knows that he's got to stay on point. And Alex is just waiting to pounce on that. And as long as Alex keeps running his race, he's flashing the lights now at Ryan Wallace. Let him know, I'm coming, baby, and I need you to get out of the way as they head down into sunset and get through. Our leader still pretty good pace and cuts off another good lap here. But Alex Ellis, again, in the mirror and in the conversation, and they still, I'll say it again, they still have a pit stop to make here in the DP class, and I think that last pit stop is going to be just absolutely critical for each team, for V-Apex Green, Blackadder Motorsports, and V-Apex Yellow. But what a tremendous day for V-Apex Racing, even though the blue team and Russell Klesson and the boys had a little bit of trouble. Had two cars right now in the top 3. They got to be absolutely tickled about that.
Well, I'll tell you who doesn't have to stop again, and that's 49 Motorsports. Hussingveld, they have to stop one more time, but you know they stretched out the lead to 1:05 now again, so I don't think they're too worried about it.
Well, Jason, are you assuming that 49 doesn't have to stop because they came in? They had the last stop that they made was that penalty. So I don't know if they were able to top up. Were they able to go the distance before that? Probably not. So maybe they still have one left.
You know, that is a good question. I'm not sure if they're allowed to take service during serving penalties in this. We don't think so. We don't think they are. So that's a good point, Bill. Yeah, thanks for keeping me honest there.
Yeah,
hey, guys,
that's no fun. I should have texted you privately so you could have corrected yourself. Sorry.
I've got an update for you. Marcel Mercer looks to be making it in a race here against Ryan Smith. He has closed the gap to just over 10 seconds, looking to get that fourth position away. That's going to be one to keep an eye on as they fight through a little bit of traffic here, and we'll see if Marcel's got a little bit of fight left in him here in the closing 45 minutes of this race.
I'll tell you who is going to need a pit stop, and I think it's going to be the GSRC crew. So with 45 left, what I think we'll do is come in, top off our tanks real quick, and then be back to go all the way to the end of the break. So we'll be back in just a second. Why don't you take a second to go in there and grab yourself another cold beverage. Be back in just a few. Jason Fleischle, Sean Ambrose joining me, Bill Soups on, here on the Global Sim Racing Channel. We are covering the DGFX Sports Car Series. It's a 6-hour event. We are down to the final 40 minutes. It's still night. It's still dark. It's still full of danger. But for V-Apex Racing and the prototypes, they are out in front with a 5-second lead on the field. And then in the GTD class, hopefully my partner Jason is back here with us to give us the name of that leading team, which I have managed to avoid for my entire 3-hour stint. I'm not going to say it. Let's see, Sean, you want to take a shot at it? Team number 78 there, Sean, your turn.
That would be Henry Grobe. I'm going to go with Grobe.
What about the team name, buddy?
Well, that's Team Huskenveld Engineering.
Huskenveld Engineering. That's not so hard. Good job.
So that's actually German shorthand for double S. So it's Henry Gross.
Okay.
Sean kind of sounded like the Swedish chef there on like the Muppets, you know. That was well done, but.
All right, here we go. Gary
got
Hickman,
something to talk about.
Yeah, Gary Hickman coming in for Vapex Racing Yellow. This should be their last stop. They are the first ones, though, to come in off that lead group, now making their way out. Hickman stays in the car. Boy, Mickey's going to catch him here. They got to get out quick, got to get out clean. I said Mickey. I've been trying to do that all day. Mikey Grems. That does put them a lot down as Mikey Grems is able to get around Gary Hickman.
So we know they can go the distance. Now they are done. We think that everybody still needs a stop pretty much.
Knowing that they're a full lap down, though, that pit stop for Ellis and Graham going to be very, very important to Hickman and Vapex Racing Yellow's strategy and whether or not they were able to get a one more spot or even a win. So Grams and Ellis still far enough ahead, it looks like, to make the pit stop and keep that distance away from Hickman.
Yeah, and we think 49 Motorsports still has to make one more too, right, guys?
Yeah, we believe, because they came in, even though our timing and scoring says they came in relatively recent ago, we believe that was for serving the penalty when Yuri Yanis T-boned Chambliss.
Yes, that is in fact correct. The penalty has been served now. That's correct.
And those aren't the T-bones that we like to have at Sebring.
No, definitely not.
Now back on lap 136, the 95 of Ryan Wallace, the Bad Cactus Blue team, they did get a warning for aggressive driving back on lap 136. So they are under would we say double secret probation or just a warning at this point?
Sound like the NCAA there. So 49 Motorsports leads. Now, if there were a yellow flag, I guess the problem with 49 is the car is just not very healthy. So even if there was a yellow flag, what we would usually say is, oh, that would bunch everybody up. But we just don't know what that BMW can do right now. Although I must admit, BMWs are built pretty darn solid.
Those things are tanks in this.
Yeah, they really are.
Compared to everything else. I mean, they just keep going.
Yeah, that was what I was going to say. The only thing they're missing is mat tracks. Honestly, if they had those, they truly would be a tank.
GSRC covers another series, the Continental Endurance Series, where they race with the little MX-5s. And every once in a while, that's with Mustangs, though. But again, it's another American car that gets in there. The Mustangs are pretty tough, too. Those little MX-5s don't come out so well. Well, the Mustang director is American, and I got confused because I've been doing this for 2.5 hours, and Yes, I got a little. Leave me alone. You know, if you haven't watched the Global Sim Racing Channel broadcast before, this is not the typical one where we're doing a lot of we're having a good time here, Sean and Jason and myself, because we're closing out this final 6 hours, looking for something to cover. Wish there was a pretty paint scheme out there to show everybody.
Well, I had big hopes for Marcel Mersa, but fighting through traffic and just a little bit off pace now. That 10-second gap he had there up to Ryan Smith and the Speed Asylum Black team has now fallen to just over 17 seconds and losing ground quick here in the final stages of this race. Just under 34 minutes to go now, Bill. Yeah, still look for the leaders here in class, Mikey Grems and Alex Ellis, to come in. I expect them to short fuel. Maybe, I don't know, Ellis, do they risk maybe going with no tires? I don't know. That's a long way to stretch. But we got to remember the outlap on cold tires is going to cost you a little bit. So we'll have to keep an eye on that and look at the length of those pit stops when they finally come in.
Let's go to 12th position overall. How about a shout out to this thing, Club de Volante. They are back. The music has started up. It's the Bee Gees and Michael Jackson. There's some dance going on. They brought that car back out. Rodrigo Improta del Silva racing that machine. Good for them.
Yeah, I'm seeing 9th in class right now.
And I got to be honest with you, very, very impressed with this field today. The 24 cars started, 21 still on the track, still fighting for a chance at a little bit of glory today.
Yeah, it's been fairly clean for the most part. Fairly clean. I mean, of course, we've had a few incidents. You know, some very costly. Obviously, the race leader that probably doesn't think it was a clean race.
Yeah, I'd agree with you there. Yeah, tough break for them today for sure. They are back on track though, so hey, hats off to them. Again, you know, the attrition here today not been very high. Certainly, we have some cars that are, you know, many laps down. But again, everybody really fighting to stay in this race. Hey, listen, in any endurance race, if you can finish the race, you can take away a little bit of joy in knowing that, hey, you know, we made it to the end with everybody else, and you take a little bit out of that, and you learn from your mistakes or from your misfortune, and you hope for a better one the next time back.
Sean, can Lopez take any solace that Fisher had to serve a penalty after doing that? Probably not going to help take the sting out of that much, huh?
No, unfortunately not. No. I think that sting will probably last for a while, and you know, that's unfortunate, but that's racing. It happens. Luck, for anyone who says luck isn't involved with racing, you haven't raced, because you do need a little bit of luck from the racing gods, sir. You really do.
You know, the race stewards should make drivers have to video pouring like a cold bucket of ice water over their head. That would be an appropriate penalty, you know, if you made him, you know, put his hand on the stove for 2 seconds. This is my take on it.
Just real quick here, Alex Ellis trying to get around Henry Gross, flashing his lights at him right now. But Gross really, Gross getting a little defensive there, not letting him just go by. And Ellis really having to do a little bit of work there to get around, and not a bad job. I mean, he's able to maneuver it, but probably a little bit more work than he wanted to do here this late in the race.
Well, and Ellis was probably just expecting, hey, you know, it's just pull over for me. Probably doesn't realize that Gross is really trying to chase down 49 Motorsports right now, even though it's probably a moot point. You know, he's had a hard time actually just making up this 5-second gap. He's down to 3 seconds now. Oh, something
Ellis is in, and so is 49. And Yenis is in just in front of him. They both peeled off the track.
Like I said, moot point. Now he could have just pulled out of the way. That's multi-class.
Now this is huge for Ellis now. For this team, they want to have a good stop. Don't take on any more fuel than you can. Maybe you can pick up those 5 seconds. Blackadder in. Will they make a driver change? Look like Alex is going to stay in it. Ellis is going to stay in the car.
And they are away. 14.05 seconds. They are away right at the end of pit lane there. Get out quick. That was a really nice pit stop there for Alex Ellis and Blackadder Motorsports. They're back on track. Still in second place. Mikey Grem still has to come in. That pit stop will be the basically that'll be the pivot point of this race. We'll have to see Ellis fighting the car as he gets out of the pit and back on it.
We talked about cold tires, and boy, he was trying to get that thing going as fast as he can and keeping it on the pavement as he flashes the car ahead. He's looking to get Yuri Yanis. Remember, Yanis came into the pits with him. Now he wants Yanis to get out of the way, because these are the money laps right here for Ellis. He wants to put down some hot laps. Once those tires warm up, Sean, do you think, in theory, he should be able to run some faster laps than he was running out there on the old stuff?
Oh, yeah, certainly after this first lap of getting the heat back in the tires, he'll be fine. Again, it's really going to just depend on what kind of pit stop Mikey Grems is going to throw down. You know, he could stay out for, a few more laps here.
Well, he's not.
Short fuel. Now he's in. There we go. Mikey Grems is in.
I think he had to. I don't think he could afford to stay out there too long and let Blackadder run hot laps on new tires and lose that ground. So he's going to come in. What he's got to do, though, is hit the pit box. Don't overshoot it. Come in carefully. You had 5 seconds to play with. He comes in perfect.
Nice job. Yeah, comes in absolutely perfect. And that car not going to be in long. He maybe could have held out one more lap. A good call to come in now.
Alex Ellis is on the Ulman Straight going through Sunset. I don't think he's going to get there as he's pulling out.
Yeah, no, sir. That was a 13.40 pit stop, and he is, that was awful quick. Picks up almost over a half a second there over Ellis in the pit. So, there you go. That's the rest of the race for you. Now Ellis is going to have to work even harder to try and catch up to Mikey Grems. Grems is going to have to just continue the focus he's had for that last stint. If he can stay on it, good things are about to happen for him, as we only have 27 minutes left in the race, Bill.
I heard a little action somewhere, but I'm not picking it up, so I guess everybody's okay.
Mikey Grems having to navigate some traffic here on screen. He's able to get around James Brown. Now he's got Oscar Ferreira up just in front of him. Now that is another one of the DP cars that's still out here today fighting. That's the Club Ham team. They had early trouble. They fought back. They're holding on to 8th place. Oh no! And just as I'm talking about that, Ferreira's trying to stay out of the way. Gets off course.
It'll work. He has a lap or so back to the next guy behind him, so he's okay.
Yeah, look, he hit the inside curb there and maybe broke a little bit too hard and doesn't make contact. Able to get the car back on the track. No harm, no foul there for Oscar Ferreira.
Now, boys and girls, 49 Motorsports has made their final stop. Are they... I can't see the colors. Are they leading right now? Are they ahead of... No, they are not. Sorry, I said there's a 78. Yeah, the problem is, that 78 machine of you want me to do it? All right.
No,
Team Huschenveld Engineering. They're running 7th overall.
I was going to offer to do it for you, Bill.
I would appreciate it.
Yeah, there's always prototype attrition at Sebring.
Yeah, I don't want to say the prototype. Oh, the caution flag is out.
Oh, my goodness. I heard a crash somewhere.
Car off exit 1, it says. Exit of 1.
Yeah, my somewhere has...
I think...
I see, maybe it's James. Is it James Alex Brown?
It was his James Brown. Oh, man.
I think that's it for James. He's going to need a brand new bag now. I think that's all over. Did he get in? It was Aiden Pike behind him?
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. It's Ryan Smith. But I don't think they made any contact there.
Oh no, they did. Yeah, there was just a little bit of contact, and race control's coming on saying it's going to be a very short caution period. But yeah, there was contact. James has a little trouble getting through one, and then unfortunately gets tapped there by Ryan Smith in the Corvette, and that brings out this caution flag.
What happened? I'm going to say that Brown got loose a little bit, and then when he tried to correct it, it brought him over in front.
Yeah.
That's what it was. I don't think he came over on purpose.
No. He was having trouble getting through one there, a little offline, and was losing it. Did a great job of saving it. Smith, unfortunately, was getting his run through there, and obviously the Corvette able to come through there a lot faster. His momentum carried him through, and he just really had nowhere to go.
Let's talk about this short caution period. What does that mean? Well, they have a different procedure. If caution is declared within 15 minutes of a preceding green flag, the start of the race, or when the green flag comes out after a preceding caution period, or if outside 15-minute window, then the first wave-by procedure does not need to be completed. So basically, they're not doing the full wave-by procedures for this.
Well, I'll tell you what, here's the really good news for Mikey Grems. He cycles out right behind the pace car. So Mikey Grems on this restart is going to have nothing to worry about as far as cars in front of him. He gets to get back on the throttle and back into his race when we get restarted with probably just a little less than 20 minutes to go.
Well, let me tell you who benefits most from this caution in GTD. That would be Bad Cactus Racing with Ryan Wallace. Because that puts him right up on the back of a hurting car. And I've been watching the gap. They're not a whole lot faster right now, but they are faster than 49 with all that damage.
Dexter Castro telling Yuri Yanis, you broke it, you drive it. So Yanis is going to have to try to hold that thing off right now. But yeah, my money would be on Bad Cactus. That's the blue team. Ryan Wallace behind the wheel. That car's looking really pretty. Now, those guys are a lap down if my timing and scoring is right, so the leaders don't have anything to worry about in that class. But Sean, you were talking about Mikey Grems not having much to worry about ahead of him, but he will have the car right behind him. Alex Ellis going to be right behind him. Looks like there might be a car in between them. A.J. Allen. Maybe AJ can take that car through the pits real quick and get out of the way. You're 26 laps down. Let's. Oh,
yeah, he is going to get a wave by right here. But Soup, Alex Ellis is really the best chance of his race here, and Blackadder Motorsports with a chance for victory here with less than 20 minutes to go. This is right where they want to be. They can attack. Honestly, they were keeping Grems honest. And, except for a couple of small handling problems there a couple times, you know what? They've been really good. This race is far from over. I said Mikey Grems would have clean air in front of him, but the battle behind him is going to be really fun to watch down into turn one when we get restarted.
Now, how much will they let Chuck Chambliss? He's running third, still on the lead lap. Will he still have traffic between him? They're not going to let him get all the way up there behind the leaders, will they?
Actually, that's
I'm sorry. I'm not
Hickman.
I'm sorry.
Hickman in the V-Apex Racing Yellow. Yes, I believe, yes, that they will. They're giving everybody the wave bys now, and Hickman making his way back up through the field has John Eckert just in front of him. I don't know if he's going to go around him or not.
Of course, Chuck Chambliss, the partner of Gary Hickman there. And Chambliss, this was the car that got T-boned by Yanis. So, but it has been pretty competitive. It's been running. I don't know if it has anything for the leaders.
Well, I'll tell you what. In GTD, the Bad Cactus is going to have to pit here. They're on 28 laps on this stint, and they're definitely going to have to pit. And the question is going to be how much traffic is going to be between them and 49. I think that between first and second, between Hussikveld and 49, that's pretty much decided. We've seen that Henry Gross still has the pace over Yanis and the shape that car's in. Of course, that's barring any shenanigans.
But unlike what timing and scoring was saying, they are on the same lap. So that's they're all 8 laps down. So the top 3 cars in GTD are all on the same lap.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
And
First and second don't have to pit, but Ryan's. I expect to see them come in and pit on this, so I'm watching them right now.
okay, and they put the lights back on the pace car. So we're going to have at least one more long trip around here.
Yeah, because they just opened pit road, so they had to.
So Mikey Grimm's up in front for V-Apex Racing. That's the green group. Leading the way, going to try to keep it ahead of Blackadder Motorsports. That's the number 68 team with Alex Ellis behind. Ellis going to give it everything he's got for these final, I'm going to say about 16 minutes when we go green. And then Vapex Racing Group, that's the yellow group. That has Gary Hickman in it.
You know, it seems to never fail. Sometimes in these endurance races, you wind up here, you fight for 5.5 hours, and then you wind up with a sprint to the finish with like 15 minutes to go. You fought so hard to put that distance between you and your opponents behind you, and then it all comes down to just a 5 to 6 lap shootout to decide a 6-hour event.
All right, Wallace is in the pits. I'm not seeing a driver change right now, and they should only need to take about a third of a tank gas, I would say.
You know what's interesting out there, guys, is we really can't see it in the dark, but they've been racing so long. Some of the track is really dirty. There's some sections where the cars are going through it. I'm not sure if it's being picked up on the broadcast or not. It certainly is on my monitor, where it almost looks like they're going through speedy dry. It's really something out there.
Yeah, and you got to love the improvements iRacing has made to bring that to us. It certainly makes the racing even more challenging when you've got to drive through that, especially on, we keep talking about this being a flat surface, but think about that for a second. You're on a flat surface, and then all of a sudden you hit you literally hit a patch of rolling marbles, and what do you do then when the car is just floating across the track through a section like that?
Look at that beautiful camera angle there from Dougie Beard that Amjad Diamond is using like now. Boy, that's beautiful. I don't think iRacing gets enough credit. They get a lot of credit, but they have their detractors. When you think about what they're trying to do, so many different kinds of racing, so many cars, and now they're trying to bring dirt. I mean, that would be a game in itself. That's an undertaking. My goodness, what they do is incredible. Well, the lights are going to stay on again. Did they come off? Nope, they're off. Okay.
Yeah, this will be the last one, and I'm thinking it looks like there's going to be about 8 cars in between Bad Cactus and 49 Motorsports on this restart, which is a lot.
And about 4 cars, it looks like, between Blackadder going back. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not that. Yeah, it's about 4 cars between Blackadder and then Vapex Racing. Again, that's a battle for second as well.
I can't
Speed
wait.
Asylum is in there. Yeah.
I can't wait to see Mikey Grems and Alex Ellis go at it on this restart, man. This is going to be something to watch. I can't wait for this to get started.
Yeah, and I wonder if Wallace has anything for Yanis here. And I think I was wrong. It's like timing showing there's only going to be 3 cars in between them, but I have more dots in between them than that, so I have to figure out which one is accurate.
Now, the question is, are the cars in front of Hickman going to give him a chance? They're going to give him a chance to get in this race, and or are they going to fight him here on the restart? We'll see, but Hickman going to need a little bit of help if he's got any chance to get into the conversation. Again, Ellis and Mikey Grems are really going to try and set themselves apart from the rest of the field and just focus on racing each other, I'm sure, when we get restarted. It'll be interesting to see which lines they take down into turn 1 when they go into that sweeping left-hander here on the restart. That could be the winning line to this race, so we'll see.
You know what else I want to talk about, guys, right before we go to green here is that, it's it's really difficult to manage a multi-class series, and then tenfold when you throw full course cautions on it in iRacing, because as you know, you have to control everything manually because full course cautions on road courses aren't really implemented yet like they are on ovals. They're pretty automated on ovals, but not on road course side. You know, I got to say I'm really impressed with how this series is managing it. It's been really smooth, and it's been a lot of fun to watch. I mean, you know, cautions are great for broadcast, right?
They are good. They are good. As we cross over 14 minutes to go.
So, nice job, DGFX. This has been fun.
Well, the pace car is going to now make its trip down Ullman Straight. What we think to be one last time here. We're getting ready to get restarted. Again, one last trip down Ullman Straight here under a caution flag. And we are definitely going no passing until after the final corner, and we are definitely going green flag, boys. Here we go.
We'll see what Alex Ellis has in store as they come now to sunset. 13 minutes and 18 seconds till the checkered flag. They have enough fuel to get there. Half a pack of cigarettes. It's night, and they're wearing sunglasses. Hit it! And there's the green. Mickey Grimm's going ahead. Look at this. He has a battle now for the lead. He goes to the outside. He's not going to make it work out there. Is he going to do it? Moving on the high side. Pass for the lead. Ellis and Grimm side by side as they go now into it, and it looks like Ellis is going to get it done.
Woo!
Your new leader.
Alex Ellis takes it away. Man, what a trip down through turn 2. Woo! He made it happen there. Mikey Grimm's just trying to hang on at this point, but man, Alex Ellis off to the races, heading down to the hairpin. Mikey Grimm's going to have to break late to try and get it back. He does, but not enough. Alex Ellis gets a really nice run through there, kicks up a little bit of dirt in the windshield of Mikey Grimm's and says goodbye. I'm heading up through Fangio. GTD, let's do it.
Yeah, well, Wallace got a terrible start on that restart, but the traffic in front of him is cooperating, and that restart increased the gap to a little over 3.5 seconds right now, but he's already picked off 2 of those traffic in front of him, and he's just got a couple more to go.
Meanwhile, it's about a 1.8 second from the leader back to 49 Motorsports.
And nobody moved out of the way for Gary Hickman, and I don't know that he really tried. He's sitting in third, but not making up any ground. The race is up front. Alex Ellis is still leading this race. Mikey Grimm's finding himself about a half second behind. They're heading down into Sunset, down the back straight now, down Ullman, into Sunset now. Here we go. Got to be careful through here. He keeps it tight. Oh, the car gets a little wiggly through there. Alex Ellis able to hang on to it really well as they head back up across the start-finish line. Ellis still your leader. 11 minutes to go. Soup.
Grimm close really well through Sunset. Something to keep an eye on if he can get a run down the Ullman Straight as Grimm's is flashing his lights at Ellis as if Ellis is going to get him out of the way.
Ellis keeps kicking that dirt up in his windshield too. Gotta love it. Love this dirt flying all over the place. Hashtag dirt confirmed, baby.
10 minutes to go. Ellis with about a half-second lead. Sean, where does he do it? I would think it would be down the long straight going into Sunset would be the place you would make the move, wouldn't you think?
Right, and you've got to set him up for that too. I mean, you've got to get a good run through the turn yourself to get off and really get yourself in a draft zone. I mean, Ullman Straight is really long, but if you don't get a good trip off of there, that's going to be your best opportunity, unless you can outbrake him in one of these hard braking zones, which he hasn't shown the ability to do yet. That really is going to be his best opportunity, and he's running out of time. 10 minutes to go.
No real battle yet in 49 Motors in the GTDs, but it's down to 1.8 seconds. Giannis as Wallace beginning to do his best to get there.
Yep, it's still Hussig-Veld in front, 4-second gap over 49 Motorsports and Giannis, and Wyron Wallace trying to drive Giannis down right now, and he's making inroads, guys. This is going to be on.
You know, Blackadder Motorsports has really put in the work today. Alex Ellis just really wheeling it right now, and Mikey Grimm's trying to pick him up, but they go through Sunset now, and you know what? Mikey Grimm's gets a really nice run through Sunset, closes the gap as they head up across the start-finish line. Grimm's able to really pick him up there. Let's watch it going down into one. What are we going to do here? Where's Grimm's going to go?
Graham spies, he tries, but Ellis denies. It's not going to happen through one. Grims looks really good through Sunset. He got a great entrance and a great exit as well. Now they work their way through the next combination of corners.
And in GTD, I got to give a shout out to Sweet Spot Racing there, Martin Heller. He was in between 49 Motorsports and Bad Cactus, and when we got to the Ullman Straight, he just pulled over to the side, even though he was just as fast as these guys.
Grimm's brakes. I'm sorry, Grimm's brakes to the inside, and it has to back off. Almost makes contact with our leader, Alex Ellis. Ooh, down a tricky run down to the hairpin.
Gonna lose a lot of momentum. Go ahead, Jay.
And it's on in GTD. Wallace has caught 49. He's challenging.
We'll cover as we're here for 5 hours and 52 minutes. Here we go. Let's see this move.
For the outside of the hairpin.
They're side by side. Giannis on the inside. Wallace behind him now. Now Wallace trying to get a run on him as they're neck and neck. Wallace gets a little bit of a drive. Wallace with a little bit of a momentum on that damaged car. You think he's going to close the door. Moving up into second. Giannis trying to hang in there. Giannis with the preferred position now as they go side by side through, and Giannis is going to be able to close the door. No! A great drive from Wallace off the end as they are side by side. South Cialis bathtubs as they work their way through this next right-hander, and Giannis is able to fend off for now.
Not for long, though. But that was outstanding driving by both of those guys.
Meanwhile, Ellis, as they work their way through Sunset, back up in the prototypes. Grims has been able to close the distance a little bit from that mistake that was made in the hairpin at turn 7. Now Grims is back. We'll see if Grims takes another shot at him as they go through the left-hander of 1.
Yeah, Wallace set up for a run on 49. Le Mans.
Here we go again.
Giannis brake checked him.
Giannis playing defensive. Wallace can't get around the outside.
Yeah, really squeezed him tight to the outside there.
2 battles to cover. 1 for second, 1 for first as they work, the GTDs work their way across Sunset. We'll keep an eye here on Wallace. On the over-under, I think he's got it. No, what do you got, Sean?
No, it's just you're calling that one, and again, Mikey Grims tries to make a move on Alex Ellis and has to get out of it again, down under the hairpin, same spot. It happens again, and he has to get out of it, and get on the brake, and Ellis able to open it up again on him. Now a second ahead, but these two are really battling. Great battle going on up here for the class lead here in the DP.
If Giannis would be kind enough to let Wallace around him, then we could focus on the other battle for the lead. Right now they got a third car. He's several laps down. That's Martin Heller looking at it, shining a little light on the issue. Sean, give me a yell if anything happens up there. But here comes Wallace again, trying to make a move on Giannis. The BMW on the inside. I don't think the BMW has the legs to get it going. Wallace is going to try to make the outside stick. He can't.
Yeah, mistake. Oh, he spins in front of him.
Spins in front of him. Wallace T-bones him. Wallace keeps going. Giannis is still rolling, but I think it's done unless Wallace's car is hurt. Giannis has it going. I think that battle is done. Let's go back up, unless we want to look at a replay on that, Director.
I think
we're going back to the lead. We're going to cover the leaders. Sean, Ellis with about a half a second lead.
Yeah, Ellis still doing a really good job. Mikey Grims he's fighting hard, but I'm wondering if he's maybe used up the car just a little bit. Again, Ellis just keeps kicking up a little bit of dirt every time they get through one of those sections there. Maybe if just nothing else to annoy his competitor, throw a little smoke screen, if you will, there. But they get through here and now head up through Big Bend, back to the hairpin. This is where we've seen Grims try to make it up. Let's watch this now. What's Grem's going to do? He's going to brake really late, I'm sure. Look at it. There he is, looking to the inside again, and he has to back off, get it under control. This is a very tricky section here as they make their way up through Fangio.
Boy, Grem's is really good under braking. It costs him on corner exit, but if he was a little closer, he could make the move there. He also has the same chance to make that move once they go down the Ullman Straight into Sunset. He's really good going into that. And then the exit out of Sunset will be important for Grem's because he has a chance to maybe do a little hucklebuck as they go into one. Right now, Ellis ahead of Grem's right now. Blackadder Motorsports reading the Apex Racing Group. 4 minutes to go.
I keep thinking Mikey Grem's has got something for him. Mikey's been so good today. That team, that VApex green team has really been on point, and they've been in a conversation all day, and we're coming down here to just the last couple of laps. Alex Ellis he can smell victory, but can he keep him off? And we're seeing now that Mikey is getting a run on him, heading into Sunset.
Grem's had a great exit out of Le Mans, and now he's pretty close as they go through Sunset. This is closer than he's been as they go down the main street. Keep an eye on it here to maybe fake to the outside, try to go to the inside as they go into one. He's got a little bit of room. Is he going to force the issue? No, he's going to lay back, but boy, he's in good shape. His next favorite spot now will be after Big Ben as they go down into 7, the hairpin. Grem's falls a little bit back. He might just be laying back to make sure he gets a good drive off these final corners, looking to get a run off of 5. Yeah. This left-hander, now they come to Big Ben. Oh, Sean, he looks a little too far back.
I don't know, man. He's breaking awful deep here into the hairpin. Let's see.
And here comes that dive bomb again, just too far back. If he was only maybe 2 or 3 car lengths closer, he could get it done as they work through 7. Now through Fangio.
Yeah, he got a decent run through there, actually, and got off the turn really, really nice. He's able to keep him there, and Fangio. This is going to be a good battle. I'm predicting we're going to get the white flag here next time by. Certainly, Grem's going to have to get on his horse. He's running out of time. Alex Ellis looking to be the really cool customer right now. He is driving his race, and again, victory just up ahead of him. About just over a lap to go.
This is where Grem needs a good drive here as they come around now. This is 16. This sets up the long straight. Grem's looks pretty good. He's still, though, a little farther back, and Ellis gets nice bite. He's able to get that back tires to lock up as that car accelerates down the Ullman Straight. I don't think Grem's is going to be able to get there. He just needs to be closer. Grem's great on corner exit, not a corner entrance, not so good on corner exit. They work their way through the bumpy parts of Sunset. Grem's again in pretty good position. Jason, everything saying copacetic over there in the GTDs?
Yeah, we're good. We're good. You guys take it.
We'll stay here. Now we're getting the white flag. Look at Grem's trying to get an angle here through 1. He tries a wide bite. He gets a little bit wide. I think he's going to be able to keep it going. He's going to lose a little momentum now as he works his way through 3, 4, and 5. He's got to be closer, Sean, out of 5 to get that run.
What a great job. He got off in the dirt and was able to hang on to it and still keep up the attack on Alex Ellis. Woo, here we go. Down into the hairpin one last time.
He is so far back. Look up dive bomb in the dictionary, and this is what this would be if he made it, but no, it's not going to happen. But he does close up. He needs a good exit now out of 7. He needs to stay close. Again, Ellis pulls away. Blackadder Motorsports looking to get the victory after 6 hours, being chased by Mikey Grem in the Apex Racing Group. This is the green team. They work their way through this twisty part of the track. I think he's going to have one more shot at it, and that's going to be into Sunset.
And he's been really, really good through Sunset, and that might be the only chance he has left.
He's got to get a good drive off of that corner 16 Le Mans. He's got to stay close here as they work their way through 15. Here they come into this Le Mans corner. He's pretty close. He's pretty close. He's got a shot at it. At this point, you almost got to force the issue. Let's see if Ellis closes the door on the inside. Grem's got gobbling it up like a hungry Pac-Man, but I don't think he's going to get there. They go through sunset. I believe after 6 hours, your winner is going to be Blackadder Motorsports, and Alex Ellis wins it. V Apex Racing in second. We look back now to Henry Gross. He's got a 7-second lead. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Team Hussenfeld, and held on to it. You just got to bring it home now. Right, 7 seconds is what Bad Cactus closed it down to, but just not enough time left to make a charge for the win.
Wow, fireworks blasting off all over the place from multiple places on this track. Quite a celebration.
Henry Gross saying, hold the fireworks, I still got one more corner to go. Then you can put off some fireworks for Team Hossenfeld Engineering. Hokey dokey artichoke as he works his way through sunset. Your winner in the GT3, Henry Gross.
Boy, and
Bad Cactus Racing going to get second, Sean.
Impressive run for them, considering the damage that car was fighting with there on the left front and the wing all bent up. Can't wait to ask Henry, or one of us to ask Henry, what it was like driving that car in the final laps of this race.
And here comes Yanis, 49 Motorsports, just rounding sunset for the last time. Getting ready to bring it home with a third place finish, holding on to the podium. Probably would have liked to have better, but a good showing for round one in the West.
Boy,
considering all the contact that BMW took, I think they'll be happy with a lead lap podium finish, even though it is the Lotus podium of all. All right, I believe what we're going to do right now, since all the important drivers have come across, we're going to take a real short break, catch our breath. I know you've been with us for 6 hours. Come on back for the driver interviews. We'll run down the entire standings and closing credits. Be back in just a few. Welcome back to Nighttime in Florida, Sebring to be more precise, for the DGFX Sports Car Endurance Race, brought to you here live as it happens on the Global Sim Racing channel. We just wrapped up 6 hours of intense racing that started from the beginning, had a yellow flag at the end that brought everybody together, and we had a battle for both classes, one for the lead, one for second in both classes. And now let's run down the finishing order. Blackadder Motorsports, number 68. They had a little penalty to start the race. They bring it home. I'll make up for all that and bring it home the winner. V-Apex Racing Group Green was beat out for second place. Vapex Racing Group Yellow rounds out the podium spot. Speed Asylum Black in the fourth position. Behind them, Online Sim Racing, the DP, in fifth. Court Racing Team behind them in the seventh spot is Team Hossenveld Engineering. I hope I got that one right. In the snowman position, Bad Cactus Racing. That was the blue team. Don't know if I've ever seen a blue cactus. 49 Motorsports. Oh, if we go through here, I'm sorry. I should mention there that in seventh position, Team Hossenveld Engineering, that was first in class. I apologize for not paying attention. Bad Cactus, second in class. 49 Motorsports, third in class for the GTDs. Then we go back to a prototype. Vapex Racing Group in the blue team. That's your top 10. Sean?
All right, and then we'll take it down to 11th place here and get through the rest of the field here for real quick. That's Club Ham doing a good job there and hanging in this thing. 9 laps down, they'll finish 11th. Club do Volante keep the party open and finish in 12th. Online Sim Racing, they finished 13th there in the GTDs, 14th for Apex GT Racing Team, 15th for Sweet Spot Racing. Blackadder Motorsports, the number 66 team, 16th place. Then we've got a Corvette here, Vendaval Sim Racing White. Tough day for Vendaval Racing, and they're finished 17th. Work in Progress Racing 18th. 19th goes to Blue Line Motorsports. And rounding out the top 20 in the GTD and overall 20th, Braxton Motorsports.
Let's let the new guy round out the back of the field there. Go ahead, Jason. Take those final 4.
All right, well, we had Blackadder Motorsports, number 69, in the 21st overall position. I believe that is, I'm not sure which in class that is, but Torque Chicken in 22nd overall, followed by GAS Competición team, who started out of the gate great, then had some mid-race problems, major issues, and rounding out the field, Speed Asylum Dragon.
And I have no idea who we're interviewing. I hope it's Alex Ellis, if I get the confirmation on that. I think Sean has ran him down. Is that correct, Sean? Good, okay. Sean, go ahead and see if you can grab Alex and our winner in the prototype class.
Alex, what a day for Blackadder Motorsports. You guys kind of start the race behind the 8 ball, and you pull off a big win here. You and Sven, what a day. How you feeling?
Yeah, that was crazy. Absolutely loved the race. Obviously, it didn't start out too well. What actually happened was I qualified the car, but it was my first time doing a multi-class race of any kind in iRacing, well, of an organized type at least, other than hosted sessions. And then also, yeah, I had no experience with endurance racing either. So that's where all the experience in Blackadder and Sven really helped out. Because we made the little mistake of putting Sven in the car for the start, but we didn't realize that he wasn't allowed to start the race because I had qualified it. So that set us on our back foot at the start, but it was only going up from there.
All right, I got to ask you about the final restart of the race. First of all, that caution flag coming out, how did you feel when that caution flag dropped?
Yeah, it was awesome. What we were actually trying to do, we pitted a little bit early for our final stop, just so that if a caution did come out, we'd be safe and at the front of the field. But the other car that we were competing with, they reacted and also pitted. So as soon as that came out, we knew we were good on fuel, and I was just kind of mentally amping myself up, talking with Sven. He was spotting for me, getting ready for what I knew would be just a quick 12-minute head-to-head battle, and it turned out exactly how I wanted it to.
I'll tell you what, Alex, a real Iron Man today, brother. You 120 laps I'm showing you put in. That tell us just real quickly, what's that like putting in 120 laps here at Sebring? over a period of 6 hours?
Well, it's something, because the longest race I've ever done on iRacing before was actually just like a 40-minute type race. So I think about a third of the way into the race there, I did a triple stint. And I got in, it was a lot easier than you think, though. I just got into a groove. I got into a good rhythm. I had Sven talking me through whenever there was heavy traffic. And we just worked together as a team and made it happen.
Well, Alex, congratulations. That's a great way to kick off the second half of this season. And Blackadder Motorsports is certainly going to be very, very happy to have you in the car today. You talked already about it being kind of your first foray into this. And I got to tell you, we're pretty impressed.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, no, it wouldn't be possible without all the help from the Blackadder guys, though, because they've been behind the scenes. There's been other guys who weren't even involved in this race, helping build setups to get us in as good of a position as possible. So I'm sure everyone at Blackadder is going to be really pleased with this result, because it definitely wasn't expected after about an hour into the race.
Well, Alex, we're going to let you go. Again, congratulations. Thanks for coming in to chat with us here for just a moment. Great race. We'll see you next time, my friend.
Thank you, Sean. Take care.
All right. That was Alex Ellis, driver of the number 68 Blackadder Motorsports machine. And what a day for that Corvette, Bill. Big day. Big win for Blackadder Motorsports.
Well, let's go down and talk to the other winning team from the other class in the GTD division. That would be Team Hessingveld Engineering, and that's going to be hammering Hank Gross. And I think Jason has ran him down.
Yeah, Henry, do you have a copy?
Yep.
All right. Well, congratulations on the win, round 1, West Series. Tell me, did you guys run the first half of this series?
Yes, we won the first series and we win it.
All right, great. So, well, listen, you had an in-race incident that, guess what, that we missed. We completely missed it. Also, we came back and the car was munched, but you guys were still able to hold on for the win. Can you fill us in what happened?
In Christian's last stint, he got some PC problems. He got a 2 seconds black screen on the back straight, and he lost his car, go with the front in the wall, and then we had the damage and deal with it.
Yeah, I couldn't believe the speed you guys still had, given what your rear wing looked like. I mean, it was just completely bent out of shape. I couldn't believe you still had any rear downforce. Now, last question for you: what made you guys choose the Audi?
After the release of the new cars, we switched all over to the Audi, and we stick with it. It's, in my opinion, the GT3 car, which makes the most fun of it.
Yeah, I agree. I've driven it myself, and once you get it tamed down, right, to get it behaving, it is so much fun to drive. Well, again, congratulations on your win. Obviously, we're going to be keeping an eye on Team Hessingveld Engineering, and looking forward to the next race, which I believe is, what's the next date on that, guys?
Oh, I believe that is coming up. I just saw that. It looked like it was in August sometime at August 13th.
It scrolled down already because I was going to look up, but back to you, Bill.
And of course, GSRC will be there to cover that one. And we're going to work hard for the. That's a 3-hour race. We're not going to cover that one. We're covering all the 6-hour events this time. Okay, we have one more interview for you, and it's from the driver of Vapex Racing Group Yellow. I thought this guy had a real chance to take the checkered flag today till things didn't go so well for him, and that's going to be Chuck Chambliss. Let's see if we can bring Chuck in here. Into to Chuck, you have a copy? And I believe Chuck, come on, Chuck, there we go. You got me? What I was going to ask Chuck, I was going to say, hey, Chuck, things were going your way at that first yellow flag, and then things went south when we went green. You were off on the grass, and then you got T-boned by Urianis. How did you feel about that? And Chuck was going to answer, yes, I thought I had the car in good shape. I had kept it healthy. And then when I got hit in the side by Giannis, I didn't know what was happening. And there was no coming back from that. But we gave it our best, and we really enjoyed this series. And we'd like to thank everyone else for running in it. So thank you. And Soup, I want to say that I really enjoy your broadcasting. Well, thank you very much, Chuck. I enjoy you as well. And there we have it. That was Chuck Chambliss, the driver who had problems for Vapex Racing Group Yellow. Fine interview. He's an entertaining guy. Well, that's going to do it for us today for GSRC. We'd like to thank the sponsors that we have on this series. We'd like to thank Ed Boris and Kyle Burney for organizing with this one. And the director is talking to me here for a minute. Keep going, he says. And thanks to the software and hardware that we see on the screen right now that the director can use to talk into my ear when I'm giving out these final plugs. Additional thanks to our musical contributions. You know, it's Eric Eckelman, Casey Lalonde. You know, a lot of the drivers like to download their digital music and listen to it during the 6-hour endurance races. I know that for a fact that both our winning teams put that on in the background during the race. So you may want to try that as well. It's good for many, 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 many purposes. Thanks to our team today. And there were lots of us. First of all, big thanks to Amjad Yaman, the Ironman. He went all 6 hours. To Ayrton Ellis, who did it earlier today. To Adam and Dougie for Adam, and then the camera work from Dougie. For Joe Peak for doing the first bit. And then we come back in here. Thanks to Sean Ambrose and Jason Fleisley. And of course, myself. I got to thank me. And then we can also, if you want to find out more about GSRC, when we do much more professional broadcasting, you can do that at the GlobalSimRacingChannel.com. We're also on Twitter at GSRC Channel and Facebook at Global Sim Racing Channel. Trust me, you'll enjoy some of the other broadcasts. Our next race, as says on here, Sonoma, and the date is with a question mark, but I think we talked about that earlier, August 13th. There you have it. Now, if you want to find out about other upcoming races, make sure you go to the GlobalSimRacingChannel.com. Now, because all the housekeeping's out of the way, thanks for everybody. It's time for us to go have fun storming the castle and broadcast the Bootleg Racing Series in about 45 minutes. So, until then, race hard, race clean. We'll see you on the track.